Hello and welcome to Car Talk from National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers, and we're broadcasting this week from the Center for Interspecies Communications here at Cat's Plaza.
I like it. Interspecies. Oh.
Yeah, here's an interesting article that appeared a couple of weeks ago in Newsweek, I think. It's a blurb about a book called Spoken Cat, where author and wacko, apparently, Alexandra Sellers claims to have interpreted cat language.
She's nuts.
And, well, in her book, she tells you how to speak cat. For instance, ma means cut that out, and means bring me some cream. And I happen to know from my own experience that ma means, oh no, not down the laundry chute again. Can't I take the stairs? Anyway, this is obviously silliness, but it got me thinking that if interspecies communication is possible between humans and felines, why not between humans and automobile mechanics?
Yeah.
So
I like it.
With my vast expertise and having spent years in the mechanic's natural habitat, of grease and grime,
it would be good for humanity if there were communication between those two species.
Well, so you know how to interpret some of the sounds that you hear in the shop. Yeah. So I thought I would teach the general public a few expressions that can be used and or understood when talking to one's mechanic. For instance, you listen carefully to the inflections so you don't.
I'm going to try to guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Wait, do that again. The little upward inflection at the end.
Yeah.
No idea.
That means, hi, how are you?
Oh, all right. I was looking for some deeper meaning, but I guess that was stupid.
We're starting off slow because this is tough.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's different?
Yeah, the first one was,
Oh, that was,
this is,
That means, I think I know what's wrong with this car.
No, you're going too deep. It means, fine, thanks.
Okay, yeah. What is the meaning of life, and why are we here on this planet?
Means clutch job.
Boat payment. Well, how do you say boat payment?
Well, we're getting to that.
Oh, you are. Yeah. Oh, you are in a lot of trouble.
That's right. Which equates to?
Boat payment.
Many boat payments.
Many boat payments. Yeah, this is good. I like it.
Yeah.
A whole boat. A whole boat.
There you go.
A liner.
Here's one more.
The transmission fell on my foot.
There you go.
Not the laundry chute again.
And none of these expressions should be confused with.
Let me feel it again now. I know.
That's the sound you make after we do takeout from Sam's. Anyway, if you'd like to call us about your car or communication with your mechanic, our number is 1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, my name is Eric.
Hi, Eric. What's up?
I'm in Stamford, Connecticut.
Yes, I know it well.
And the weather's wonderful.
Of course.
The daffodils are blooming.
Yes.
And my car is harmonic.
Daffodils. Now get this. Now, just you said daffodils, and all of a sudden it kicked in. I wandered lonely as a cloud that roams on high o'er vales and hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils. Beside the brook, beneath the trees, fluttering and dancing in the breeze. For oft one on my couch,
will you, man?
In vacant or in pensive mood,
Mervyn, help me!
They flash upon that inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude.
I am truly impressed.
Eric, thanks for calling. Did you see the Manchurian Candidate?
You know, when my brother went to grade school, I guess they did really improve education between the time he went and the time I went.
They didn't have grade school when I was going.
Well, when you went, I guess they used to tie you kids up and make you learn that stuff, huh?
Yeah.
That's what it was, yeah. What do they do, electric shock therapy?
Electric shock. So, Eric, what's on your mind, man?
Well, I've got a Saab 9000 Turbo. It's got 86,000 miles on it. And when I'm, cruising down the Merritt Parkway and there's a large truck coming by that's going to squeeze me out and I go to accelerate, and I'm, cruising at 70, 75 miles an hour.
Yeah, just under the speed limit. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Always want to observe the law.
Yeah.
And then I get off of the gas pedal. There's a it's not a humming sound. It's the sound. It's a spinning sound, like a spooling sound, and it goes. Only when I come off the accelerator,
Okay.
and just for an instant.
Should we initiate the discussion about what your next car is going to be now, or should we wait until?
But here's what you do: when the engine's ice cold, pop the hood, bend over, and kiss the turbo goodbye.
Really?
Because it's going into La La Land.
Is that what the sound is?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sad.
I'm glad you're taking it so well.
Now, any idea what one of those cost to replace?
Oh, yeah. More than you got.
Really, if you're driving an 87 Saab, that's pretty obvious.
Well, there are
That's how I knew.
various ways to go. You could get a used one, you can get a new one, you can get a rebuilt one. But I would expect that you're going to spend, at the very least, $700 or $800 if you went the cheapest route, which is a used one, but probably double that or more to get a reconditioned one.
But the truth is that this is pretty low mileage for this car. This is a very, very nice car. Do you love this car?
I do.
Yeah, this
It's
is a
paid
very
for.
nice car. I
It's
agree.
paid for. I love it.
Yeah, it's paid for, and a couple of $1,000, even if it came to that, big deal. You got to just do it. You bite the bullet, and you just go ahead and
Right.
do
The
it.
real heartbreak will be when, after you've done this,
The
when
transmission
goes. But
Yeah, but what the heck? You can't predict everything.
There's nothing. Now, is there anything that I could have done to avoid this, or is that just part of...
Well, you could have changed the oil probably more frequently. You also could have cooled the turbo off, especially, you may have read in the book, it's advisable when you shut the engine down if you've been driving it hard.
Right, I do that.
Right now he's saying, book? What book? War and Peace? What are you talking about?
No, I actually do that, the cool down. I
Oh, you
actually
do?
Yeah.
You do. Well, how good that did, huh?
Hey, well, there you go. So much for the book. I read it.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only thing you have to do. If you've been driving at high speeds, when you come to a stop and you're ready to shut it off, you really ought to sit there for like a half a minute, which is an awfully long time when you got nothing else to do.
Or have to go to the bathroom.
Or you have to go to the bathroom, then a half a minute is an eternity.
Minutes pass like hours.
So if you've been doing that, then you've done everything that you could have done. It was out of your hands. It was just a cheap junk that they did over there in Sweden.
But now, you may be able to go for months and months like this. In fact, you're going to drive it until it conks out, the turbo that is.
Right.
So let us know how long it goes.
Yeah.
Well, okay, now here's the question. What happens when the turbo gives out? Does the engine stop, or do you just lose horsepower?
Well, I mean, many things can happen, the worst of which is that the turbo can suck the engine oil out.
That would be bad. It's
That would be bad.
You've heard of Dracula? It's a similar kind of phenomenon. Yeah. So I mean, when it happens, you've got to fix it like that day. You don't get weeks to think about it.
But will I be able to get home when it happens?
Yes, the tow truck will be able to get you home after he drops your car off at the dealership.
Remind me to pay my AAA bill.
Pay your
and
AAA. Get two of them, in fact.
I just don't want you to go away thinking that you've been a nice guy about this and you've been somehow subjected to some horrible fate. Because the truth of the matter is that you did this by driving 75 miles an hour all the time.
Is that what
and
does it?
flooring it because you've been using that turbo.
Yeah, that's
For
true.
these 86,000 miles, the turbo's probably been engaged for 85 of them.
But what fun I've had.
Well, that's good. I'm happy for you. Did you have $2,000 worth of fun?
Well, yes.
More than that, right?
Great. Great.
Thanks for calling, Eric. Good
Okay,
luck.
Thank you very much.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Right
I
now,
mean,
he
guess-
just hung up the phone. He said, $2,000.
I'm selling this dog.
1-888-CAR Talk or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hello, this is Sue in Buffalo.
Hi, Sue.
Sue, and
Sue without an E, please.
what? S-U?
S-U,
SU. Okay.
Gee, now that's interesting.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Are you Chinese?
No, I'm English.
And-
Although
Oh.
I've been here in the States now for 4 years, so
Was
I'm,
your
I'm,
family
learning,
too-
I'm learning the language.
Was your family too poor to have an E on your name, or were you there before the vowel drop?
That's right. I sent it to Bosnia. That's what happened.
Good for you.
That's
Now-
my contribution.
Now, you sound like a reasonably intelligent woman.
Only reasonably.
English accents will do that.
English
you know.
accent, as we know, English
yes.
accents do make everyone sound intelligent, at least over here. But why would a person, reasonably intelligent, leave jolly old England and go to, of all places, Buffalo?
The weather.
Because Buffalo is such a wonderful place to come to.
Oh,
Our fair
bull!
city,
I mean, Buffalo!
Oh, now you're not to be rude about Buffalo.
Really? Why in the world would anybody want to go to Buffalo?
Well, now, have you been?
Of course!
Well, you obviously didn't come and visit the right people when you were here.
Well, we
What
clearly
have the
didn't visit
people
you.
got to do with it?
Well, that's why Buffalo is so much fun.
Oh, okay.
You'll have to
And-
bring your car talk on a road show.
Right.
Okay.
Their motto is visit the people. Buffalo has nothing else going for it.
Someone sent us a letter which said there's a bumper sticker in Hartford that says, Hartford, you could do worse. Well, thanks for calling,
We've
Sue.
given you a hard enough time. What's
Are
on
you
your
going to be
mind,
nice
Sue?
to me now? Well, I've
We'll
got a
be
sort of
nice.
a two-part question for you, if I may.
Okay, part one.
Part one. Well, it's a little scenario. The house I live in, I have a wee driveway alongside the house, and I was coming home the other evening, and my neighbor had a painter painting the side of the house, and he said, well, the painter, if you don't want us to get paint on your car, why don't you park on the other side of the house in our driveway, which I duly did, reversed into their driveway, and just by mistake reversed my car into the edge of the trim of their house. And I thought I'd just taken the paint off the bumper. But unfortunately, I made a little bit more of a damage to my bumper. The first thing I thought was I wouldn't have moved my car next door unless they had asked me to. So I wondered if I had some case on their insurance.
No, what's part B?
But before we go on, this is an interesting point you bring up, and I realize
I
why
know
people.
your association with a law firm there, and I wondered what their
No,
advice
I
might be.
sense that. Why people are so litigious these days.
Yeah.
Being English, of course, I'm not used to this.
Well, I'll tell you why I think people are so litigious. Life has gotten so complex and things so expensive that you can't take responsibility for anything you do anymore because it's cost too much money.
Well, which would bring me to my second point, because I was having dinner that evening. I had some friends from England over, Howard and Val, lovely English couple. It was her first visit to the States, and we'd been laughing about your program. And so up it came in conversation whether my other dinner guest was a lawyer, Connie.
Uh-huh.
And she said, no, you haven't got a case to stand on. She said, try a hairdryer. She said, because nowadays, she'd heard this with the bumper not being too badly damaged. If I heat the bumper, I can mold it back into shape. Have you heard that?
Well, it's a plastic bumper, I presume.
Yes.
And you scrunched it?
Well, it's only a
You just-
tiny wee bit marked, and it just is just slightly out from the rear of the car. But it makes a noise as I'm driving along, as if I nearly said the boot. I mean the trunk. The trunk is just a little bit open. Of course, it isn't. So it's just that little bit loose.
I see.
Now you're in the
So
picture.
you've pushed the whole bumper away from the car.
But only a tiny bit. You can hardly see. That's why I'm surprised it's making the noise that it does on the ever so slightly.
Well, you may
bumpy
have done
road
more to it than meets the eye.
Yeah,
might
think so,
say.
too.
Yeah, well, no, I don't think I'd recommend the hair dryer. I think I'd recommend that you take it to a body shop, which won't cost you anything to have them look at it,
Right.
and to find out, in fact, what they think can be done to fix it cheaply.
Yeah, if it's making noise, a hairdryer is not going to fix it.
The hairdryer
You
is
can
not
be
gonna-
sure of that.
That piece that you've damaged is not really the bumper. The bumper is beneath that. Not beneath it, but behind it.
Is it? What have I damaged? The
That
bit that
piece is
comes-
called the fascia. That is the bump.
fascia.
That is the bumper cover.
Right.
I'm writing this down. The bumper cover.
It's a little piece of cosmetic stuff because underneath
Plastic.
it, I mean, you wouldn't want a little plastic bumper that could be dented by tapping it against the side of
By
a house.
backing into somebody's 400-ton house.
No, all one that could be fixed with a hairdryer. Obviously, there's something more substantial underneath it. That something more substantial is called iron.
Oh, there is iron underneath there.
See.
All right.
She's from
Oh,
Southern
so it
England,
looks
you
like
know.
I'm going to have to go and talk to an expert.
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
especially
clearly
if it's
failed in that regard right here.
Especially if it's making noise.
Well, I will do just that then. When are you going to come to Buffalo?
Never.
In the summer. That's July what? 7th and 8th? See you soon.
Thanks a million for your call.
Well, thank you. It's a delight to talk to you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I wish I could speak like that.
I wish you could speak English.
I mean, did you ever say it's been a delight to talk to you?
Well, not today. I haven't said that.
Hey,
No.
Rocco, it's been a delight talking to you.
Yeah. Boy, you look stunning tonight, Rocco. Step into the light. Hey, look. Do you remember anything about last week's puzzler?
No.
Well, okay. I'll guide you right to it. You ready?
Right, yeah.
All right. Imagine you're a troglodyte, a real knuckle scraper.
That's me. Go ahead.
Don't I know?
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Now, since you're a troglodyte, you speak in grunts and one-syllable words. Okay.
Yeah. Me understand.
There you go. Now, you're on an airplane. The pilot passes out. He's out cold. You go up to the cockpit, and since you have a pilot's license, you tell the flight attendant that you're going to land the plane. So you say what?
What to the attendant?
Yeah.
I say, hey, baby, what's happening?
No time for that.
Come here often.
There's no time for that stuff. You have to tell her that you're going to bring the plane in.
Yeah. Okay. Me land.
Close, except you're a rare grammatically correct troglodyte, so you say what?
I land.
Right.
I land.
The puzzle takes place on an island. Boy, that was grueling, wasn't it? It's about a family that's stuck on an island, and we'll be back with the whole story in just a minute.
Hi, guys. I'm Cole Martin. I'm calling you from Iowa City, Iowa, and doing my best to avoid work.
Hi, Cole, is it?
Excellent.
Iowa City.
Yep.
Are we talking about a few 100,000 people in this city?
The whole state is a few 100,000.
No, I think if you were to take away the University of Iowa, you'd be down to, a few tens of thousands.
Really?
And then we've got the university, and that gives us most of our people. Gives us most of the social life, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting.
So you work at the university?
Actually, I work at the University Hospital. I'm a fresh green intern in the Department of Medicine.
Really?
Cool. Anything we can help you with?
I mean, you can help me figure out my car.
All right.
I've got a Mazda 626 Turbo.
Sure.
What I've noticed is in the last few months, I've been getting more and more exhaust noise out of the middle of the bottom of the car. And so I took it to my local muffler shop, and they put it up on the forks and had a look. And they told me that I had a hole in my resonator. I didn't know I had a resonator.
Yeah, the resonator is right behind.
It's right next to the uvula.
Behind the catalytic converter on this thing.
And well, they tell me it's separate from the catalytic converter, and they tell me that they can put in a new resonator for about $100, or they can just saw it out and put in a pipe for $15. And I'm wondering, is this an important part? And what should I do about it?
It is not an emissions part.
Yeah, how can we make it relevant for Doc? I mean, it's like your
cutting
tonsils.
It's like cutting out about 10 feet of your intestines.
Oh, that's nothing.
How many feet of intestines do you have?
35.
More or less.
More or less. It's
Yeah.
like cutting out 5 feet.
5 feet.
So what does it do?
Well, it'll make it
sound
The
different.
more muffling you have between the engine and the tailpipe, the quieter the engine is.
Usually cars have resonators because there isn't enough room to put the big enough muffler that they wanted to put. And so they have to break the muffler up into pieces, basically.
So this isn't going to change the harmonics of my exhaust and cause the fumes to come out my dashboard. Or
No, it won't.
Your
it won't
exhaust
do that.
doesn't have any harmonics.
No, as a matter of fact, the less restrictive the exhaust is, the more power you'll get. But you're not concerned with power because you've got too much power anyway.
Yeah.
And this is hardly going to change much.
Yeah, I would definitely go for the $15 approach.
Great.
Was this a big muffler chain that volunteered to do
Yeah,
this?
this is the local small town muffler shop.
Oh, this is like Fred's muffler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is very nice of Fred. See, this is the kind of small town service you get in Iowa.
The guy is
Would you ever get anyone in New Jersey?
In New Jersey, they would tell you that it was illegal to take that out and that the replacement was going to cost $350. And if you didn't do it that day, they were going to send your name into the EPA and have you arrested. If you were in New Jersey.
Well, that's what I think the dealer's going to tell me if I bring it there.
Oh, yeah. And
or at a dealership anywhere. That's right.
And my brother doesn't mean that in a bad way.
No, I don't mean it in a bad way. What do I mean it?
But I think you can safely cut out this piece because it's only a little tiny resonator anyway. It doesn't do very much, and they can weld in a straight pipe. It will not violate any laws.
And it won't violate my engine.
It won't violate your engine.
Violate your engine. Just keep driving, Cole. Have a wonderful time. So how long are you going to be an intern there in Iowa City?
Oh, about another 6 months, and then I'll go up to the ladder and become a resident for another 3 years.
Have you gotten any Fs?
Well, I'm very proud of the C I made in anatomy and the D I made in statistics. I found it very liberating.
Great.
Good for you.
You know, I was going to say that one of the only areas where you don't want to encourage C's and D's
is medicine. Will you study more, you bum?
Have you specialized in anything?
Eventually, I'm going into neurology.
Great. Maybe you can help my brother.
There may be hope. See you, Cole.
Thank you.
Dr. Cole to you.
Dr. Cole.
Thanks.
1-888-CAR-TALK or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, my name's Marnie. I'm calling from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Marnie.
Ann Arbor.
What's up?
Okay, here's my question. My father passed away a couple months ago, and we cremated him. Now, he didn't leave instructions as to what he wanted done with his remains.
Oh.
So we buried part of them. My mother has part of them, as do myself, my sister, and my father's sister.
Yeah.
And my father owned a 1962 Corvette.
Can I just ask one question of the producer?
Sure.
Does anyone screen the calls? I mean, what is this?
Hey.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
Marnie.
No.
I mean, I'm
Let me
sorry.
finish my question.
Go ahead.
He had a 62 Corvette,
Yes.
Yeah.
and you want to know if you can... Never mind.
You want
I
to
wanted
cremate
to
the Corvette?
know if placing a small amount of his ashes in the gasoline tank.
Jeez, you know, I was going to ask that question, but I said, never mind. I said, who would be crazy enough to want to do that?
In the gasoline tank.
Yes. To sort of
Woo.
combust my father into his car.
Oh, I see.
That's a very, very interesting idea.
Yeah.
Talk about being one with your vehicle.
Exactly.
No one will ever have an experience like that. Huh? So the question is, will the car run if you do this?
Well, I mean, I know it'll run, but I don't know if it'll harm the engine at all.
Well, it won't harm the engine, but it'll probably plug up the carburetor. And in fact, it probably won't get combusted, or at least not very much of it.
Well,
although it's all obviously just symbolic.
Right.
I mean, you could pretend to put it in the
no,
just spill it on the
you
ground.
can't lie to a dead person, for God's sakes.
Yeah, here's
Is
a
there
better
any other
idea.
way I could sort of burn him up in the car?
What's this thing about burning? Well, you want to make him one with the car, unmount all the tires, and sprinkle a little bit of his remains in each tire and put them back on the wheels.
That's an idea.
Oh, that's an idea. I got another idea for the combustion.
Okay.
One of the things you could do, instead of putting it in the gas tank, the thing runs, I presume, right? Start it up, take off the air cleaner, and
Okay.
sprinkle down the throat of the carburetor.
Oh, that'll be really good for the
some
engine.
of the remains.
Yeah.
That way, it avoids the carburetor. You're sort of bypassing the
It
carburetor.
goes right into the cylinder.
and it goes right into the cylinder, where it's much less likely to do.
Damage to the carburetor, but more likely to do damage to the cylinders. I think this is a bad idea.
Okay.
Put it. The tires is the idea.
And since it's already burned, it's not going to burn again. I mean, we're
Yeah.
down to nothing.
No, you've already they've
Yeah.
done it. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
tires is a good idea.
Go for the tires.
I would-
then?
How about this is sick, but how about the ashtray? I mean,
Well-
that would be an appropriate place to be.
Yeah, it would.
Just don't empty it out.
And have it laminated.
Oh, you can have it.
Laminated?
Oh, have it sealed up. That's a good idea.
Filled with what?
Plastic.
Sealed with
They
plastic.
can pot it. His ashes can be potted with epoxy.
Sure, and then you'll never be able to use the ashtray again. But why would you want to?
Yeah.
And he would be permanently in the ashtray.
I want to say that this is right up there with our cream rinse call.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is certainly an unusual. You may have to win the prize for unusual this week.
But I like the ashtray. You can take that thing to who would do that? Who would do that potting?
I'd look in the yellow pages under plastic and see if there's someone that does plastic lamination type stuff.
Okay.
And you just bring in the ashtray with the remains in it, and they can just pour the plastic over it and seal it all right in.
Alternatively, you can buy this stuff yourself. You can go to your home center and buy what's called bar top finish, which is a 2-part, which is an epoxy finish that's used to get that what looks like a 1-foot thick finish on bar tops.
Okay.
And you mix this stuff together, and it's very thick, and you would put the ashes in the ashtray and then pour this stuff on the top.
Yeah.
And it would dry, and it would be in there forever.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Marnie, thanks very, very much for your most interesting question.
I'm sure you've opened up something new for all of our listeners to think about. I hadn't really thought about this before. I'm
already, as you were talking, I could see my Dodge Dart with me looking up out of the ashtray. Thanks, Marnie. Thanks for calling.
See you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
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 Hi, this is Hannah from Northampton, Massachusetts.
Hannah. Northampton.
Yes.
Northampton.
Is that where Mount Holyoke is? No.
No, that's where Smith is.
That's where Smith is. That's right. Smith. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, just down the road from Mount Holyoke.
Yeah.
Okay, we got it. We're zeroed in on you, Hannah.
They're having troubles out there at Mount Holyoke ever since Leah left.
I know.
What are they doing
don't know what
there?
to do without her.
They're having sit-ins. They think it's 1963.
I know. I think they're protesting Leah leaving, actually.
Yeah,
trying to get her to come
it
back.
could be.
We want Leah.
We want Leah. So what's up, Hannah?
Well, first of all, I have to tell you that I want to present the other side of the coin of life at a women's college because...
Oh, you're a Smith College student?
I am.
You sounded young enough to be a college student.
But you didn't want to ask.
Oh, I was about to ask.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I'm a senior, and I've been here for 4 years, and I've loved it.
You've loved it. So you think Leah was just some kind of a wacko.
Crybaby.
A crybaby.
No,
Mr. Mama.
No, I don't. I mean, I definitely understand that a women's college and maybe the East Coast isn't for everyone, but I definitely...
well, where are you from?
I'm actually from Canada.
From Canada,
Canada, eh?
That's the first time I've heard that joke.
It is, eh?
It is, eh?
What
part of Canada? You are obviously from the English-speaking part of Canada.
I'm from just south of Toronto, actually, Hamilton, Ontario.
Oh, I know it well.
Everyone knows
you do?
Hamilton, sure.
Sure.
Home of the Toronto Maple Leafs.
No, home of the Hamilton Tiger Cats, actually.
The Hamilton Tiger Cats.
Renowned CFL team, football team.
CFL,
Canadian
Football League.
We won the Grey Cup about 10 years ago.
The Grey Cup?
Yes.
That's all they can afford is a Grey Cup? I mean, they
What's
couldn't do
like
like
a silver, a gold.
A green cup, even? The Grey Cup. Might as well.
Yeah. How about the tin cup?
The brown
We're
cup.
Canadian. We like to be very neutral, so we go with gray.
All right, now back to the subject here. You're a senior. You're going to graduate in a couple of days, probably.
That's right.
What did you major in? Like art history?
French and history, a double major.
Whoa, French and history.
Exactly.
So why was your experience at Smith College so wonderful? I mean, what's with the women's college idea?
Well, I think it's all about self-esteem and self-confidence, or at least that's what it's all about for me.
Yeah.
I wasn't comfortable speaking in class. I wasn't comfortable doing any of those things. And being at Smith, I really learned to respect myself and to respect what I have to say.
But the theory is that it was the lack of presence of males that allowed this to happen.
I think it is
suggesting that males are in some way the cause.
A distraction, you say?
No, the cause, whatever the mechanism may be, but it is the presence of boys, men in class that make that all happen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I believe that.
Mm-hmm.
And why is that?
Well, I mean, if you think about my high school experience, the people who talked a lot in class, the people who put their hands up first, tended to be the guys.
And the males have longer arms, and you could see their hands more readily.
Exactly, and they have louder voices, and they have lower voices.
Yeah, males
so
are
stand out more.
Physically dominant.
And it's as simple as that, huh?
It also has something to do, I think, with the competition thing. I mean, I'm just not here. I'm not in competition with people. And in high school, it was very definitely a competition for boys' attentions, and probably in much the same way that boys are competing for girls' attention.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not a boy.
Oh, yeah.
But and also, there's a feeling that you have to act a certain way if you want to be popular and if you want to be liked by boys.
Right. And if you don't have to think about that, that distraction is again another aid to
and
learning.
you have time to figure out who you are instead of who you think you should be.
Yeah, I like it.
I like it too.
Especially the idea that you should take all the testosterone poisoned 18 to 21-year-old boys and put them away somewhere. Just get them alone.
You know where they should go? They should all go in the Army for 4 years after high school.
Don't get me started on that.
The boys should.
That's exactly where they belong. They should be in the Army where Sergeant Torres and Sergeant McNeely are running their little butts off, so they're so tired.
Whenever I think of boys from 18 to 21, I wouldn't wish that on them. But I think I'm grateful that I wasn't around them.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you called and explained all this to us because we are, of course, what? Boors and yahoos, and we don't understand or appreciate the value.
And I actually have a question,
Oh,
too.
really?
Oh.
Go ahead.
Is it about graduate schools or?
No, it's actually sort of a car question.
Oh.
You might call it a car protocol question.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Ah, good. We're good
Okay.
at that. Whatever
Okay.
it means.
Well, as you know, I'm graduating, and
Yeah.
I'm actually going to move in with my boyfriend, who has a car. And
Where'd you find the boyfriend? Did you sneak out at night again?
Somebody forgot to turn on the electric fence?
it was,
Do they have an electric fence at Smith College?
they do not.
They don't
Anymore.
There are no rules about boys in your room.
Oh, there are.
Really?
Really?
Oh, cool. So you somehow managed, even though you were hidden away there in this little
I met him during the summer.
convent.
George, that's all right. We don't care. You don't have to make up any. You don't have to make up any story for us.
Okay. So you were hiding in the convent, but you managed to meet this guy, and
Yeah.
now you'll be moving in with him.
Yes.
Okay.
And he has a car, and I do not.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be, kind of a difficult time. We're moving in together, and, I think there's going to be some stresses. And I just wondered what your opinion on what are the rules about me using his car?
Rules.
Yeah, I mean,
What's
is
the
there any kind of...
protocol?
Yeah. Because I'm sharing his apartment, so do I share his car?
No, I don't think so.
I think it's all part of the package.
Oh, you think it's a package deal?
It's a package deal, like the American
it's like
plan.
double occupancy.
I mean,
That's what I thought,
doesn't
too.
whatever applies to the refrigerator apply?
Well, no, wait. No.
The stereo, you'd use the stereo.
Well, that's
you'd
different.
use the refrigerator.
The one you can answer one question, which will allow us to give you the right answer.
Mm-hmm.
What's the make of the car?
It's a Ford Explorer.
You won't be driving this.
You can't touch it.
Here's what you do. When he's sleeping, steal the key and have your own key made.
Well, I just, I never really thought about that this would be an issue. And then about a month ago, I can't remember what we were talking about, but it was some sentence that ended in the car, and that's what I said.
Yeah.
And he immediately jumped right on it and said, the car. It's my car.
Well, I guess that answers your question.
It is certainly his car, and I don't think living together, at least at this point in your relationship, necessarily gives you any kind of rights to his car. What's his name?
Kyle.
Kyle.
Kyles don't let you use their cars.
That's it.
His name was
see, the thing
Norm.
Is, he lets me use it when it suits him. I mean, when he wants me to go and pick it up somewhere. Or something,
So you have driven it.
Oh, sure. When you're subservient.
Yeah. Okay. No, you won't be driving his car.
You know.
Well, not much anyway, unless it needs service. But I think under the circumstances, you have to wait for him to offer. And if at some point he'll say to you, Hannah, whenever you need the car, feel free to take it.
Yeah.
But I shouldn't ask. I should just sort of wait for that to evolve.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. And it'll tell you a lot about him, too.
Well,
about his generosity.
Wait a minute, but didn't any of the courses that you've taken over the past 4 years address this question?
Medieval history?
They really did.
I mean,
French?
what the heck have you been doing for the last 4 years? This is what it's all about.
What she's been
I've
doing?
been working in the rare book room. That's what I've been doing.
In the rare book room.
Thinking about boys. No, I think
trying to escape.
trying to figure out
how to get over the
electric fence. I think you will learn a lot about Kyle by the way he handles the car.
Absolutely.
You will learn a lot about his generosity and his feelings toward you. And if he really feels strongly about you, the car will become so insignificant.
Yeah.
Well, and I just, I figure he'll learn a lot about me by the way I approach this whole car thing. So I don't want to do it wrong. Don't want to tread on his toes. Or...
Well, yeah, on the right. You don't want to seem too pushy.
But
I
I thought you spent 4 years not being subservient. I mean, I don't understand this. You have sort of this self-deprecating, excuse me, you have a sort of self-deprecating attitude about this whole thing. He's saying to you, come into my life, Hannah. Yes. I want you to come into my life. Come into my apartment. I want you to use my refrigerator. I want you to use my stereo. I want you to use everything. But the car is separate.
Car is separate.
Yeah.
Underwear, that's separate.
And underwear is separate. And don't wear my underwear anymore.
I would liken the car to underwear.
It's that personal.
I think so. Maybe.
Okay.
Wow.
And at some point, there may be a day at the breakfast table where he says he gives you permission to use his car.
And the underwear.
That will be a red-letter day.
He'll hand me the key to both his cars
and the locked underwear drawer.
See you, Hannah.
Hannah, thanks a million.
It's been a joy talking to you.
And good luck in your new careers.
And thanks for the encouragement. Thanks for the encouragement to all other young women embarking
no problem.
upon women's college.
Yeah.
Smith is a great school. I've loved it.
Great.
And your check is in the mail. See you later.
From Michael Benke.
Bye, Hannah.
Michael
Thanks,
Benke. Bye-bye.
We were on with her for like an hour. Well, it's happened again. You've wasted another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk.
Hi, guys. This is Amy calling from California.
Amy, where in California? North, south, middle, upper north, up the peninsula, where?
I'm in San Francisco.
All right.
Lower Northern California.
Yeah, lower north. Middle northern.
Middle. Yeah. Yeah, what's up?
I love your show, and word on the street is you guys can fix anything.
Yeah, except a broken heart, Amy.
Well, I don't have one of those.
Great.
But I do have a motorcycle that I have a question about.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
Okay, this is going to be another one of those. We have never seen a motorcycle. We have never worked on a motorcycle. We vaguely vaguely know what a motorcycle is. It's got fewer wheels.
I'm quick to remind you how well we did on the cattle car electric brakes.
Let's not forget
So,
that.
Amy, you should be encouraged.
We didn't know what a cattle car was, and we didn't know what electric brakes were, and yet we were able to help that gentleman.
Okay. I have a Kawasaki Ninja EX250, and the problem is the way my bike idles.
Oh, that's the Nesta motorcycle. I thought you had some rare disease. EX250, huh?
EX250. And what happens is I have to turn the choke on all the way just to start the bike, even in cold and warm weather.
Well, it's carbureted, right?
Yeah. But the problem is I have to keep the choke on for at least 10 minutes while I'm riding the bike. Uh-huh. And even after that, when I turn the choke off, even after I've been riding it for about 20, 25 minutes with the choke off, the bike will die when I get to a stop.
Of course.
But sometimes randomly, it will idle super high with the choke off after about 20 minutes of riding. So it's erratic in its idling.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, I'll ride it for, this morning I rode it to work. I spent about 15 minutes on the freeway and about 10 minutes on side streets. When I got close to work, the first light I got to, it died. I have to keep revving the engine with the throttle.
Which makes everyone next to you think you want to drag race them.
So then the next light I got to, it was idling at about 6,000 RPM, which is pretty high.
Well, that's interesting.
It's a conundrum.
Well,
I thought it was a Kawasaki.
Well, it's interesting because the fact that it wants to be choked would suggest that it's not getting enough fuel.
Or that you have a vacuum leak.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then if it revs up to 6,000 RPM, that would suggest you're getting too much fuel.
Or you have a stuck throttle.
Or a stuck throttle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think a vacuum leak is likely to cause a 6,000 RPM
I can't
idle.
make it do that.
No.
I've struggled with it for all the time that she was talking.
Yeah. Well, you have two questions, and if we're lucky, we'll be able to answer one of them.
Okay.
Now, this has like 2 wheels. Is that right?
You don't have a sidecar.
Are they next to each other or one behind the other?
I try to keep them, one in front of the other.
One in front of the other. Mm-hmm. Familiar with that.
Yeah. Well, here's what you could do. This thing must have 2 cylinders, right?
I think it's a 4-cylinder.
How many carburetors does it have?
How many should it have?
How many would you like it to have?
Could have 1, 2, or 4. Pick a number.
I think it might have one or two.
You want her to say 2, don't you?
I think it has one. I don't. Gosh, I should know, huh?
I think one makes the answer harder, don't you?
I don't know why I care.
Well, you're just making small talk.
Here's what I think you want to do.
Okay.
You want to strip off all the extraneous stuff like the air cleaner and all that, so you can actually see the carburetors if you have more than one.
Okay.
And then I think you're interested in fixing this yourself.
Possibly, if I can, yeah.
Well, you may at that point figure out something like the carburetor is falling off. If the carburetor or carburetors or the intake manifold, I don't know how that thing works, were falling off, then it could cause exactly the condition that you have. So that's what I would look at.
Okay.
And are you going to address the 6,000 RPM issue?
I wasn't planning to, actually.
So that's probably a separate problem.
Yeah, I think so. That probably has more to do with color than anything.
Is it a red one?
It's black.
Oh, the black ninja. Come on.
Ninja.
It does have a red stripe, though.
Yeah.
Red stripe.
But I can't. I can't reconcile the two.
I can't either. It must be. No, you can reconcile. It's 2 separate problems.
However, if the carburetor were falling off, it could account for both
If
problems.
it were falling off, then anything could happen, and that would definitely account for a purely erratic, crazy. Because who knows? You come to a stop sometimes, and the carburetor might just sit right down where it belongs.
Sometimes it does that.
That's my story, and I'm sticking with it, and I don't care.
I like it. I like the carburetor is falling off.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's good because it's relatively easy to notice.
Right.
And
Okay.
it's simple to fix.
And Amy, you are a prime candidate for Stump the Chumps. Yeah. Because they're always looking to Berman is always looking to embarrass us.
I'll do my best.
Well, thanks for your call, Amy.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Glad we could be of assistance.
See you later.
Thanks a lot.
No
Bye-bye.
question is too big or too small.
This is Liz from Columbia, Missouri.
Hi, Liz.
How are
you?
Great.
Yeah, that's good.
Columbia Mo.
Columbia, Missouri.
That is correct.
Yeah, so what's up, Liz?
Okay, this is my problem.
Yeah.
My husband finishes up his residency here in Missouri at the end of June,
Oh.
and he's interested in a Porsche, and he's looking at used Porsches.
Wait a minute. He's just finishing his residency, and he's got enough money for a Porsche already?
A used Porsche, yes.
Wow.
This is my question. He's looked at a 928. It's only got 38,000 miles on it. My question is this: the car's never been driven when it rains, and it's only driven on weekends. Now, my husband is not good with cars. Now, this car is a Porsche. I know it's got to be serviced anytime they putter something. My question is this: what is this going to run me to keep this car running?
Well, first of all, the question is this an appropriate vehicle for a doctor? And it depends on what his specialty is. I mean, is he a real doctor that has to make emergency calls, or is he like a wuss, like a dermatologist?
He's a cardiothoracic surgeon, so he operates on hearts and lungs.
Oh, he's going to have to get there in no
time flat.
Well, that's why he
time
wants the
flat.
Porsche, because the Porsche, you
No, he
turn the
wants the
key and
Porsche.
you're right there.
He wants a Porsche so he looks good in it. He could get a car that drives fast, but
He wants to. How old is your husband?
he is 34.
34. Wow.
34.
What do they want for this 928? Do you know?
My guess, I think, is around 14.5.
Cheaper enough. Oh, wow.
Now, how much is the upkeep actually going to be?
It's
Oh,
going
man.
to be brutal.
Well, I'm the money person, so that's
Yeah.
why he's got to push it through me before he.
Well, I mean, he's saving people's lives with his thoracics. So, I mean, the least you could do is write a couple of checks once in a while. Liz.
Well, yeah, but he has 2 kids and a wife to support.
Yeah.
And you, too.
He's gonna have to do. He's gonna have to do a lot of unnecessary surgery. Well, I know it's just a pimple, but if you don't take care of these things early, anything could happen.
Exactly.
We're gonna have to take your heart out. You won't mind,
Send it
will
out
you?
for a rebuild. Oh,
I mean,
God.
repairs are extraordinarily expensive.
Give me.
I
me
mean,
a
pretty
bump.
soon, Liz. I mean, the dough's going to just be rolling
It's
in.
not gonna matter.
Well, let's put it this way. He's 34, getting his first job, so you can imagine the amount of debt that's hanging over our head.
Yeah, but you're the money person. He obviously he's been consumed by his studies and whatever for the last 25 years.
20,000 years, yeah.
20,000 years.
And you've been forced to take over all the household responsibilities, including paying the bills. And I'm sure you've done a very good job of it.
Yes.
But it's time to let go.
Really?
I think so.
What are you suggesting here?
Let him do whatever he wants.
But what's going to be my monthly cost at Hans, the dealer?
Well, it depends on what kind of shape it's in.
Uh-huh.
And hopefully...
It almost makes no difference what kind of shape it's in. I think it's going to be on the order of, on average, $200 a month.
Okay.
I was going to say 5.
All right, 5.
Okay, let's go with the higher number.
No, let's split the difference.
Okay. 4.
$350.
$350. That's nothing.
But see, you guys don't understand. He bought a vehicle once when I was out of town, and it was a total lemon. And I'll never let him live that down.
You can't trust him, in other words.
No.
So this guy is taking people's hearts out of their chests. He's breaking through a person's rib cage with a chainsaw.
He's good at
pulling
that.
out the guy's heart and holding it in his hands.
Exactly.
And you don't trust him to buy a car.
That is correct.
And so how many of us are going to trust him to take our hearts out of our chests?
Well, no, he's very good at that. I just don't trust him with money.
No, he's just too focused on what he does, and that's good.
God for that.
You want those
You
guys
want him to be focused. And you don't want him to be angry or depressed.
Or deprived.
Or deprived in any way.
Liz will be doing a disservice to his patients if you don't just write the check for the Porsche and shut up.
I knew you guys were going to side with him.
And good luck, Liz. I'm happy to know that you will come out of this deep depression having to do with money, and forget about all you owe.
Okay.
Because, I mean, they've probably written it all off anyway.
Yeah, don't worry.
And they're not going to take back his medical degree just because he doesn't pay his bills.
Oh, I don't know about that.
They won't. They can't.
You can always go to Uruguay.
Right. Then you can tell me how to fix a Uruguay pickup.
Yes. Call us when you get there.
Uruguayan pickup.
See you, Liz.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
14.5 is peanuts.
It is. But it's the repair bills that are going to kill
Oh,
them.
man.
Yeah, little do they know.
Little do they know.
Oh, that's all right, but it'll be fun. And like I said, pretty soon the dough is going to start. They will be amazed when it doesn't. 1-888 Car Talk. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, guys.
Hi,
Yes.
who's this?
This is Candace.
Candace.
Yes. I'm calling from Endwell, New York.
Endlow?
Endwell.
Oh, I thought it was underwear. Endwell.
All's well that ends well. Endwell, New York.
Yeah, it's near Binghamton.
Near Binghamton.
Yeah, now do you know where it is?
Of course.
So what's on your mind, Candace?
Okay, well, this is really weird. Okay, my boyfriend, he's just learning how to drive standard, and his dad is teaching him to put it in neutral when he's downshifting when he comes to a stop sign instead of downshifting. And my dad has always taught me to downshift, and so it's kind of like a little war between my dad and his dad on who's right.
Yeah, so if you're coming to the stop sign, your father has told you, if you're in third gear, throw it in second gear and
then,
slow down.
Yeah.
Let the clutch out.
Yes.
Slow down that way.
Yeah.
Let the engine slow you down.
And then what?
Then throw it in neutral. Is that, I mean, when you finally stop, do you throw it in neutral?
No.
You don't really stop. You just do a Texas rolling stop.
Yeah, I kind of put it into first and
just
stay
keep right on
there
going.
and just wait for the light to turn
Oh,
green
so your
or to
last
go next.
shift, you downshift into first, and instead of letting the clutch out, what you do is you just sit there in first with your foot on the brake, rearing to go as soon as the light turns green.
Yeah.
Yeah, as opposed to your boyfriend and his father, and
Who says to
that
put
school
it-
of thought is you're coming to a stop sign. When you get to the stop sign, throw it in neutral. Don't downshift. Whatever gear you happen to be in, slow down with your foot on the brake, throw it in neutral, and leave it in neutral with your foot off the clutch. And when the light changes, if it's a light, then shift it into first and go. Have we represented these two positions correctly?
Yeah, but
fairly?
Yes, you have. But they also have these other little things where my dad says if you're in neutral, you don't have any control over the car. So if a cat goes in front of you, it'll be harder for you to stop or something. And then my boyfriend's dad also says that when it's in neutral, you save on gas.
So we have cats on the one hand.
No, there's the safety issue on one hand.
Cats versus gas.
Or safety versus cheapness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me
I
get
wanted
that.
to know who was right.
Well, I'm not sure we've represented the two sides correctly then, because is your boyfriend coasting in neutral to the stop?
Yes.
From how long a distance?
I have no idea. It's just whenever he starts slowing down, like he'll be at the top of a hill, and then he'll just put it in neutral instead of downshifting.
Okay.
Oh, that's a different situation. So
how long have you been going with this boyfriend?
A little over 2 years.
2 years.
2
huh?
years. How old are you, Candace?
I'm 19.
19.
You're 19, and he's about the same, huh?
He is about a year younger.
Oh, a younger man.
Yeah.
You little devil, you. Yeah, speaking of personal relationships, every once in a while, I told you the other day, I walked into the house, and my wife is on the phone talking to, unfortunately, her sister. And my wife is saying, he said what? And evidently her sister had heard one of those shows where Jennifer warned me that I would be sleeping in the garage. And you were right. And it was fun with her raccoons.
Well, I'll tell
Well, thanks for calling,
You notice
Candace.
I never make fun of my wife.
No, you don't.
No, because I realize that
it's dangerous.
Well, my wife does most of the cooking, and you should never
Never
mess with anyone who's preparing your food.
That's true.
Right. Anyway, you're both wrong.
We are?
Yeah, how about them apples?
Oh.
Yeah.
You're both wrong, but if your boyfriend is coasting down hills, he's more wrong than you.
More wronger.
More wronger than you, even. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't downshift. I'll tell you the right way to do it. Rather than explain how both of you are wrong, I'll just explain the right way to do it.
Okay.
So that you'll know how to do it.
This is the right way, according to my brother.
So that still might be wrong?
That could be wrong, too. Well, that remains to be seen.
Okay, I'll describe a scenario. You're driving along a city street at 30 miles an hour, and up ahead you see that the light is red, and you're in third gear.
Mm-hmm.
You should remain in third gear as long as possible, applying pressure to the brake pedal to slow you down. Staying in third.
Okay.
At some point, as you get closer to the stoplight, obviously, you're going to realize that third gear is the wrong gear to be in, and the car will let you know that because it may even start to buck a little bit. At which point, you should step on the clutch and downshift into second, but don't let your foot off the clutch. Okay. You're in second gear in the event that you have to do something like avoid running over a cat, and you're ready to spring into action. And if need be, you can then coast to the stop with your foot on the clutch. You're in second gear. You'll coast to the stop, at which point you will shift it with your foot still on the clutch into neutral, take your foot off the clutch, sit at the light, and wait for it to turn green in neutral. When it turns green, you step in the clutch, you shift into first, and you go. Pretty good, huh, Tommy?
That's pretty good. I'll buy that.
Okay.
What about the part with the rope and the rock? That's how you do it in my car.
We'll discuss that some other time.
And the door. You have to open the door to do this.
So but the dangers, we should mention that you should not coast.
Okay.
It's dangerous
I didn't
to coast.
think that was right.
You sure don't want to coast down a hill.
Yeah, you should never coast more than, say, 5 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I think that would be the cutoff point for me. But you should always be in gear.
The fact that what's your boyfriend's name?
Brandon.
Brandon. The fact that Brandon's father has taught him to do it this way means that Brandon's father is a cheapskate of the first order. I mean, this guy is thinking about, if you practiced what Brandon preaches over a lifetime of driving, maybe 70 years of driving, you might save $0.25 in gas. That's assuming that as we go out in time, gasoline will go up to like $50 a gallon.
Well, it's adjusted for inflation.
It's adjusted for, you might save 25 cents over a lifetime. Now, do you want to get involved with a guy who might have inherited the genes that are making his father do this?
Well, I bet you Brandon, he probably did inherit the genes from his grandfather.
Yeah.
No, is Brandon? You can tell you've gone out with this guy for 2 years. Is he a cheapskate?
He's not, but his dad is.
You may not realize that no matter what, we all turn into our parents sooner or later.
No.
So in your dotage, this guy is going to have you eating dog food. Hey, good luck, Candace.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
See you. Boy, that's a wonderful thought.
Well, it's the truth.
1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888.
My mother-in-law, on the other hand, is the sweetest, most wonderful woman you could ever meet. She paid me to say this. And my wife is slowly turning into that. I'm done for.
You think that?
I don't light in the garage.
Yeah.
You know,
should we screen it in for you? The bugs must be rough in the summer, huh? 1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Cynthia, and I live in McLean, Virginia.
Hi, Cynthia.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, and I'm counting on you two guys to settle a $100 bet. I have a $100 bet riding on you.
Yeah.
Please give me the right answer.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second, Cynthia.
that is the standard bet around here. Whenever someone makes some statement that we...
94. My brother and I made a $100 bet recently, about 6 months ago, and I just gave him $1. I'm down to 94 now. I lost the bet.
As soon as someone makes any statement that is in the least bit questionable, someone else will say, "Oh, that's bogus. You want to bet $100?"
Right.
And $100 is the bet. Well, I won the last bet with my brother, and he's paying me $1 a week. So actually,
so far. After the 30th of the month, it goes down to change.
That is until I forget. And by the way, just to show you how honest I am, this is not down to 94.
I was testing you. It's 89.
It's 89.
I knew that.
You did.
I knew that. Yeah.
Yeah, because you gave me $10.
Yeah. No. If you had said, "Oh yeah, 94," that was your last dollar. So anyway, Cynthia,
we're down to 89.
Where are you from?
McLean, Virginia.
Oh, Virginia, right.
I live just about 6 blocks from the CIA.
Oh, that's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
But they can't help me settle this bet, and I hope you can.
What is it?
Okay, my boss is Mike, and he's a mechanic. You know, he's like a weekend mechanic, and he has about 8 or 10 cars. I don't know, he has a whole bunch of cars, so he knows a lot about cars.
Yeah.
Well, I have one car. I drive a 14-year-old Acura Legend, and she's in perfect shape, perfect condition. But I noticed that if she needs to have an oil change, she burns the gas really fast.
Burns gas really fast?
Yeah, she burns gas really fast. So usually I buy a tank of gas, and it's like $20, and it lasts me a week. But if she goes in 4 days, that means that, I need to get my oil changed, and I take it in, and sure enough, the garage guy says, "Oh, yeah, you got to change your oil." So I told Mike about it. Mike, that is totally ridiculous. He said if somebody twists their ankle, you don't have to go get them glasses. They're not associated with each other at all. And I said, but they are. I can tell in my car. And when I have oil, when I have fresh, clean oil, then I have good gas mileage.
Did you already make the bet?
Yes.
Did I?
All right. Now, wait a minute now. Don't before you get us into trouble.
We're not in trouble yet. But...
My brother's going to tell you that your boss is absolutely right, and I just want to. I have in
No, I wasn't.
Wait a minute.
I'm trying to save you, Cynthia.
I have in my office a little sign. Whenever I come up with these brilliant little insights, I always write them down so to remind me. And the one that comes to mind now is this one: reality often astonishes theory. Oh, isn't that good?
Yeah. You know, you could employ Occam's razor here, too.
I could do
This is
that.
what the original bet between us was about, the spelling of Occam.
But I can tell in my car, I know for a fact when I'm driving it that...
So let me see. You get a full tank of gas.
Right.
It lasts you 5 days.
A week, 7 days.
7 days.
7 days.
7 days.
But when you need an oil change...
Right.
Goes down to 4.
Right.
Do you happen to know if the amount of oil drained out is the full amount? In other words, are you low on oil?
No. They do. They change it. They change the filter and everything.
Right.
No, but have you checked the oil with the dipstick?
Well, Mike checks it.
And what does he find?
He says that it's absolutely perfect and that I'm kind of like too fastidious about changing the oil.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
Go ahead.
I got it.
Yeah, I can hardly wait. I can hardly wait.
When you go to a place like Jiffy Lube?
No. I go to my regular gas station, if I can say the name on the air.
Better. What is it?
I go to the Sunoco gas station in McLean, Virginia, and they're perfect. They change my oil for me perfect.
And you know what else they do?
What?
They check your tire pressure.
Yeah.
And at the end of a month, or whatever it is, your tire pressure has dropped down enough to be coincident with your need for an oil change, and thus your mileage drops off because you have low tire pressure.
How long does it take?
And then they fill up they change the oil, and naturally, as a service, because they like you, Cynthia, you've been a good customer, and you just mentioned they're sharp to 4 million listeners.
Right.
And they also fill up your tank, and they don't charge you.
Right, they give you a free tank of gas.
And they never mention it to you.
And they're driving you crazy.
Well, that's true. They do check the tires. In fact, they'll balance them. They do that for me. They do all of that for me.
Yeah.
Oh, my brother is a bleeding genius.
I mean, if you lost 5 psi from your tires, or even a couple of them, it might be enough to drop your mileage 2 or 3 or 4 miles per gallon.
But I just thought if the oil is dirty,
No, you're crazy.
No, no, don't.
You're crazy, Cynthia.
I would drop this. What do you call this? This
position.
Okay.
Yeah. Off from $1 a week because you owe him $100.
But the oil change itself would not be enough to do it. But adding air to your tires might do it. But you would have a hard time winning the bet on those grounds. So I think you're gonna have to go for the $1 a week. See if you can wear them down. Start with 25 cents first.
Okay.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt just to corroborate my brother's brilliant insight here. By next time you go for the oil change,
yes,
when you pick it up, ask them, by the way, did you put air in my tires?
Well, I have to say one thing. You guys are definitely diplomatic because you've given me an honorable way to lose the bet. And I don't
think it's honorable.
No, I don't think Mike's going to be so kind. But good luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
See you, Cynthia.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. No, she's a good sport.
Yes, she is.
All right, Tommy. Now that summer's here, your memory must be warming up. Do you happen to remember last week's puzzler?
I don't think my memory's up to operating temperature.
You know what you need? A blockhead heater. We'll be back in a minute. 1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Linda from Kensington, California.
With a Y?
No, with an I.
Oh, you're not originally from California then.
Well, how did you know that?
Because you would have spelled it with a Y if you were born there.
Right. No, I'm originally from New Jersey.
And maybe 2 L's.
I was going to say you had to be from New York.
New York and New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
So how long have you been in California?
Seems like forever. I maybe 27 years, I think.
No kidding.
Yep.
And what lured you out there?
My husband changed jobs.
Yeah.
And went out here, and he dragged me kicking and screaming.
But now, how do you feel about Kensington, California?
Oh, it's great. It's a really pretty town, and in fact, it's kind of New Englandy, so I'm more or less assimilated.
And the
it's
husband,
right next to Berkeley.
You dumped him, right?
No, he's the source of the problem today.
Oh, okay.
But I would suggest you change the spelling of your name because everyone's going to know you're an alien.
Sometimes feel like an alien.
So, what's the problem with your husband?
Okay, he has agreed to abide by the decision that whatever your conclusion is today about our problem with the way that he drives.
And have you agreed to?
I will accept it, whatever it is, but I sure hope that it goes my way.
What's it worth to you?
Does he know you're calling?
He knows I'm calling. In fact, he even tried to alter his theory last night.
Oh,
so
and you said,
I said, nope, we're going on the theories you've posited so far.
Go for it. What is it?
Okay, he drives like his foot is on a wah-wah pedal on the gas. It leaves you in the car, like he'll press down and get up to like 60 miles an hour, lift up his foot off the gas pedal so the car kind of drops back a little and coasts, and then he gasses it again with hitting the pedals. In other words, it's wah, wah, wah. So you're driving, and you always feel, no matter how sophisticated he gets with this technique, you always feel like a slight lurching forward all the time. You can never relax. And he says that for 10 years he denied he was doing it. Then after that, he said it was to save gas mileage. I said, we're calling click and clack.
What does your husband do for a living? Is he a nuclear physicist?
It's sort of, we're retired.
Ah, what did he do for a living before he retired?
He was a currency trader.
Oh.
So is he right?
No,
but we're going to try to bring him down gently.
Good, I love it.
Do you have a mean streak, Linda?
It's the New Jersey.
It's the New Jersey.
Well, what was the bet?
I was just going to lord it over him in our house. That's good.
That's enough, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's not right.
Is he a cheapskate?
He kind of is, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, when you accelerate, you use far more gas than you would use if you were simply going at a constant speed.
Exactly.
But when you coast, you're using far less than you would use.
Right.
So the question is, do you compensate
by accelerating?
Aren't you actually burning more? Because this is what I mean. I know I've heard you guys talk about exothermic reactions before, and so
not us.
The MIT part of you.
Yeah, the MIT part of us. That was another person. Yeah.
Right. So wouldn't you actually be juicing it up more than you're getting out of the residual coast?
Well, yes. I say yes. You are.
Oh, I win. This means I win, right?
Oh, this means you win.
Oh, this is too delicious.
Now, do I have
irrefutable numbers to back this up?
Can I write out the equations which would prove this? No, I can't. But I do know that somebody out there will do it for me.
Oh, boy.
But I do remember reading, every once in a while, I don't know if they do it anymore, but I remember reading about these mileage contests.
Yeah.
Where people who are so disposed would take cars and inflate the tires to 150 psi
and strip the car so it weighs as little as possible,
and then they would try to drive the car so as to maximize the mileage. And some of these people with ordinary cars, like Chevy Impalas, were getting like 200 miles or something to the gallon.
How do they do that?
And one of the things I believe they did
floor it.
Was they floored it and then they coasted.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Well, were those contests like on a short distance? Or
yeah, and they didn't take into effect that all of the participants puked on themselves.
Well, plus he has to, he can only do this within a certain range. Like, you have to do it within, say you're on the highway, you got to do it within like 55 to 65 miles an hour. So you're constantly up and down and up and down. When I said wah-wah pedal, I mean it.
Yeah.
It is very disturbing.
Well, it's annoying, and it's also, it's actually damaging to the car.
Oh man, this is getting better and better.
Yeah, no, it's tough on the entire drivetrain, and what few pennies he's saving a week,
if he
is, being completely overshadowed.
Yeah.
By the havoc he's wreaking on the engine and the transmission and the axles, the CV joints, and all that.
Boy.
He's wrecking the car.
Yeah.
Did he start doing this after he retired?
No, he has always driven this way since 1960.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I think he's crazy, but I know that we will get lots of mail, because this is the kind of question that teases all of the physicists out of their hiding.
Right, and on a perfectly flat, frictionless surface, there may be some rationale.
Yeah.
Right.
And I know that all of these, especially retired physicists, are right now on the back of an envelope writing equations to prove us and you wrong.
Oh, no.
But hang tough, Linda. We're in your camp.
Okay, we love you guys.
We'll all go down together.
If we get any good mail, we'll post it on the website.
Okay, thanks again.
See you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks for your call. Bye-bye. Well, it's happened again. You vaporized yet another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk.
Hi, my name is Katie. I'm calling from Baltimore.
Hi, Katie.
Katie, now wait a minute. This could change everything.
Oh no, why?
I mean, I presume that Katie is short for Catherine.
That's right, with a K.
However, it's Catherine with a K, and you are the first Catherine with a K from Baltimore that we've ever encountered in 100 years of doing this show. You might be the only Catherine
seems like
with a
years.
K in the entire city.
I'm in.
Well,
wow.
I do like Katie as opposed to Kate.
Thank you. So do I.
Katie is
and I thank you for introducing yourself as Katie, because if you had said my name is Catherine from Baltimore,
what would you have done?
I would have immediately jumped and put my big foot in my mouth and said, well, that's definitely Catherine with a C, and I would have been wrong for the second time in 10 years.
Wow.
Wow.
So anyway.
Well, thanks for calling.
Thanks for taking my call. My question actually stems from an incident I had a few days ago with my good friend and housemate, Todd. We were getting into my car. Todd sat in the driver's seat, and I was sitting in the passenger seat. And I closed my door without incident, but Todd's door got caught on the sidewalk. You know, firmly stuck in the sidewalk.
Yeah. Right, because Todd's what? Fat. Never mind.
Come on. Let's be careful here.
That's actually really light. Anyway, so instead of easing forward to release the door like I would have done, Todd gunned the engine, jerked the car like 3 or 4 inches, nearly smashing into the parked car in front of us, and then slammed the door shut. It's
kind of a ruffian, isn't he?
He is. So I was a little bit nervous and worried and, well, you know, a little bit outraged, really, because I thought he lost control of my car. And I turned to him and I said, what on earth are you doing?
Yeah.
To which he said, very smugly, Bernoulli. So then he goes on to explain his theory of why accelerating the car releases the door. He tried to convince me that the rush of air under the car somehow created lift enough.
Right!
Oh, I'm so glad you're laughing. He's crazy.
Bernoulli?
I know he just...
In fact, if there were any Bernoulli effect, it would be just the opposite.
Oh, man.
It would suck the car down.
Oh, sweet. He's wrong, right? He's
wrong. Wrong? He's not only wrong, he's crazy.
Well, tell me, am I right, though? So I think that when you go forward, you're just getting to a lower part in the sidewalk so that you can swing the door shut.
If you're lucky.
But
in the meantime, you're tearing the bottom of the door apart.
Well, what's the make and, more importantly, the year of this
It's
car?
a Honda.
Honda Civic 97.
I can't tell it was a Honda. Maybe she already told us that.
No, I didn't tell you.
Yeah, I mean, what I always do, unless no one's looking.
Yeah.
His wife always says, "Hey, fatso, get out of the car."
Get out of the car, and when you do so, don't forget the door opened up that far because you weren't in it.
Right.
So if you just get out of the car, and then as you get back in, you close the door
as you're sitting.
As you're sitting down, then this doesn't happen, and that's what he should have done. Otherwise, you tear up the bottom of the door, and more importantly, you scrape the paint off of it.
Okay. So there's no physics principle involved here?
There is a physics principle. It's called laziness.
Yeah, it certainly has nothing to do with the Bernoulli effect.
All right, that's all I need
for
to know.
But he just smugly said Bernoulli.
Oh, absolutely. Can you just say it? Todd is wrong.
Well, maybe he meant that his buddy Joey Bernoulli did it like this. I mean, you don't really know. But Todd is wrong, yeah.
All right, good.
Tell him he's not wrong. He's crazy.
He's crazy.
He's crazy.
Tell him to get his fat butt out of the car next time and close the door the right way. See you, Katie.
Bernoulli, he was quick.
She almost bought it.
You got to give him credit for being quick. What are you doing? She said. He says, Bernoulli.
Well, there is an advantage. When you're quick like that, it becomes indisputable what you say.
Because it seems like you've thought it through.
Right.
Well, of
course. Have you
course.
noticed on this very show, when someone calls and we give an answer right away, no one questions it.
I know.
When the answer comes after a long process of questions and groans and shoulder shrugging, that's when you often hear the ball. Okay, Tommy, it's time for us to take a break.
Oh, already? How do you know?
Well, the president of the network just barged into the studio and yelled, "Give me a break!" 1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-CAR-TALK, which is 888
Car Talk.
Hello, you're on what? Car Talk.
My name is Tim Cohn, and I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Hi, Tim. So what's up, man?
I was just hoping you guys could help us solve a little discussion my wife and I were having.
Tell my husband he's wrong.
My wife is here with me.
What's your name, wife?
Pam.
Pam. Yeah, okay. This discussion would be like in quotes, right? Yeah. Okay. I've had some of them. I had one of those just the other day.
Help him to see the error of his ways.
Well, as you know, Pam, we will speak the truth.
Of course.
Go ahead, Tim. You tell the story.
Assuming we know the truth, and if we don't, we'll make something up.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, we have a 93 Saturn SL1.
Mm-hmm.
And I drive a Mazda pickup, and I think it's 87 Mazda pickup. I had borrowed the Saturn. And
so you normally drive the Mazda, but you borrowed what is evidently your wife's Saturn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And well, this came to be because we took it into the dealer to get something done on the windshield wipers. Someone had turned them on when they were frozen to the windshield.
Got it.
And so
Pam had done that. Okay, we got it.
So we took it into the dealer to get the windshield wipers fixed, and they went over the whole car, and they said we had a crushed engine mount.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I was wondering what causes a crushed engine mount.
No. See, this isn't fair. You should hear the story of how possibly the engine mount got crushed to determine if that's how it got crushed.
Pam, we can tell that we'd rather talk to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
You have the
Really
floor.
sensible, intelligent men.
All right, we call Pam Cohn as a witness here. Pam, we'd like your version of this story.
All right. Several months before we took to the Saturn dealership, we went target shooting out in the open spaces near Albuquerque. So he said, "Oh, it'll be no problem. We'll take the Saturn on this washboard road."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he and a friend and I were driving on this road, and he starts to pick up speed, and we're going about 40 miles an hour, and the car is just shaking. I mean, there starts to be this hum like the windshield's going to, like, shatter.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how...
And you're bouncing up and down. Your teeth are shaking in your head.
And I'm saying, Tim, slow down. Finally, he slows down, and he looks at me as if I have just taken away his favorite toy and spoiled the day for him.
So he left out the beginning of the story because he didn't know. He doesn't agree that it was the beginning of the story.
Right.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
So when I took it to the dealership for my minor faux pas, they had run some diagnostic junk on it. I don't know why, but they did.
Yeah.
And they told me, "Oh, we replaced this engine mount." And I said, "Huh." And I said, "Could that be from driving on washboard roads?" And they said, "Oh, did you drive on a washboard road?" And I said, "No, my fiancé Tim drove on a washboard road." And they looked at each other like this secret male handshake kind of thing and said, "Oh, no, I couldn't do that."
You can't believe anybody.
So as intelligent men as you are, and I've listened to your show.
And honest.
And honest. That's right.
And humble.
And humble.
And intelligent.
That's right. And I've seen you on 60 Minutes, and very attractive, I may say.
And very attractive.
That's right. So I know that you will help him see the error of his ways and tell him he's wrong. Okay.
Give us that attractive part again, Tim.
Attractive, intelligent. What are the other adjectives?
Tim, you haven't got a prayer here.
Well, I was thinking, hey, it could have just crushed.
Because maybe a high wind went through the car?
Well, I mean, I'd have to say that this is clearly one of those cases where we cannot absolutely lay the blame anywhere.
Oh, see?
I mean, there is certainly a chance that an engine mount could get crushed if you're bouncing around on a washboard road. But to say that that's what happened that day, boy, that's going to be tough to do.
Well, I will say that we have seen a few Saturns in the shop that have needed engine mounts, and there are certainly no washboard roads where we are. At least not very many of them. But the washboard road doesn't help the rest of the car. So even though he may not be culpable in this particular instance, he's definitely... Tim, you still there?
Yeah, still here.
I think Tim is guilty of wrecking your car, Pam.
Yeah.
I mean, it was unconscionable to take someone else's car and drive it at 40 or 50 miles an hour on a washboard road. That wasn't nice, Timmy baby.
I mean, that's wrecking the shock absorbers. It's wrecking the ball joints. It's doing a job on all the suspension bushings. It's loosening the exhaust system.
He tried to convince me that was good for the car.
Crushing. Oh, yeah, to loosen everything up. Keep all that stuff moving.
Could you suggest a penance for him?
A penance?
Oh, geez, Pam, you have a mean streak, I think.
Hey, he knew that, and he married me anyway.
Geez, a penance, huh? Well, what would you suggest? What would be appropriate?
Washing clothes for a month.
Oh, who? Wash the clothes for a month.
Washing the laundry for a month.
That's a lot. How about a week? Come on, give the guy a...
No. I mean, first of all, he should be doing it 6 months out of the year.
Yeah.
Already.
That's right. We just got married in November. I haven't quite broken him in yet.
We're in trouble now.
Yeah.
Wait a minute now. Don't forget, whatever you say about Tim...
Well, that just struck me just now. I know. It just dawned on me that what's good for what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Let's be very, very careful what our position is here. Even though our wives never listen to our show. People call them up and tell them what we say.
Oh, yeah.
So we have to be very, very careful. I'd say a day would be good.
Yeah.
A day.
Folding.
Just one load and fold it.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Behave yourself,
calling,
Tim.
guys.
And don't get us in trouble anymore.
Okay.
See? Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, you're right. Whatever we suggest.
That was dangerous. We were treading on dangerous ground there.
That was a little trap set by Pam for us.
Probably paid off by your wife.
No, more likely yours. Well, it's happened again. You've wasted another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk.
This is Kathy.
Hi, Kathy. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Richmond, line 5. And my girls have never heard of y'all.
Richmond, line 5.
Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, got it.
Got it?
Got it.
You got it.
What's
So you're obviously at work.
Obviously.
You're trying to direct traffic and talk to us at the same
And
time.
I'm the boss.
Oh.
Well, if you're the boss, then
Yeah.
they'll figure out what to do.
So what's up, Kathy?
You have to delegate responsibility. You can't be a good boss unless you can disappear for a couple of weeks at a time.
There you go.
So what's going on?
All right. I have an 86 Saab,
Yes.
150,000 miles.
A 900 or a 9,000?
It's a Kmart special. It's the 900.
900. Yeah. Okay.
I have an oil leak in the front engine,
Mm-hmm.
and I've had it for 6 years.
The car or the leak?
And you just got around to calling us? Has the line been busy all that time?
And, yeah. Patty called you. I'm on the other line.
Hey, come on. Hey, we're on a tight schedule here.
man.
Patty, who
This
cares
is
about
really gonna
Patty?
Be good, isn't it? I hope my husband doesn't find out all these calls I'm on. I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
All right, so...
So for 6 years, you've had an oil leak in the front engine. How about the rear engine?
No,
No, the
I
front
just
of the
have a front engine in this one.
Well, the front of the engine is towards the back of the car. Do you know that? In this
No.
car? This engine's in backwards. Number one cylinder is closest to the firewall.
Well, the oil leak is toward the front of the car, though.
That's what they say.
That's what they
Okay,
say.
so that's the rear seal.
It's actually the rear of the engine.
Oh.
But that's all right.
And so now they're suggesting that you fix it?
Well, they always suggest I fix it. It's $800 to pull the engine.
Right.
And
Yeah.
they don't even know if they can fix it.
No, and if they do pull the engine, they're going to find $800 of additional leaks and problems.
Right.
I'd leave it alone.
Yeah. You've done the right thing by disregarding everything they tell you.
Well, my point is if the car runs.
Yeah. You've been putting oil in to replace the leaking oil?
I have. I'm very good at every 3,000 miles, 2,000 to 3,000 miles, I have the oil change, and it's less than a quart low.
Oh, then ignore it.
So.
Ignore it.
Yeah.
Absolutely ignore it.
I wouldn't worry about it. Just make sure that you don't forget to change the oil. And you ought to check it once in a while.
Okay.
Between oil changes, because the oil leak could get worse, and then it could be down 2 quarts when you
Okay.
change it, and that wouldn't be good.
All right.
The engine doesn't like to be 2 quarts down.
Okay.
So that's it. That was the whole thing?
That's it. But I called to tell you that my husband and I listen to you every week.
Yeah?
Boy. Well,
you can buy some tapes and listen to them all the time. We have tapes for sale, tapes, CDs. Yeah, we got everything. Yeah,
can we
sure.
interest you in the the October special?
The Car Talk complete entertainment package.
I never know when you guys are telling the
Oh,
truth.
how about the Tape a Month Club? That's it. Why don't we start a Tape of the Month Club?
He already belongs to that Book of the Month club.
The tape is very passive. You stick it in, you listen. We don't even care if you listen, as long as you buy it.
No, we just haven't used modern marketing techniques. That's why we're a couple of bozos
We
here
need, we
driving
need on our
50-year-old
staff
cars.
an expert in marketing.
That-
Do
that-
we know anybody that knows anything about marketing?
Not a soul.
I didn't think so. See you, Kathy.
Thanks for calling, Kathy. Bye-bye.
Keep checking that oil.
Okay.
Bye-bye. 1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Dave from Marlton Lakes, New Jersey. And I'm upset that you just used up your good answer before you got to me.
Oh, yeah, well.
Hey, well, that's the breaks, man.
Where you're from again in New Jersey?
Marlton Lakes.
Marlton?
Marlton, like the dirt.
What's dirt?
It's marl dirt. Marl's like a clay.
Marl is clay, yes.
Yeah.
It's a crossword puzzle word. I've never seen the stuff in my
You know, New
life.
Jersey doesn't have any real dirt.
No. So what's up?
I got a question about the remote keyless entry on my 97 Audi A6 Avant.
Yeah.
Actually, it's kind of a general question about all remote keyless entries. My range is really bad on it. I almost have to be right up to the car sometimes for it to open it.
Yeah.
And, you know, my brain-damaged college student son me to just point it to my chin, and it'll work.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, man.
I told him he was a mental midget.
But he's right.
And then you found out that it worked.
It worked.
Yeah. Well, someone told us that if it doesn't work, you stick it in your mouth.
Now, why would that be, though? I can understand, like, on an antenna, if you touch it, your body's kind of an extra antenna.
Well,
for
because
receiving.
the way the thing works is there is an antenna under the dashboard.
Yeah, but you're on the transmitting part.
I know, you're sending the signal, but I don't know how the chin works, but the mouth works because you're like making a little echo chamber.
Yeah, like the inside of your skull and it comes out your eyes? What?
No, I think what happens, all right, here's a male answer syndrome answer.
Okay. Now, tell me exactly what your son said. You touch it to your chin?
Like you do that Clinton thing, how he used to point at people?
Yeah.
But not point, Well, you just hold it like you're pointing at the car, then you just point it directly up to your chin.
So you're pointing the business end of it.
Right, up to your chin.
And how much have you increased the range, would you say?
About double.
Yeah, I mean, when we did the test, and it was at least 50% improvement.
Yeah.
I think it's using you kind of as a disperser.
It doesn't sound healthy.
Well, for example,
disperse this.
No, well, I have discovered the same thing with my TV remote. If I lie down on the couch.
What do you mean, if?
All right, when I lie down on the couch, I frequently am too lazy to actually lift the remote control off the coffee
table. Well, you're
table.
tired from a hard day's work.
No, this usually happens on weekends. And I found that if I've aimed the thing, what I think directly at the TV,
yeah,
it doesn't work. But if I bounce it off my forehead.
How, pray tell, did you discover this?
I don't know.
I bounced it off the walls.
But even if I bounce it off the wall behind me,
right,
it seems to work better than if I aim it at the thing. And I think it's because you're making the signal bounce all over the place. And all it takes is one little piece of it to get to the antenna or to the receptor or whatever that thing is.
Yeah, but the longer distance, it should attenuate or something. It doesn't make sense.
But I think the signal is so strong that if you don't aim it correctly, if you aim it right at it and misaim it, it goes right past it.
Oh,
But I think if you aim it at another wall, it bounces around so much.
No, that's baloney.
I don't.
That would mean. I mean, look, I bounce it off the wall. It's got a million possible ways that it can go around. And you're saying that little thing has enough energy to make 100 turns until it ends up right in the middle of the receptor?
Yeah.
It's a geometric anomaly.
Boom!
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, if the wall is too far away, I mean, there are limits. And that's why bouncing it off your chin or your oral cavity is the equivalent of bouncing it off the wall in your basement. And if the wall is too far away, then the signal will be sufficiently attenuted so that it can't...
If ever I heard a Bo Gus theory, this is it.
All right.
Thank you.
You've thrown down the gauntlet.
Not that I understand how it happens, but I know that ain't how it happens. Dave, that's my explanation, and I'm sticking with it. We're going to start a bulletin board on our website. Yeah.
It'll be Dave's A6 Avant.
Dave's chin.
Yeah, you'll figure, and we need people. We need people with authority. We need physicists and
we need someone who makes the things.
Estheticians. What do they call those? Beauticians. We need anyone that has a shingle to set us on the straight and narrow here.
Yeah,
and we need to find out if, in fact,
it can't be rocket science.
You're gonna be embarrassed when you find out that I'm right. Dave, thanks for your call.
Okay, thanks, guys. Bye.
See, if your theory was right, then when you misaimed it at the TV, it would do the same thing. It would miss the TV, it would bounce off, and it would just go all over the room until it got back to the right place.
And
1,000 iterations later.
No, but then it's lost too much energy. It's going to bounce off the wall behind the TV. Now it's going to bounce off the wall behind you, and then back to the TV. It doesn't make it. But if you could... Well, just like your garage door opener won't work from 2 blocks away. Everything has a range.
Well, that's exactly my point.
Right, but I think if you're within the limits of the range and you bounce it off something like that and you disperse the signal enough, then you'll get... I don't get no respect. Well, it's happened again. You've wasted another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk. Our esteemed producer is Doug. I may have the nomenclature a little bit.
Your chin is acting as a disperser. Did Enrico Fermi start this way?
He did. Our esteemed producer is Doug, the subway fugitive, not a slave to fashion, bongo boy, disperse this, Frogman Berman. Our associate producers are Louis Cronin, the Barbarian, and David Gibraltar Green. Our engineer is Tad Massaman Curry. Our senior web lackey is Douglas F. Mayer. And our technical, spiritual, and menu advisor, just back from the Fredonia, Fruki Frogurt, and Fruit Loop Frolic, is John Bugsy Lawler. Our public opinion pollster is Paul Murky of Murky Research, assisted by statistician Margin of Error. Our customer care representative is Haywood Jabuzoff. Our arbitration expert is Viola Fuss. Our personal makeup artist is Bud Tugley. Our interior decorator is Perry Winkle. The director of our Alpine Choir is Oli Olehi. Our director of Top Secret Strategy is Donatella Nobody. Our meteorologist from the New Delhi office is Luke Vindo. Our Puerto Vallarta transmission specialist is Synchro de Mayo. Our chicken soup provisioner is Kent Hoyt. eBay specialist is Selma Junkoff. And our Russian chauffeur is Peekoff and Dropoff. And, of course, our seat cushion tester is Mike Easter. Our chief counsel from the law firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe is Hugh Lewis Dewey, known to the severely sunburned chess masters in Harvard Square as Huey Louie Dewey, and the dispersers. A lot of dispersers in Harvard Square, too. Thanks so much for listening. We're Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers, and don't drive or disperse like my brother.
Don't think like my brother.
We'll be back next week. Bye-bye.
It's amazing. The less we know about something...
This is going to be right up there with the cattle trailer lights.
Hi, guys. This is your physicist friend Wolfgang at Harvard.
Wolfgang! I know what you're calling about.
Oh, I heard it last week.
You did. Man.
And that was quite a story. I must say, when I first heard it, I thought, what? No way.
And then you found out that should we give them a little background information?
We'll give them some background.
Okay.
Someone called us last week. I forgot who he was. And he said that his kid had told him, you know the little keyless entry thing that all the cars have, the little beeper thing. And his kid said, you know, you press the thing and the lights flash and the door locks or unlocks or whatever. His son says to him, if you point the thing at your chin, you can double the range at which it will work. So he tries it, and it works.
Well, and we had verified that independently by...
Yes, because Bugsy told us the same thing.
So Bugsy said if you open your mouth and aim the thing into your oral cavity, that you can increase the range. And in fact, our empirical evidence is that, in fact, that's true.
Yeah. So then my brother went into all kinds of interesting theories.
About bouncing the thing off my head.
About how this works and why it works. And it was clear that we knew nothing.
I thought bouncing it off your head was like dispersing the signal so that you just had more chances. But I go ahead, tell us.
What are these little things? First of all, my brother likened it to a TV remote.
Well, first of all, your explanation about the TV remote was brilliant. You were right on there. But it doesn't apply to this because it's a completely different device. A TV remote is an infrared emitter. It's like a little flashlight that you don't see the beam.
Yeah.
And
it'll split all the dots on my forehead.
And it is true that if you aim it to the wall, it will bounce off the wall and hit the TV.
Absolutely correct. Yeah.
But it is not true of the keyless entry device.
No, this is a radio transmitter.
It is?
Yeah, it emits electromagnetic waves. And to be honest with you, I don't really know the frequency, but I think it's in the tens to hundreds of megahertz, which is pretty high frequency.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't have been able to explain this because I missed this class.
So when I first heard it, I thought, no way. But then, well, there were three things that came to mind. First of all, when you raise it up to your chin, you're raising the height of it. Normally, you would, have it at waist level when you aim it at your car.
I like that already.
So that's got to have an effect, the height. Secondly, the transmitter has a little antenna in it. And as you know, antennas are sensitive to orientation. If you've ever adjusted the rabbit ears on your TV, you know that it's got to be in the right orientation. So when you aim it at the car, you've got this thing level. When you put it up to your chin, you're holding it vertically. So you've changed the orientation of the antenna.
Okay.
So that's got to be a subtle effect. And at these frequencies, the wavelength of this radio wave is somewhere of the order of meters, like 1 to 10 meters long.
Oh, really?
And the device is, really tiny. So it's not a very efficient radiator of those waves. So here's where the third idea comes in. Maybe the radio waves, when they hit your body, they jiggle a few of the electrons around in your body, and those jiggling electrons re-radiate. So your body, in effect, becomes also an antenna.
Well, that was my brother's theory, that his body was acting as a disperser.
No,
well, not a disperser.
No, see, I thought, I was just
radiator.
saying a reflector more than anything.
Well,
but Wolfgang's saying that you are actually becoming a booster antenna.
Yeah. Otherwise, unless the guy has a parabolic metal plate in the back of his head.
Well, don't we all?
Now, so that little thing has an antenna in it?
In it, yeah. It must be on the circuit board, and it must be tiny.
Well, some of them I've noticed and work a lot better than others. Some you have to really aim the thing at the car, and if you're inaccurate, it won't work. Others, I was in the bathroom one day pulling my pants up.
and your car...
And I must have hit the panic button on one of these remote controls that I had in there. And I hear this, woo, woo. What do I know, right? I'm brushing my teeth, combing my hair, and the whole neighborhood's knocking at my door. So I don't know.
One of your theories is that this thing is actually a better sender of frequency when it's vertical rather than horizontal. We could test that, for example.
I think you got to be really far away to test it because you want unambiguous results.
Well, my brother has not much to do these days with me, so he's eager to get into the lab.
Oh, yeah.
And do this. So we'll be happy to keep you posted.
I'd love to hear it.
But thanks for straightening us out, as you always do, when we venture into the murky realm of physics.
It is a murky realm.
Thanks a lot.
Always fun talking to you.
Hey, thanks for calling, Wolfgang.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I didn't understand it.
Well, I'm not sure that it isn't bogus.
I'm not either. Well, he admitted that he doesn't really know how the thing works.
Yeah, but
physicists don't have to know how anything works because they can make up stuff. And
Right.
they know they can blind you with footwork.
No, he knows more than we. I like the idea that you are becoming the antenna. I think I would have eventually gotten to that if I had known about it. We're back. You're listening to Car Talk with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers, and we're here to discuss cars, car repair, and, for lack of anything better, professional credentials.
Professional credentials, Bill Wolf says. Dear Tom and Ray, a few weeks ago you raised an issue that has been bugging me for a long time. The current glut of ill-mannered, often unemployed PhDs who don't know how to introduce themselves. You quite properly heaped verbal abuse on some poor slob who introduced himself as Dr. So-and-so when calling to beg for free automotive advice. Remember him? Mm-hmm. Anyone attempting such a lame exercise on national radio deserves...
participate in this. I'm eating a donut right now, so all I can do is go, mm-hmm.
It's okay. Just pay attention here.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be a quiz lately. Professionalism. I love it. Contrary to certain references on etiquette, the reason the PhD should refrain from introducing themselves as Dr. Whozits has nothing to do with propriety or manners. It has to do with avoiding public ridicule by bozos like you guys. Worse, one might actually be called upon to perform an emergency medical procedure like the professor of English who stuck doctor in front of his name on an airplane ticket. He was called from his seat in coach, naturally, to deal with some plumber who was having a heart attack in first class. I love it. But I digress. What prompted me to write this diatribe was the suggestion that one of you guys, Tom, I believe, may actually belong to this august group. Can this be so? If it is, why were you so reticent about flaunting it on the air? It obviously can't be because of good taste, natural modesty, or a sense of propriety. I suspect rather that your reticence, if indeed you are a PhD, reflects the pernicious influence of your brother. Just as many PhDs scheme to rub other people's noses in their academic achievement, many of their less accomplished siblings try to sap their confidence and undermine their efforts at shameless self-promotion. These pathetic spoilsports are jealous because they obviously lack one quality that binds all PhDs together. Pig-headed persistence in the face of all obstacles. That's true. Tom, if you have a PhD, don't let your rotten brother shame you into hiding it. Take your rightful place among this elite fraternity and brag about it. Subtly, of course. Remember that even if it doesn't help you find a decent job, a PhD can always give you a false sense of confidence and self-esteem. Yours sincerely, Bill. You don't have to call me Dr. Wolf.
Well, I mean, wow, pernicious, huh? It was innocent enough. I just merely made the statement one day when we had somebody who called and said he was Dr. So-and-so.
Yeah, well, I agree.
I asked if he was a real doctor, and he said, well, no, I'm not a PhD. And I think it's bogus. There ought to be a separate designation, and it should be, hi, I'm Joe Blow, PhD, but I think it is awfully presumptuous if you were a PhD in art history to introduce yourself as doctor.
Yeah.
The title doctor should be reserved for physicians.
Sure.
Anything that involves blood. If you do work with blood, you can call yourself a doctor.
Yeah, no, I go along with that.
Yeah, so veterinarians qualify.
Veterinarians definitely a doctor.
Dentists, they do lots of blood.
Dentists do blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You work with blood and guts.
Blood and guts.
You're a doctor.
I'm a doctor of blood and guts.
Other than that,
what are you a doctor of?
Other than that, you're a bum.
You're a bum. I'm with it.
All right, from now on, that's the new criteria. Anyway, look, we will not have a new puzzler, which is normally what we do around now. The puzzler, of course, is on summer vacation for 6 months.
Yeah, you notice when the fall comes around, there's always some question of when is the puzzler coming back? September.
Well, you know, I'll tell you what always happens. There's usually a training camp injury. I mean, the puzzler falls down a flight of stairs.
It happens.
You know, breaks a finger.
Yeah.
I mean, anything.
The plane is late.
Sure. Visa problems.
Visa problems.
The passport can't come. The whatchamacallit can't get its passport and come back from Venezuela. So these things happen, and the puzzler gets detained.
Yeah. But what about the people who live for your new puzzler every week? The people who live lives of quiet desperation, struggling through each day, only to get to the weekend where they can work on your carefully crafted conundrum. What about them? I mean, what about them?
Hey, tough! Yeah, look, during the puzzler's vacation, every week we'll be posting a good puzzler from the Car Talk past on our website. So those of you who need a fix, you can always head on over to our website, cartalk.com. But right now, if you have a question about your car or anything, but preferably your car, give us a call at 888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Amanda from Kirkland, Washington.
Kirkland.
It's a suburb outside of Seattle.
So what's up, Amanda?
Well, I need your guys' help big time. I am getting married on Friday, and I have a huge relationship car problem going on here.
Now you call?
Yes.
Now you call?
Friday?
I'm kind of a last-minute person.
You may have to leave him at the altar. Go ahead.
Okay, well, we are recently out of college, just college graduates, and with lots of student loans, of course, and we are moving to a tiny, tiny little apartment in the city in Seattle, and we are paying a huge amount for 2 teeny parking spaces, and we have 4 cars. And I need you guys to help me figure out how I can convince him to sell his car.
Wait, 2 of the cars are yours?
Well, here, let me give you what all the cars are.
Yeah.
I have a Toyota Corolla, and he has a Ford Ranger. Then he also has a company car, which is a minivan. And he has just recently bought a 1964 and a half Ford Mustang from his this has been in his family since it was brand new. His grandparents bought it brand new.
Yeah, okay, this is interesting.
Yes, and he wants to restore this car, and of course knows nothing about cars. So,
but he has no place to restore it where you're going to be living.
Listen, he's made a deal with his parents that we can park this at their house.
Oh, so you're not trying to get him to get rid of that thing?
No.
You at least appreciate that he should have the right to take part in some activity that he's happy about and pleases him. You're not trying to squelch every last ounce of happiness out of the guy's soul.
Of course not.
Just checking.
And having the car there at your in-laws will give you ample opportunity to go there and visit with them every week.
And get a free meal.
Yes.
Which I'm sure you're dying to do.
Yes, of course.
Right. In-laws are great.
It'll give you a chance to bond with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And learn how you're supposed to fold your husband's underwear and all that.
So the Mustang is going to Ma and Pa's house.
So now you have just two other vehicles.
Now you got the Ranger, the Corolla, and the minivan.
And the minivan is the company car, so of course we're going to keep that.
He keeps that. But he can't drive the Ranger if he's driving the minivan.
Wait a minute, he drives the Ranger.
And I can't drive the Ranger. It's too big for me. I can't parallel park that in the city.
So we're trying to get rid of the Ranger.
I'm trying to get rid of the Ranger, and the problem is he bought this car. This was his first car, and he paid for it himself.
Well, tell him if he doesn't get rid of it, you're going to end off being his first wife.
Well, how can I do it sensitively? You know, I've been telling him, and he says, "Well, what if we need it to haul things? It's so nice to have to haul things around with.
Yeah.
But we don't haul anything."
Well, this is a classic case of there's no good reason for it.
You know, that's what I've been telling him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and think of all the people who have things delivered that don't have pickup trucks.
What?
I mean, you go to buy a sofa. They say, "Oh, you don't have a pickup truck? Oh, you can't buy the sofa."
Our sofa wouldn't even fit in his pickup truck.
Right. So you can't worry about that. And more than that, if you own a pickup truck, then you end up hauling stuff for everyone else you know.
Wait a minute. Well, hold on now. Hold on.
I own a pickup truck. I know. It's a pain.
Well, why do you need the Corolla, Amanda?
Because she can drive and she feels comfortable driving the Corolla.
But do you need a car living downtown in the city?
You know, I will.
You know, I don't think you're. Where are you going to work?
Well, you know, I teach aerobics and I write at home.
Yeah.
Have you considered working in a flower shop?
You know, actually, I have.
Really?
I knew I'd hit somebody sooner or later.
I actually really have.
And where will you be parking any of these vehicles? On the street?
No, we can have a maximum of 2 parking spots, and we're paying for both of them.
Oh,
Yes.
I see.
What happens if so you can't have visitors ever?
They have to park on the street.
Why can't you park on the street, your third vehicle?
Well, don't you think we need the money to? I mean, he could sell the car.
Wait a minute. You're skirting the question here. Why couldn't the pickup truck be parked on the street?
I guess the pickup truck could be parked on the street.
In which case, you could keep all 12 vehicles. If that's the case,
we can buy some more.
Well, I mean, I think you may find I wouldn't make this into a big deal.
All right.
If I were you, even though it sounds to me like you have very strong feelings about this, and you do, and I'm not really sure why, but we'll get to that in a minute. I would just back off.
All right.
And I would, first of all, let things happen as they will. Because...
No, I don't think that's in Amanda's game plan.
Well, maybe it's not, but I'm suggesting this.
I'm very open.
Sure she is. I mean, I think she's suggestible here.
Yes.
Because I think you take all 15 cars with you, right? You're paying for 2 spots, and pretty soon he'll probably realize he doesn't need any of these cars. I mean,
So
he
let
might
him
need,
come to it on his own.
Let him just come. You know, wait, and you wait 2 months, and he'll say, "You know, Amanda, as much as I love the Ranger, I just can't justify having it."
All right. That's good advice.
Yeah, and I would just hang in there and wait till it happens.
Or the other scenario is he comes home one night and tells you that he found a terrific Buick Riviera that he wants to use.
Yeah. And
See, here's what I think
can
you
you
should
sell the Corolla because he needs your spot?
I think you should get rid of the Corolla,
Really?
Well, let's hear me out here. Let him keep his Ranger at Dad's house.
Okay.
And you drive the Mustang every day.
It's not drivable
It's not
yet.
drivable.
Well,
It's a
fix
piece
it
of
up.
junk.
In other words, instead of putting the Mustang in storage and fixing it up 20 years from now, you send it someplace and get it fixed.
All right.
With the money you're going to get from the Corolla, you're going to just put that, and you're going to drive the Mustang. That could be a hell of a lot more fun than driving around a 93 Corolla. Trust me on this.
All right. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that.
Well, that's why you called us.
Exactly. You saved our marriage.
See ya, Amanda.
Amanda, good luck.
Well, it's happened again. You've wasted another perfectly billable hour listening to...
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, who's this?
That was quite a hi.
Hi.
Very throaty.
This is
Very
Amy.
sensual, I might say.
You are Amy?
Yes.
Hi, Amy.
Where are you from, Amy?
Hello. I'm calling from Dallas.
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 Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Do we sound ready?
Yeah.
We're ready then.
Then we're ready.
Okay. All right. I have a 92 Buick Skylark
Really?
that, if you believe it or not, belonged to my husband's grandmother, and it only has 33,000 miles on it.
We're with you.
Life is great. We inherited it, and we did have a 79 GMC Good Times van with a big eagle on the side that had been painted with house paint and had shag carpet all in the inside. So this is like a beautiful car for
Do you live in a trailer park?
No.
Just checking. Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Slow. We're in the slow class. You know, I'm
Okay.
34. We ought to be a little further ahead than we are, but we took some bad
Turns.
roads.
I know
maybe-
exactly how it is. Believe me.
Okay, so the problem is when I put it in park, it lunges forward and it kind of rocks back and forth in a big way.
Huh? When you put it in park?
Yeah.
Well, do you put it in park when you're doing 20 miles an hour?
What?
Do you come to a stop before you put it in park?
Yes. Oh yeah. And I put it in park and I stop. I put it in park and I still have my foot on the brake, right?
Yeah.
You take your foot off the brake.
As slow as I try to take my foot off the brake, it still does this.
Right.
It
just
lurches
goes rock, 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 rock.
front to back or side to side?
Front to back.
Front to back.
Well, I'm trying to get a complete picture here because it's so ridiculous.
No, it isn't. Amy, I'm with you.
My husband thinks that there's nothing wrong with the car, that all cars do this. My mother says, no, all cars do not do this. I don't recall any other car doing this. I mean, the van, but it weighed 3,000 pounds.
No, the van weighed 6,000 pounds.
Yeah, that shag carpet had at least a ton and a half.
A ton of shag carpeting in it.
And it had marbled mirrors and a sink and a cooler.
A marbled sink?
I love it. You're my kind of woman, Amy.
Well, look, no, all cars don't do this.
No.
All cars do it. All modern cars do it. All front-wheel drive modern cars do it to some extent.
Yeah.
But there's something
Very
broken
minor.
on your car.
Something is broken?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's broken is the thing called the torque strut. There is actually a thing that looks like a dog bone. If you open the hood, put the prop rod up so it stays open, and stand to the side and have your husband creep up very slowly and do what you do. You step on the brake, put the thing in park, take your foot off the brake, and you will see the motor shift back and forth in the engine compartment. Okay? And when it does that, you will see this dog bone that's right. In fact, some of these cars have actually two of these dog bone looking things that sit right on top of the where the radiator is, and they extend to the engine. And what's wrong is that the bushing part of it is all worn out. So
And he'll see it move.
He'll see the thing move, and he'll say, hey, there's something broken here.
A dog bone thing.
Yeah, it's actually called a torque strut.
Okay.
But if you went to any gas station and said, my dog bone is bad, they'd know exactly what you were talking about.
And they'd say, and the shag carpet ain't in very good shape either.
And if they don't know what the dog bone is, just ask them to let the Rottweiler out of the back, and he'll find the dog bone under the hood.
And is it hurting the car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's putting stress on the motor mounts.
Okay.
And it will eventually break one of them.
Oh no!
So you should replace it. It's a real cheap fix.
All
and
right.
then the car will be perfect.
I know.
And then you'll be inspired to shag carpet the car See ya, Amy.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, although you should be savoring every moment of the beginning of the end of summer. Boy, that's a lugubrious thought, isn't it?
It is.
You are instead listening
It's
to us.
sad, too.
Click and Clack, known at the Leaf and Bean as the Tipperillo Brothers. We'll have more of your calls in the second half of Car Talk, so don't touch that dial, because if you do, the business end of your dipstick may fall off. We'll be back in a minute.
Hi.
Hi, who's this?
This is Susie Blaylock from Muscle Shoals, Alabama.
Susie.
Uh-huh.
Muscle Shoals.
Uh-huh.
Is it Susie with a Z?
It's Z-I.
Yeah,
S-U-Z-I. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, Susie. And you're not from California?
No. I'm from the South.
And your name is S-U-Z-I.
Well, it would be S-U-Z-E-E from California.
No.
And your parents are not from California?
No.
S-U-Z. Leave her alone, will you?
All right, I'm just checking.
Jeez.
I mean, when I run across an anomaly, I think it's an opportunity to find out something, to learn. And as you know, I'm always trying to learn.
You are a nudge.
So, Susie, ¿qué pasa?
Well, I have a 1990 911 Porsche.
Do you?
A C4, a Carrera 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't have a problem with it. It runs fabulous.
Good, because you had a problem we wouldn't have the slightest idea.
See, I don't even know where the engine is in that car.
It's in the back.
I don't think it
It's
matters.
somewhere.
It's somewhere.
They have one.
Under the seat or something, yeah. So what can we help you with, Susie?
Well, the problem is I'm a doctor in a small town.
Yeah.
And this car has really given me a lot to talk about with the other men doctors.
Oh,
You know, 'cause
exactly.
we didn't have a lot in common. And
Yeah.
so it's a real good icebreaker, but the trouble is they never ask me anything I know about the car. And so I'm kind of like short on the conversation end.
Oh,
When it-
right.
You know,
so
they
you
never
have the car, and they say, "Oh, really? Have a turbo?" And you say, "Oh, I don't know." I don't know.
Well, they never asked me the gas mileage. Or
Yeah.
What stuff that you do know about?
So you want something
Snappy
to
answer.
talk about?
Right.
And you called us, huh?
Uh-huh.
Hey, fill us in. Tell us about the car. How many cylinders does it have? Is it front-wheel drive? Rear-wheel drive?
It's four-wheel drive.
4, huh? Which 4?
What side's the steering wheel on? On the left or the right?
No, this is an interesting. I mean,
Well, that's the problem.
yeah. I mean, did you buy the car specifically so you could have this link
No,
to the
no,
boys?
No. I bought it because it runs fast and drives fabulous, and you just feel really good when you're in it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Here, let's see. I'm trying to think about how to help you. Have you read the owner's manual?
Well, yeah, but, you know, other than going to, like, all those car magazines and
Well,
making
that's-
flashcards.
Yeah,
That's
but
what you need to do, unfortunately. You need to start subscribing to Road and Track or Car and Driver or one of those magazines.
But, see, they don't make any sense to me.
Well, that's all right.
Oh, but they will.
They will. If you figured out all that hip bone connected to the thigh bone stuff, you can figure out this. I mean, this
Is that it? Hip bone's connected to the thigh bone?
Well, that's all.
Bone's connected to the brain bone.
Yeah, if you figured all that stuff out, you must have figured out most of it,
Sure.
right?
And it's all mechanical stuff, and this is mechanical stuff. You can figure it out.
And you can also join the Porsche Car Club of America.
Yeah. Paka. That's an abbreviation.
Yes, I got it.
I was just hoping maybe there'd be some, like,
Give us an
snappy-
example of a question that they would ask you.
Well, they ask, like, how many horsepower is it, and how fast it'll get to 60, and how fast it'll stop.
Sure, this is all stuff that's pure memorization.
Yeah. Exactly what you need is the reprint from the test that was done in Car and Driver and or Road and Track when this car first came out. Gives you all of that stuff.
See, and these
then you
things-
can lie about it in addition. If the thing says it's 0 to 60 in 6.2 seconds, you tell them you do it in 5.
Yeah, you can elaborate on all these numbers.
So I should just, like, say all that stuff regardless whether I know what it means.
Oh, don't forget, they won't have any idea either. Because they know less about all of this than you. You will floor them. If they say, how's the car? You say, well, I think I got a little miss in number 5. They'll be done for. They won't have the faintest idea what the hell you're talking about, and they will be so impressed. They'll say, wow, that's Susie. Does she know her car? Not only does she know the entire human body, the hip bone that connected to the thigh bone, but she knows about turbos and misses in number 5 and oh man.
Yeah.
Phew.
Oh, okay.
And I would just throw in little stuff that you know is going to be so far beyond
And
them.
tell them you're thinking of having a turbo installed. That'll blow them away.
Yeah, and you ask them. Just turn around. Do you think I can add a turbo to this? They won't have any idea. And tell them, mention things like bore and stroke. Oh,
okay.
Powerful stuff. Because don't forget, all the guys that you hear talking about stuff like this, they don't know anything about what they're talking about either.
Oh, okay.
All it takes is one, however, to expose you. Remember that.
Sure, that's okay.
Be careful.
The likelihood. Look, how long has it taken us? Are we exposed yet? No.
Well, just from the waist up.
Good luck, Susie.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
All right.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye. 1-888-CAR-TALK or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
This is Joel from Bexley, Ohio.
I thought you were going to say, this is your mother-in-law.
Joel from Bexley.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Which corner of the state is Bexley in?
We're right smack dab in the middle. We're a suburb, or actually an inburb of Columbus.
Ah, okay, an inburb.
Yeah, we're surrounded by the city, but yet we're a suburb.
Oh, kind of like Beverly Hills.
Boy, have you not been here.
I just meant you from a geographical standpoint.
That was quick. That was quick, Joel. So what's in your mind?
Well, I have a 1983 Mercedes 380 SL that snores.
What do you mean it snores?
Here's what it does.
Yeah.
When it's cold, like in the morning or after it's been sitting in the lot all day, when you're in first gear, it sounds like this. And it doesn't hesitate. It doesn't do anything else. It doesn't do it in second gear, and it doesn't do it again. It may do it one more time.
It only does it for that brief period of time like you just described?
Putting the acceleration through the first gear.
So all the time that you're accelerating in first gear, you're hearing that noise?
Just about. And then when it shifts into second, it quits.
This is an automatic.
Automatic.
It's an automatic.
So it does this repeatedly.
It only does it when the engine's cold, like first thing in the morning, and let's say it's been sitting in the lot all day, and it'll do it then. So the engine has to be cold.
Cold, I mean real cold. Will it do it on a 60?
It hasn't been running a while.
Okay, so it'll do it on a 60-degree day,
yes,
as well as a 20-degree day.
It'll do it the weather doesn't matter.
The weather doesn't.
As long as the engine is cold.
Yeah.
As long as the engine is cold.
Yeah, that very well. That's good.
Well, he's had a lot of practice. Field experience, we call it. Gee,
you have to live it.
Yeah, it's and it stops.
And it stops.
And the noise stops.
And when it stops, you can feel it shifting into second at precisely that moment.
No, I don't know about precisely. As it approaches it. Now, the car doesn't hesitate. It doesn't drag. It doesn't do anything. It just makes that noise.
Well, I'll be the first one to admit that my knowledge of Mercedes is limited to zero. Virtually, maybe negative.
Maybe negative.
Maybe negative. I mean, we see some in the shop from time to time, but no one that owns a Mercedes would ever bring his car to us.
No, I mean, would you? Well,
no, I mean, of course
not. I wouldn't hesitate.
You wouldn't hesitate.
Well, it's
another problem. So listen.
Have you taken this to the dealer in an effort to solve this? Has anyone else heard it? Are you the only one that hears it?
No, I'm not hallucinating. It's there. I haven't taken it in yet. I thought I'd wait to see what you guys had to say.
Jeez, I mean, I'm sure there's a good answer somewhere in my brain.
Yeah.
I'll keep helping you out.
I can only think of about 3 or 4 real bad ones right now. I mean, have you tried? First of all, you've done all the obvious stuff. You've checked the transmission fluid level.
Yeah. The transmission actually has been rebuilt within the last year, and it's in good shape.
I mean, it could be. It could be a slipping band. It could be a lot of things. It could be a bad pump. I don't know why it would necessarily make the noise in first gear and not the others, but I'd be willing to bet that it is internal.
Okay.
And I think when you find out what it is, you're going to become very comfortable with this noise.
Yeah, that could be.
I hope so.
Yeah,
I hope I'm cheaply comfortable with this.
Yeah, well, I mean, frankly, it could go on like, and it probably has been there for a while. I trust.
It's been there about 6 months now.
6 months, and during which time it hasn't worsened.
No, that's all it does. It's self-limited. That's all it does.
You couldn't ask for a better problem than that, could you?
Well, no. Except it's what bothers me is I don't know what it is. And it's sort of annoying because there's this sound that doesn't belong there, and yet there it is.
So if you knew what it was, you'd be willing to just forget about it.
If I knew what it was, and you guys could tell me definitively what it was, I could forget about it.
Well, you knew we weren't going to be able to do that.
Here's what you do.
Yeah.
hang up, call us right back. Make believe that this call never happened. Okay, I will do a little post-hypnotic suggestion.
All right.
You have never heard of us before.
Never.
You have never spoken to us. Now, you will have a compulsive urge to call.
In a minute, so hang up.
Yeah.
All right, call back.
Hang up.
See you, Joel.
Okay, bye.
Got rid of him. Should be that he's with all the callers.
Hurry up, we got to come up with something before he calls back. All right, how about, the band is slipping, and it's about a $2,000 job to fix it.
Yeah, but it won't get any worse.
It won't get. You can drive it forever like this. It's nothing.
Yeah.
It's a little. It's vibrating. That's what it's doing.
Yeah,
That's what's making the noise. The band is vibrating. You have a vibrating band.
Right. Is it a three-piece band?
It's Alexander's ragtime band.
Okay. You tell him because I can't lie with a straight face. Okay. 1-888-CAR TALK or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Who's this?
This is Joel from Bexley.
Bexley what?
Ohio.
Bexley, Ohio. What end of Ohio is Bexley in?
That's right in the middle of Ohio. It's
Is it near Columbus?
Yeah, that's right.
Huh.
It's on the outskirts of Columbus.
It's actually in the city.
Wait a minute.
Columbus is like around it.
That's right.
Oh, like Beverly Hills.
No, you've not been here before.
No, he hasn't. What's your problem, Joel?
Well, the problem is I have an '83 Mercedes SL, 380 SL, that snores.
It's a common problem with the 83 SLs. You're not worried about this. What does it sound like?
Well, what happens is...
Let me just guess. Does it do this? You'd start off from a dead stop, right? When the engine's cold, and you hear a little...
You've got it.
Only in first gear, I bet.
That's right.
Goes away when it makes the shift.
Nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about.
We actually heard about this a long time ago, and we've researched it. Paul Murky of our research department has done a lot of work on this, and what we've discovered, we actually took the transmission apart and found out that there was a vibrating three-piece band. I mean,
he can't lie with a straight face either.
We found that the band, the
low reverse band.
That's it. Yeah. One of the bands in the transmission vibrates and makes this very strange noise, but it will run forever like this. You can forget all about it.
Well, if that's the case, then I can rest.
You can rest easy.
Yeah, I mean, you could spend $1,800 to fix it, but
I think it's up to $2,250 now.
Yeah, but you could run it like this forevermore.
All right.
Don't worry about a thing, Joel.
Feel better.
Glad we could help.
Enjoy, you guys. Keep up the good work.
See you later.
Thanks for calling.
Bye now.
Bye.
Glad we could help.
Hello and welcome to Car Talk from National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers, and we're broadcasting this week from the Ripley's Believe It or Not department here at Car Talk Plaza. And our Believe It or Not entry for today is that Car Talk has now been on NPR for 30 years, which is about 29 years, 364 days, and 23 hours longer than any of us thought the show would last. Now, we know the most appropriate way to mark this anniversary would be with a heartfelt apology for all those hours that you wasted with us. But instead, this month we're looking back at some of our all-time favorite moments, and the theme for this week's show is relationships. It didn't take long for us to figure out that just about every issue in human relationships somehow gets expressed through cars, including the first stage of a relationship, meeting that special someone. 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
This is Chris in Colorado Springs.
Chris, yeah. What's up, man?
My question is about how to go about meeting women in traffic. This can be a depressing time of year for us bachelors. And I was wondering if you had any good strategies.
Wow.
Short of having a head-on or playing bumper cars.
Wow. In other words, how to get that female that you've spied from your driver's seat.
Yes.
To first of all notice you.
Yes.
And then to actually roll down her window. Why would anyone do that?
Why would boy, Chris, this is a challenge. Wait a minute, don't give up though.
No, I'm not giving up because I tried this for years.
I mean, is it appropriate at a stoplight to just get out of your car and leave it there and walk around to the passenger side and knock on the glass to get in?
No, you'll go to jail for that.
No, that's not good. This is going to be voluntary on her part. So either you have to have a car that she's interested in, for example, and I don't know how you're going to get her.
That's obviously why some guys go out and buy Ferrari Testarossas.
Testosteronies.
Right, and that's obviously why, because it's the kind of a car that you think women will say, wow, what's that? Now, I have noticed.
Yeah.
In fact, this past summer I was driving a BMW Z3.
Yeah.
On the highway.
Yeah.
With the top down.
Yes.
And the wind blowing through my bald spot. But as I was, I got enough hair to almost fake it. I mean, this stuff was blowing around.
Yeah, yeah.
And a car full of young girls.
Yeah.
Had been following me, I noticed. At a distance, they were in the left-hand lane.
Be still my heart.
I was in the right-hand lane, and this car full of young babes is following me.
Yeah.
Obviously wanting to check out not just the car,
but
who's behind the wheel. Boy, I'll tell you, you never saw a 65 Dart move faster than when they pulled up next to me and found out who was driving. So there is the
they
car.
Were disappointed, you might say.
They were. But they wanted to see the car, and when they saw the car and who was behind the wheel, boy, they zoomed off on that Dart, and they were gone. So the car, obviously, you can buy an interesting and expensive sports car.
Well, I'll liquidate my entire stock portfolio first thing tomorrow. No, the thing that got me thinking about this was the fact that cars are so damn reliable these days that there just aren't any damsels in distress, to be saved with their cars broken down by the side of the road anymore.
Yeah, and nobody wants to be saved anyway because all they'd want you to do is call the police. Don't get out of your car. If you want to do me a favor, call the police on your cell phone, or they have cell phones.
And you can't trust anybody, and that's part of the problem, too.
Right. Well, Chris, I think the solution that I know that guys like Berman used for years, because he could never get any girls to talk to him, was a dog.
The puppy.
A puppy dog, especially.
Yeah.
It's got to be something. I mean, nothing is cuter. Yeah, I don't care if you're allergic.
Yeah, I don't like dogs.
I don't care.
And my cat doesn't like the car very much.
No, cats are no good. But
See that you're a cat person.
Nothing is cuter than a little golden retriever, furry golden retriever puppy. I mean, if you didn't have women all over you.
Well, now, wait a second. I'm cuter than a golden
I don't think so.
Come on, will you?
No. Quasimodo could have a golden retriever puppy on the end of a leash.
Right. And Christy Brinkley would be beating down the door to beat him.
Trust us.
I mean, you do have an interesting idea here, though, that, I mean, there's the positive side, the silver lining to a traffic jam is you could meet the love of your life if you only knew how to do it. So think about it. People.
So what do you use for if you were to roll down the window?
Mm-hmm.
What would you say to an attractive female that's in the car next to you?
Yeah. What if you were lucky enough to get her to roll down her window?
Or better than that, she turned to you and smiled.
Oh!
What would be your next step?
I know his next line would be.
All of American men are dying to know this. What would you say next?
I would say my car would like to get together again with your car.
Bad.
And we're both invited.
Bad. The females in the group.
Okay.
Karen is giving 2 thumbs down.
2 thumbs
Catherine,
down.
6.
6 thumbs down.
Yeah, that's try again. Try another one.
Okay.
There
you are. You're in traffic. You've been in traffic. You're going along.
Bumper to bumper.
The
you
car
catch
next
up
to you
to
goes
her.
a couple
She catches up to you.
Exactly. Back and forth,
and she just turns to you.
She turns to you.
And without any spoken words, she smiles.
Oh! And you roll down your window.
And she rolls down hers.
She rolls down her window.
And you say what, Chris?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You got it.
I got it.
Well, I think Karen and Catherine agree that that's better than the first one.
Boy, I mean, this is a contest. I can see it. This is a contest.
Yeah.
We're going to have to run a worldwide...
Nationwide search.
Nationwide search. What the heck would you do? And the other way around, too. I mean, what if you're a female? And the same thing happens. The guy turns around and he smiles. What would the female do? Floor it. Well, Chris, I don't know what the answer is, and obviously you don't either.
No, right.
But maybe we'll get some suggestions from people.
Well, that works good, but trust us, the puppy.
The puppy.
The puppy works.
Yeah. Well, you have raised a brilliant, I realize, a brilliant situation here of how do you do this? I mean, how can you turn a traffic jam into something positive? And that's it. If we could find the answer to what do you say when she smiles,
We certainly need people to write us with suggestions.
This is an issue that needs attention.
Chris, we want you to know we're here to help.
Oh, that really touched me.
We're with you, Chris.
Hey, Chris, thanks a lot for your call.
Hey, thank you.
See you
Bye.
later.
That's the question all America wants to know the answer to.
Interesting.
What do you say?
What do you say?
You've got one line, and it's going to be good.
It's got to be good.
Having your puppy jump up off the seat, put its paws on the windowsill, and wag its tail.
Well, we all agree that is without doubt a foolproof strategy.
Yeah.
We know that.
And her next line, her line would be, "Oh, what a beautiful doggy." and
then even then, what do you say?
I just got him. And yeah, do you know anything about dogs?
He's peeing in my lap right now.
Oh, my crushed Corinthian leather. 1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
I'm Ellen.
Ellen.
Yeah.
What part of the South are you from?
How could you tell?
How can I tell?
You just alienated all the Southerners now. Go ahead. You're on a roll, man.
Oh.
I'd say Georgia.
No.
If I thought we had any listeners in Georgia, I would say
Huntsville,
Georgia.
Alabama.
No.
I give up.
Aberdeen, Mississippi.
Aberdeen.
What's up, Ellen?
Well, my husband and I kind of have this ongoing dispute.
There are lots of husband and wife disputes, you know?
Yeah. Well, several months ago, my husband bought his dream car.
Yeah?
And it's a 1992 Ford Explorer.
Excellent.
So, he has been hesitant to let me drive it at times.
Uh-huh. Why?
And, well, the first
possessive.
time I took it out, I had a wreck. It was not my fault,
No.
but nevertheless, it was a wreck.
Yeah, right.
Serious? I mean, was it serious?
No, I was not hurt. The man was not hurt. So all of that was okay.
No, it was clearly your fault because
it was
you were
not
driving.
my fault.
Well, if you weren't driving, it wouldn't have happened.
Well, that's
Because he wouldn't have driven where you drove.
that's true.
So, yeah.
Well, yes.
In his mind, even though it's not your fault in a legal sense, in his mind, that was your fault.
That I hear what you're saying, and I agree. Yes.
And he's right.
Yeah.
Well, so the second time he let me drive it, I drove it to Tupelo, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
By the way, we just lost all the women listeners.
That's it. We might as well just shut down. Who's left? All right, Ellen, get to the point.
Okay. I drove his vehicle to Tupelo to take my bike to get it fixed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm notorious for running out of gas, and so
Yeah.
I noticed on the way
Flaky,
home.
we call it. You're a little flaky.
Well, no.
Okay,
So-
I take it back.
Yeah, not flaky.
No,
But
forgetful.
anyway.
Yeah.
I stopped at the regular Texaco station I use all the time coming back from Tupelo and filled up the vehicle and took off, and the thing stopped, and I couldn't get it to run. I didn't know what was wrong, and I hiked up back to the Texaco, and I spoke to the woman behind the counter, and she said, "Well, is that a diesel you have?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Well, you just filled it up with diesel."
Oh.
And all of the men, and see, this was right at 4 o'clock, and one of these plants around Tupelo had just let out,
Yeah.
and it was loaded with these men. And I said, "Oh no, what does that mean?" And they all started laughing, and I said, "Oh God, my husband's going to kill me." They said, "He sure is."
And I don't blame him.
Yeah, well, so I said, "Well, what does that mean? What can we do right now?" They said, "Nothing." Oh. And so this one decent man said, "Look, have you ever ridden behind a truck being pulled by a chain?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Well, let me tell you, if you do okay, I'll drive you on home."
Oh, this is turning into a nightmare.
So he did pull me on the chain. He gave me all these hand signals. He told me I was nearly professional at this.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I came home without the car because he took me to the service station where I was going to have the thing drained.
Right.
And I had to tell my husband.
Oh, that must have been nasty, huh?
It was not a pretty scene. And so, he has told me day after day after day after day that I have done some type of permanent, forever damage to this vehicle of his, this dream car of his.
Yeah, wow.
I really hate the vehicle. I don't ever want to get near it again.
Oh, I don't blame you. I'd never get behind the wheel if I were you.
Yeah.
Ever again.
So our question is,
Oh,
I'd
there's
say
a question.
Nothing, yes, there is nothing wrong with this car. Nothing.
Since you
no
had it,
harm was done to
You
this
did
car.
have you had the tank drained.
Yes.
And they filled it with gasoline.
Yes.
Started it up, and it now runs fine.
I think it runs fine. He says no, it doesn't.
Oh.
well, you know why? He
What?
wants to be able to hold a grudge forever. Because what you know, whatever happens to this thing from now until the end of time is going to be blamed on you.
Yeah.
So I
That's
think
true.
your only out here is a fire. I think you need to hire someone to torch it.
You know, that is a possible solution.
I think that's the only solution because it has to disappear somehow.
It is true. I mean, when that vehicle has 110,000 miles on it and it throws a rod, he's going to say, Ellen, remember back in 1994 when you filled it up with diesel?
Yeah.
That's what caused it. And you won't be able to deny it.
But no, see, I am denying it because y'all are telling me that I am right. Nothing's wrong with that car.
Yeah, but he's not going to listen.
Yeah, no, he's not going to listen to us. We're going to just lose him as a listener, too.
That's right.
So what? Are you going to lose your male listeners now?
But we've already lost all the male listeners, so our only hope is to agree with you, Ellen. Because all we have left is a few females.
Okay,
So
well, I'll hang in there.
You're absolutely right. You did no damage to that vehicle, and anything he notices which isn't quite right, I'm having trouble.
Is your husband around?
Yeah.
Can we talk to him?
You want me to go get him?
Is he? Will he talk to us?
Oh, my God.
Wait, he's a
Is
male.
he in like the gun room or something?
I was trying to get in a room where it was quiet.
He isn't cleaning his gun, is he?
Oh, my gosh. Let me see.
Go get him, Ellen.
Right.
We'll never hear from her again.
They want to talk to you. He will not talk to you.
He
Why?
won't.
That's right, because we've alienated all males. Now, here, let's be honest. Let's be serious just for a moment. It is possible. There is some small chance that the diesel fuel, being crud to begin with, might have in fact clogged up injectors.
Right. It's only one step up from the primordial soup.
That's right. I mean, diesel fuel, it comes out of the ground, and just the way it comes out of the ground, they put it in the tank. So it is it is not as refined, so to speak, as we are. I mean, as gasoline is.
Right.
So it is possible that your husband is indeed right. So I would get them to maybe clean the injectors, or even put some injector cleaner in the gas tank.
There are many additives on the market that will help to clean the injectors and make them work the way, and get the spray pattern back to where it should be, and that'll help.
Okay.
But the more important issue is restoring your relationship here to where it was before you started all this.
Assuming it was all right. It must have been all right. He gave her the vehicle to drive. So he must have had some degree of trust.
Well,
Ellen, you sound, I mean, I don't know what your husband's problem is here. You sound like a very nice lady.
Oh, I think so.
I think you are.
And that's the only thing that has saved your butt. Because you wrecked this guy's dream car. No, you didn't wreck it. I don't even want to use the word damage. Whatever has been done to it is easily fixable.
So all we have to get are those things to clean the injection system.
Right.
Is that right?
Fuel injector cleaner.
Fuel injector cleaner.
Right. You dump it in the gas tank a couple of times. Maybe
you mix it with a little diesel fuel. That helps, too.
And if that doesn't make him happier, then he can take it into the shop, and they can actually take the injectors out and clean them.
Okay.
I doubt that it will need that. Ellen, it has been a joy and pleasure talking to you.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
And tell him to keep smiling. It's only a car.
And I'll keep listening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell him to lighten up.
I can't speak for him, but I will.
All right.
All right.
Bye-bye. Woo! He wouldn't even talk to us.
Yeah.
We're done for.
Okay, it's time to take a short break.
Right. I can see the gauge on your forehead. It's reading hot. So it must be time to add some coolant to you.
We'll be back in a minute. Hi, we're back. You're listening to Car Talk with us, Click and Collect, the Tappert Brothers, and we're here to celebrate 30 years of lousy car advice and lousy marital advice. You know, relationships is the theme of this week's show, And it's kind of odd that people have trusted us by asking us for relationship advice, especially since we provided so much evidence that we, well, mostly my brother, was not exactly what you'd call an enlightened spouse. And here's Exhibit A.
I've actually got mail.
Oh.
I've got some interesting mail. Would you like me to read it to you?
Sure.
Hey, come on. I listen to your stupid puzzlers every week. Okay.
Go ahead. Read us something.
This is a bunch of stuff. They ask kids various questions having to do with marriage. Mm-hmm. And they got answers from little kids. I mean, these are kids like 5 to 10 years old. And I'll read you just a few of them. Here's the question they asked. How do you decide who to marry? Alan, age 10, says, you've got to find somebody who likes the same stuff. Like if you like sports, she should like it that you like sports. And she should keep the chips and dip coming. How can a stranger tell if two people are married? This is good. Derek, age 8, says, you might have to guess based on whether they seem to be yelling at the same kids. What do most people do on a date? Lynette, age 8, says, dates are for having fun, and people should use them to get to know each other. Even boys have something to say if you listen long enough. And my favorite, how would you make a marriage work? Ricky, age 10. You should tell your wife that she looks pretty, even if she looks like a truck.
Okay.
Okay. I do that. Now, did I have to throw that
was
in?
entirely
entirely unnecessary.
It's a classic example of pushing something to the limit, right?
I don't know what
you just couldn't keep your mouth shut.
I don't know what came over me.
If you'd like to call us with a question about your car or anything else or marital advice, my brother is pretty liberal with his marital advice.
Yeah.
The number is 1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
A truck?
Oh, no! My worst fears! My worst fears!
See? You never know.
That wasn't me. That was Berman who sneaked into the studio and leaned over my shoulder.
And faked Tommy's voice.
And faked my voice. Hi, hon. Hi, hon. What's for dinner tonight? I guess not much.
You'll be lucky if you get a dog food the way you're going.
Will it be the wet or the dry stuff?
He likes the dry, Jane.
I'm really sick of the wet stuff.
Well, we'll see what we can scrape together. But don't expect too much.
Bye, hon.
Bye.
I guess I'll be seeing you from the garage.
Oh, yeah. You'll be waving to them from the garage. They'll be having a wonderful time without you. See, I keep telling you.
I hate you.
I keep telling you.
Well, see, my only hope, I know for a fact that she never listens to our show.
Yeah. Evidently,
rarely.
once in a while, huh?
And maybe, I know that many of her friends come to her and say,
I can't believe your husband said that
about you. And she keeps saying, what? What did he say? And then when her friends find out that she doesn't know, they say, "Oh, nothing."
Right.
So, but she's gotten the hint that she should be listening, and maybe that's why she was listening.
I think she'll probably be listening from now on.
She won't have to. No, she won't know me.
No. 1-888-CAR-TALK. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Kim from Washington State.
Hi.
How are you?
What's the city, or do you want to divulge?
Tacoma.
So what's up, Kim?
Well, I've listened to you guys enough to know that you're great marriage counselors.
Yes, indeed.
And so what I need to know, this has to do with cars, trust me. I need to know who was more stupid, me or my husband.
We don't use words like that, Kim.
Oh, you don't?
No.
How about idiot?
Yeah, we'll get to that. You go ahead and tell us the problem, and we'll tell you the proper method of communication, because we've been in therapy on this for a long time.
I knew
trying to learn the lingo, you know what I mean? And the words moron and stupid are to be eschewed.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Great.
Give us the story.
My husband.
That moron. I'll put it in the parentheses.
Right, he'll put it in the parentheticals.
So the words don't come out of your mouth. My husband, that moron.
My husband, that blank.
Yeah.
Okay. He found a Lexus that was abandoned at the airport.
Oh.
And he decided, it was there for 3 years. I saw it too. Every time we flew out, there's that Lexus.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty soon it's got grass growing around it. It has a boot on it, so nobody can steal it, right?
Really?
So he decides he has to have it, so he purchases the Lexus.
From whom?
From the bank.
Ah.
Because the guy that abandoned it never made a payment on it and quit paying the airport.
Okay, so he owed the bank
So
$22,000, and the parking lot he owed them $19,500. Okay,
and they made a deal.
All right.
Right. They made a deal, but I was concerned about the car because of what he found in the car.
Mm.
What he found was bolt cutters and shoe covers and one of those key punch things, that you punch out the lock of a car.
Oh. Yes.
And he found the dome light was disconnected, and then the lights on the doors were taped over.
So whoever was using this car was using it to in some nefarious enterprise.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm feeling like we need to go in witness protection.
So does he have this car now?
Oh, God, yes, he has the car.
Did he get it running?
Of course.
It's running.
And it runs well.
It runs well.
But you're worried that it has...
I want it out of our sight.
Yeah, it has dragon tracks, as the Chinese say.
It's just got bad vibes.
You ain't just...
Well, how much did he pay for it, all told?
Well, see, here's where you guys are going to think that he's not so dumb. He paid $4,000 for it.
He's a genius!
Really? Between the bank and the parking place and getting the boot removed? What a deal. That guy's a genius.
Oh, shoot.
Well, I got to tell you, Kim, before you go on, that this is every guy's dream.
Oh, God.
It is. I mean, there's nothing better. I mean, I guess women don't respond to this like guys do, but there's something euphoric about getting something for nothing. I mean, he practically got the car for nothing.
And men are somehow susceptible to these. You won't believe this. The too good to be true thing. I mean, there were years and years and years in which guys would show up at kinds of auctions, government auctions, where they were expecting to get a complete Jeep.
Albeit in pieces.
In a crate for $50 left over from World War II. And
when those ran out, they were going to sell them the Jeeps from World War I.
And you can't believe the millions of men who showed up for these things because they believed this to be true.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first Million Man March, actually.
They were all going to was it the government? It was the post office because someone had mailed a few 100,000 of these Jeeps in crates.
It's no surprise that your husband succumbed to the lure of this Lexus. He couldn't help himself because in his mind, this was the Jeep that he never got when he was 17.
He became quite upset.
So I hope you can understand it in that context.
Okay.
That doesn't mean he is not a moron.
Yeah.
But it's almost redundant to call him a moron because he's a guy.
There you go. I thought this was going to be easy.
No.
But I do agree with you that there are certain dragon tracks associated with this car.
Yeah.
But you may be able to visit someone to get them removed.
The dragon tracks.
Yeah.
He had it detailed last.
I don't think
days
detailers
ago.
do that. Yeah, they do your white walls and the dragon tracks.
Dragon tracks. That's a different department.
I'm afraid to tell you what I did because now you're going to say I'm a complete idiot.
Oh.
I haven't even told you my part.
Go ahead.
What I bought.
Oh.
I know what you bought. You bought the whole Ginsu knife set.
No, it's not that dumb.
My wife did the same thing.
He goes into the garage and he glances over at what I bought, and then I have no argument.
Oh, you bought a car?
Yeah.
I got it.
Okay.
A Hummer. No.
I bought a 1966 Volkswagen camper van.
Oh, man.
Well, look, if you dump this guy, call us. We'll marry you.
Oh, you are so cool.
Those are cool.
Was it in great shape?
It's in perfect shape.
Oh,
it's
man.
Beautiful.
I have to say, I came very, very close recently to buying one.
Yeah.
And he also came very close at the same time to being divorced.
Yeah, well.
Again.
Yeah.
But enjoy. Well, I don't think. I mean, I certainly side with you on your move. I think you did a wise thing.
Yeah.
Drive it carefully because it's a dangerous vehicle.
Oh,
But as long as you use it judiciously,
I do,
and you wear an NFL-approved football helmet when you drive it, and knee pads, you'll be all right.
Well, in answer to my question, then.
What was the question? Was there a question?
Who was the stupidest?
Oh, he was, obviously, because he just bought a Lexus. You bought a Legend.
Oh, I love that line. That's worth needle points.
Kim, it's been a pleasure talking to you for the last 45 minutes. And maybe we can do this again sometime.
Thank you.
See you later.
Good luck.
Bye.
Well, she made my day.
Well, it's happened again. You vaporized another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk. Hello and welcome to Car Talk from NPR with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers, and we're broadcasting this week from Wacko Central here at Car Talk Plaza. You know, as unbelievable as it may seem to you and me, this month Car Talk is celebrating its 30th anniversary on NPR. And this whole month, we're looking back at some themes that we've detected over the years, and today's theme is the North American wacko. Not that there's anything wrong with them. My brother and I would gladly have had coffee with everyone you're going to hear today, as long as they were paying, of course. So let's start out with a story about a guy who we didn't get to talk to, but we really wish we had. Hello and welcome to Car Talk from National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers, and we're broadcasting this week from the Center for Creativity, Bravado, and Natural Selection here at Car Talk Plaza.
Well, I think that's appropriate, but to tell you the truth, I'm not sure because I haven't read this yet.
You know what people love about our show? The preparation.
The preparation. But I could tell just from the first paragraph that it was something that I wanted to read. I'll read you the note. I listened to your show at work. I love your show. My husband gets Flying Magazine and showed me this story. Thought you would get a boost from this. From Val Stallius from St. Flaco, Florida. St. something, Florida. I don't know. You've heard of Rickenbacker and Lindbergh and Doolittle. But have you heard of Larry Walters? Probably not. Yet Walters was made of that special stuff that separates aviation legends from the common run of folk. In 1982, Walters, this is what got me, this next paragraph. In 1982, Walters, a truck driver by trade, bought a bunch of weather balloons. Some sources say 42, some 45. He filled them with helium and tied them to a lawn chair.
Were they packed in cosmoline?
When I got to this point, I said, this has got to be good. So he ties 45 weather balloons to a lawn chair. He provided himself with a two-way radio, a parachute, some jugs of water, and a rifle, and then cut his conveyance loose from the bumper of his car, which was anchoring it to the ground. Take a moment to imagine the thrill and terror of that ascent, transforming a man surrounded by the normal appurtenances of life, garden, house, sport utility,
terra firma,
into a speck floating in an infinite space. Had he rigged up some sort of seatbelt? Did the chair tip and wobble? Did he call out to the ant-like figures below? We don't know. We don't know. It is clear, however, that he violated FARs. I don't know what that means. It's all caps. But don't forget, this is in Flying
Federal
Magazine.
Aviation Regulations.
I love it. By passing through the Los Angeles TCA, we don't know what that is either, without a transponder or a clearance. 2 passing jetliners reported to controllers that they had seen a man with a gun seated on a deck chair at 11,000 feet. A helicopter went up to take a look. Walters had planned to descend.
I got it by shooting out one balloon at a time.
You got it, man.
Hence the gun. I couldn't
Walters had planned to descend by shooting out the balloons with his gun, one at a time. He had deflated 10 of them this way when he accidentally dropped the gun. He accidentally dropped the gun. I told you this was going to be good.
And what were the first 2 words he uttered when he dropped the
Where was I? When he accidentally dropped the gun. Wait, I can't read now. Evidently, 10 was enough. After being carried out to sea and back on the vagrant coastal breezes, he was snagged by power lines in Long Beach and led away in handcuffs. Ooh.
Yeah.
He's reported to have said, by way of explanation of his exploit, "A man can't just sit around."
I guess not.
Walters subsequently fell on hard times, became bankrupt, and died by his own hand in 1993. But his memory survives as a model of those qualities of independence, vision, and disregard for common caution, without which aviation would never have come into being.
Exactly. I mean, what if the powers that were went and arrested the Wright brothers for doing something reckless?
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's
It takes vision.
He had deflated
Stubbornness.
10 of them when he accidentally dropped the gun.
I love it.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, if you'd like to talk to us about your car or maybe an upcoming flight in a helium
In a lawn chair.
The number to call is 1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, how are you, Tom and Ray?
Good.
fine.
Who's this?
Okay. I am Sharon.
You have to
from
identify
Spokane.
yourself.
Sharon?
Yes,
From where?
from Spokane, Washington.
Spokane. That's near Seattle, home of Melissa Peterson, isn't it?
Well, it's clear across the state.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's clear across it, but it's closer to her than...
It's closer to her than
You're
we
within
are.
striking
Then
distance
you
of
are,
her.
that's
So
right.
to speak. So what's up, Sharon?
Well, I have this seasonal question.
Yeah.
With
I use a
vacations
little
coming
bit
up-
of rosemary and thyme.
No.
Seasonal.
Oh, season. I thought you said seasoning.
Yeah, no.
All right, a seasonal question. I'm
Right.
sorry.
I'm wondering, with vacations coming up, I want to know why after 5 to 6 hours in the car, I always end up having a bad hair day. And I know it's got to have something to do with, something mechanical to the car. But, it doesn't matter how beautifully I'm coiffed in the morning. It's just, it looks a wreck by the end of the day. It looks like I pulled it out of the trunk and glued it on my head.
Oh, it's...
Mine looks like that all the time.
Well,
Yeah.
So have you got any
What kind of a
wonderful answers
hairdo?
for me?
What kind of a hairdo do you have?
I have shoulder-length hair.
Shoulder.
And normally it's kind of, naturally curly and
Yeah.
has lots of body. And by the end of a car day,
It looks frizzed.
it's flat. It's
Flat.
glued
Flat
to
and
my
not
head.
fluffy.
Flat and not fluffy.
No.
And this happens when you've spent many hours in the car?
Yeah, and it's not like I'm sleeping in the car. It's just like,
That's my brother's problem.
And do you have air conditioning in your car, and do you use it?
yes.
And is this problem worse in the summer than it is in the
Oh,
winter?
yes.
Yeah, probably.
Do you use a cream rinse?
Yes. Now, do you have a brand? Actually, what I want to know is if there's some gadget I can buy for 3 payments of $9.95 each that's going to cure this thing. Do you know of anything like that?
Well, I'm sure Ron Popeil is working on right.
Yeah,
the-
that's right.
I don't mean to laugh here, but this show started out. This show started out.
You mean today?
No.
In
15
general.
years ago, this show started out with people calling us with nuts and bolts questions.
Well.
What's the valve clearance? Should the valves be hot or cold when I adjust them? And
Right. How do I torque the cylinder
How do
head when
I
I
torque
can't get
the
the
cylinder?
torque wrench in there because the firewall's in the way?
And we have come now to bad hair.
Digressing.
Hair. I mean, and you're asking her to use a cream rinse, and I'm wondering, have I just parachuted in here from some other planet? What the hell is going on?
I think that's a great money-making opportunity for you guys. You could invent something that's going to cure this problem. It can show up in my next credit card statement, and you could make millions.
Well, do you?
And it will all be because
Well,
of me,
first we
right?
have to
first
figure out what the problem
Well,
is.
I'm getting to the. Do you use a cream rinse?
Yes, I do.
Well, you shouldn't in the summer. No, it gives your hair too much body, and it'll flatten out. You need to have that flyaway look, especially in hot, humid weather.
Oh.
So I would cut down on the cream rinse.
I had in mind something along the way of a solar-powered humidifier or like a negative ion machine that you plug into.
You could use an ion generator. Yeah.
Can I ask, what the hell do you know about cream rinse? What is cream
I wanted a mechanical answer to this problem.
Here's what I know. Here's the full extent of my knowledge of cream rinse. When I get in the shower, I mean, up until recently, I used to wash my hair with the same soap I use in the rest of my body. I didn't know from shampoo.
That's bad.
My wife introduced me to the wonderful world of shampoo, and she has arrayed in the shower all these other things, shampoos and other conditioners and cream rinses and all that. So I use this stuff. I don't know what the hell it is, but it makes, when I know from my own personal experience, that it makes my hair feel greasy.
Yeah.
Cream rinse, and it flattens it out. It isn't as fluffy and fly away and as fresh looking.
Well, what is it supposed to do?
It mats it down, makes you look like a wet dog.
That's what cream rinse is for?
Makes your hair more manageable. It softens your hair, makes it easier to comb and style. I don't have that problem because I have nothing left to comb or style.
But you're suggesting that Sharon would have this problem whether she were in the car or not.
Yes, I would suggest that.
I don't think so.
It's a little known fact. You're probably stressed when you're behind the wheel. That stress affects the way your hair lies. I mean, Vidal Sassoon did a big seminar on that recently that I attended. It was the next door to the seat cover convention when I was in Indianapolis last month.
Well, Sharon, I am going to figure out what this problem really is, and you're right. We will come out with something in a spray can.
I'm willing to contribute like my whole $37 in life savings if you guys want to go into business with me on this.
We're partners. That's it.
Okay.
We are partners.
Split the profits 50-50, right?
But I would try to be more relaxed behind the wheel.
Okay.
And
avoid the cream rinse.
And I would avoid the cream rinse. At least I would hold cream rinse, and I would probably switch. Never mind.
And torque those heads to 40, 50 foot-pounds.
Well, thanks, you guys.
Thank you, Sharon.
Give me a good slap in the face. What's happened to us? Hey, it's time for us to take a little break.
Ah, yes. This is to give our stations a little time to identify themselves.
No, this is to give their janitors time to clean the anti-car talk graffiti off the station's front door.
Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hi, this is Gail from South Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Gail from where?
South Philadelphia.
South of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh, not South Philadelphia, but south of.
Well, no, South Philadelphia. Which one is Click and which one's Clack?
Yes. So what can we do for you?
The guy on the right is Click.
Oh, okay, I thought so. Okay, I have a little problem here in Philadelphia. I feel like I'm sort of a fugitive of sorts here. My friends Jonathan and David told me to call you and that you might be able to help. Okay, I drive a teal, 1991 Saturn, which you'll need to know later, okay?
1991 Saturn.
Yes. And, I take a bridge to work every day, and they charge $2 to get across this bridge. Okay, that's a little pricey, but I have to take it. So I have my $2 ready, and I'm waiting in a tow line that's 15 cars long or something. And at the last minute, I realize that I'm in a coins-only lane, and there's no way to get across the traffic.
And you start shredding the dollars, right?
Exactly. I had no choice of what to do. With this short notice, I had no way of pulling this kind of cash together. So I realized that it was also a toll lane where one of those arm things comes down, so it's not like I can just go through it.
Ah, so you're going to have to run the rapids, as they say.
Exactly.
Shoot the rapids.
Exactly.
When the guy on the other guy's green light.
Yeah.
So I waited until the guy in front of me threw in his 300 quarters or whatever, and when that arm thing went up,
You floored it.
I floored it. I went through it. Buzzers went off. There was mayhem everywhere.
Did you make it?
No one followed me, though.
You made it under, though.
I was very lucky. I don't know how I did it, but I made it under.
Well, you've obviously discovered one of the best kept secrets in the world. Who was there to chase you?
Nobody.
Nobody. No, of course not.
My question is, do they take a picture of my license plate? Is there some way that I could send the $2 in, because I don't want them to send something to my house because my husband's going to be so mad.
So you have a guilty conscience about this.
I really do, but I don't want to get caught in the I'm honest and then they're going to charge me $40 for doing this.
Right.
You know?
You may, in fact, be opening a Pandora's box by confessing to the crime.
Exactly.
You may be subjecting yourself to a toll evader's fine.
Right.
So they'll take the $2 from you, and then they'll come to your house and arrest you. I would certainly let. Here's what I would do.
Okay.
I would let sleeping dogs lie.
Okay.
I mean, if you really feel some compunction to pay up, if the toll is $2, the next time you get in line, and for the next 8 times you get in line, throw 9 quarters in.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
It will never penalize you. It'll never not send the gate up. It'll figure you're another stoop that just put in too much money.
Right.
The gate will go up, and within 2 months you will have satisfied your conscience. You'll have satisfied the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Well, will they come get me? Is there any way they can get my address for my license
What
plate?
bridge is it? We can find out.
It's called the Betsy Ross Bridge.
Oh,
it's
the
95 in Pennsylvania, where it recently burned down right by us. That's why I had to take that bridge.
Okay. Well, we are trying to reach the Pennsylvania Transportation Authority.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay.
Was it Delaware?
Oh, no, Pennsylvania. Coming from New Jersey into Pennsylvania.
Into Pennsylvania. So the bridge is actually in Pennsylvania.
From New Jersey to Pennsylvania.
Oh, no, it's in New Jersey.
It's a bridge over between the 2 states.
Oh,
over
so
the
both
Delaware
states
River.
will be after you.
Oh, it's the federal government then. It's a federal job.
It's a federal offense.
So I don't know.
Okay, it seems to be run by the Delaware Port Authority.
Okay.
I don't know
why.
The Delaware, because it's over the Delaware River, maybe.
We have him on the phone? You got to be kidding me.
Oh, my God.
You're not going to believe this.
Hold on a minute. We're not giving him your name.
Okay.
But evidently, Doug and Ken have just somehow gotten a hold of who? Dawn, somebody who's the bridge manager.
Hello, Dawn.
Hello, Gail.
Oh, this is cruel.
Oh, my goodness. I really I was ready to pay the $2, and I didn't have the change.
Gail, we chased you for 4 miles. You didn't stop.
No, wait a minute. Dawn, who are you really, Dawn?
I'm the bridge manager at the Betsy Ross Bridge.
You really are?
I really am. And
Oh,
if we don't get this $2 fast, we might have to close this bridge up.
No, but for other people who might want to try what Gail did, do you take pictures?
We do surveillance of the toll plaza. Do we take specific pictures? I am not at liberty to tell
You're
you.
not at liberty to tell us, but the truth is that you could probably get through.
If that gate came down on Gail's car, Lord knows the destruction it would have caused.
Oh, no.
No, actually, the gates are made of a breakaway wood. We wouldn't want to damage anyone's car.
Mm-hmm.
But I would not encourage anyone to try to do that. We do patrol our plaza with our own police force, and we do pursue toll evaders. And just for your information, the toll evasion fine is not $40, but more like $200.
Oh, Gail, you're going to the slammer.
Now, look,
gosh.
I don't think Gail wants to get herself in trouble.
No.
So,
and Gail probably doesn't want Dawn to know even her last name. Or
no,
anything,
of course
right?
not. But look, how about this, Dawn? If Gail sends the money to us, and we send it to you anonymously in the name of Gail, Gail Anonymous, then she'll be off the hook, right? And you won't know who she is, and she will not incriminate herself. Is that okay with you?
That sounds good to me, but Gail is not on my good side to begin with for calling my bridge toll a little pricey.
I mean, that's a lot.
How long a bridge is it,
every
Dawn?
day.
How long is this
Try
bridge?
New York bridges, $7 a shot.
Oh.
Yeah, that's true.
This bridge is, how long is it, Don? I mean, it's, 300
Are there any
feet?
trolls underneath the bridge?
It's a mile and 3/4 over the river. But if you don't use it, Gail, how are you going to get back into Pennsylvania?
I don't know.
Maybe she doesn't want it.
Why do you have to have a coins-only lane?
Well, we do have some to service patrons who have a commutation sticker on their window.
I don't think they're marked very well, Don, because I didn't see it until the last minute.
Well,
Kind of feisty for a lawbreaker, isn't she?
Yeah, I mean, hey, Gail.
Yes.
Cool it, we're going to give me a name.
And by the way, Gail, there is no statute of limitations on this. We can find you.
Hey, Dawn, thanks a lot for letting us find you. I don't know how we found you, but it's good to know.
You're welcome. I'm looking forward for that $2 to arrive in the mail.
All right, you will get it. Don't worry.
Oh,
And if you
definitely.
don't get it, chase us for it, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you, Gail.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Hey, wait a minute.
Okay.
Make sure you send us the money.
Yeah, you don't think we're going to pay this $2, do you? And in fact, you might want to send in extra in case there's a penalty or anything. Send like,
an extra $200.
Yeah, postage and handling and all that. It might be like $22.50.
And you might want to include a little something to make sure we don't divulge your last name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Baked goods are always good.
See you, Gail.
Hey, Gail, you're a good sport. You were a little feisty with the guy, though.
Well, he was being mean.
Well, I think $2 is actually pretty reasonable for a bridge. I mean, bridges are hard to build.
Yeah,
how do they build bridges? You have land on one side, land on the other side, and water in the middle.
Batman, you know the thing he shoots across?
Oh, that's right. So I guess $2 isn't bad, but
It's not bad
But it
because
shouldn't
the
be a
alternative is to be in New Jersey.
Yes.
Yeah,
You have
let's
to pay
not
to get
forget
in
that.
Pennsylvania, so.
There you go. So.
Okay.
Thanks
All
for
right.
calling,
Thanks a
Gail.
lot.
And carry some quarters, will you?
I will.
Bye.
Bye.
That was good.
How did you do that,
How did
Ken?
you find him? Very good. That's very good. Boy, we have a crack staff here.
Yes, we do. Yes, we
Yeah.
do. And I will admit that I was quite impressed by that the
I'm
alacrity with which that whole
Bingo.
process ensued. I mean, we got the call from Gail right away. Ken must have evaded the toll on this bridge once himself. He knew exactly
and he
where
knew
it was.
Don Piccolo by his first name right away.
All right, look, it's time. It's pretty obvious. It's time for us to take a little break and give our friends at the stations a chance to chat with their listeners.
Yeah, I can hear their message now. Help! We've been tied up and we're being forced to air car talk. Please call the authorities.
Well, if that plea for help doesn't work, we'll be back in just a minute, so stay tuned. Back, you're listening to Car Talk with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert brothers, and we're here to discuss cars, car repair, and how despite 30 years of experience doing this show, we never really seem to get the screening process right. Now, here's an example of a call that would have been a pretty normal car question if the caller hadn't decided to enlighten us about the extenuating circumstances. 1-888-CAR TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, my name's Ann. I'm calling from Columbus, Georgia.
Hi, Ann.
Hi, I'm driving a 96 Dodge Caravan.
Okay.
Okay. What the deal is about 6 weeks ago, my husband had his vasectomy reversed down in Tampa, Florida. Okay? And we had to drive back home.
You sure you called the right show?
This is Car Talk.
I know
are you with us on this?
Okay, well, go ahead. It's your nickel.
Okay. Was there a lot of pain associated with this?
Yes, there was.
Was he taking painkillers like Percocet or something?
Well, actually, he did pretty good.
Oh, good. Well,
Yeah.
tell him to take 2 aspirin and call us back in the morning. All right.
He's doing much better. He's doing much better now. It's been 6 weeks, and he's all healed up. But...
Oh, good.
He's all better.
So you're driving back from Florida to Columbus.
Right. Well, the situation is that you have to lay down completely for 3 days after the reversal. So we took all the seats out of the van, and we put a twin-size mattress in the back, and he laid down on the way home.
Yeah.
Well, I was the only one that was driving, and I was speeding like a banshee.
Sure, because you couldn't stand the moaning and groaning. Get me home.
Well, actually, it wasn't that bad. He was pretty knocked out at that time.
Yeah.
But anyway, we got home, and after we got home,
How long a ride was it, by the way, Ann?
about 7.5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, so I drove it pretty hard.
Did you stop to pee along the way?
I did, yes.
Did he?
No.
Okay. Let's check it.
Do we need to know that? I mean,
Oh, did we need to know about a vasectomy? No.
Evidently, if you let Ann finish, you might find out more.
Okay.
Jeez.
So you're driving at 85 miles an hour for 7.5 hours.
Right.
Got it.
Okay, and so since we've been home, every time I start the engine when it's cold, it basically makes that rant sound, but only when the engine is cold.
You mean as you're turning the key to the
Right.
start position, it goes.
Yeah, and then
And then you let go of the key, or you don't. What do you do?
I do, and it starts right up. It doesn't sound like the thing is hitting the flywheel strange. It sounds like more like a air compression. That's what my husband said. I recorded it for you.
Oh, Ann, we love you. Because she knew we were going to tell her that she
Right.
needed a starter.
Or a flywheel.
Or a flywheel, and she
Right.
knows that's not the answer.
Right.
Or at least her husband thinks it's
All
not.
right, well,
Okay, play it.
Okay, I don't know. You might not be able to hear it very well, but here it goes. Did you hear it?
Do it again.
Okay, hold on. Did you hear it?
I
love it.
He's right.
I know.
He's right.
No.
What?
He's not the starter.
Oh, yes, it is.
I don't think so.
Absolutely.
I don't think so.
I think so.
Play it again.
Wait a minute. Don't do it yet.
Oh.
If my brother listens carefully, he will notice that before the engine begins to turn is when the noise occurs.
Exactly.
And it's as the starter is beginning to...
Well, that's what I want to hear.
It's the solenoidal part of the starter that as the solenoid is engaging is making that noise. And then as soon as it does that, the starter begins to turn and cranks the engine over. Listen carefully.
All right, go ahead.
See?
Oh boy. Did you record this from inside the vehicle or under the hood?
No, under the hood.
Bless you.
Yeah.
Boy,
I don't
if
think
only
there's any
all our
doubt.
callers were as good as her. Well, here's the good news, Ann.
Okay.
You had nothing to do with this.
Oh, good.
And the fact that you were driving like a wacko all the way back to Columbus did not in any way cause this problem.
Wonderful.
Isn't that good news?
Yes.
Great.
It is.
So, by the way, I can't ask.
No, you can't ask. No, it's none of your damn business.
Well, you can ask.
I mean, we didn't have to know about all the details here. All she could have said was...
Right, you were running from the law.
I was driving, and I drove for 7.5 hours at 85 miles an hour. If she wanted to bring her personal life into this...
That's right.
Well,
I can answer it.
She did it. It's too
deserves
late now.
everything. That's right.
Well,
I can answer.
Did it work?
Oh, we don't know yet.
Oh,
It takes time. He had the
thank God.
he had the vasectomy. He had it for 12.5 years.
Really?
Yeah, because he has 3 children from a previous marriage.
Well, I was going to ask that, right?
Yeah.
He probably
So-
figured that was enough, and you convinced him to reverse it.
Exactly.
Jeez, that's great. Well,
He's a great husband.
I hope it works.
I'm actually a nanny.
Really?
Yeah, so I love children. Love them.
Excellent.
Cool.
Well, they're all right when they're not your own. When they're your own, it's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can go home.
Well, good luck, and get your starter motor replaced before it falls out on the street.
It is a starter motor.
Yeah,
I believe
starter
so.
motor. I agree with my brother. There is no doubt about it.
Okay, thank you very much.
See ya.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We get them all. 1-888-CAR Talk or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk. Hello and welcome to Car Talk from National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers. And to celebrate our 30th anniversary at NPR, this week's show is all requests. This month, we're doing a series of special shows to mark our longevity and NPR's failure to maintain its standards. And today, we're asking which calls most stuck with you. I consider that the ones that stuck with me were the ones that led to lawsuits and significant loss of personal assets. But you guys obviously felt differently. So our first listener request is for a news item my brother found in some new little newspaper called The Onion. Tappert Brothers, and we're here to discuss cars, car repair, and of all things, foreign aid.
Yes, and this comes to us by way of the news desk. Here's the news. Clinton deploys vowels to Bosnia. Cities of Zbrzevets and Grozny to be the first recipients. Before an emergency joint session of Congress yesterday, President Clinton announced U.S. plans to deploy over 75,000 vowels to the war-torn region of Bosnia.
Really?
The deployment of the largest of its kind in American history, will provide the region with the critically needed letters A, E, I, O, and U, and is hoped to render countless Bosnian names more pronounceable. Here's a quote. He said, Clinton said, for 6 years we've stood by while names like Yugoslavia and Sliznia and Glum have been horribly butchered by millions around the world. Today, the United States must finally stand up and say, enough. It is time the people of Bosnia finally had some vowels in their incomprehensible words. The U.S. is proud to lead the crusade in this noble endeavor. The deployment, named Operation Vowel Storm by the State Department. Who writes this stuff? I mean, it's so
much needed.
It's set for early next week with the Adriatic port cities of Zbrzevets and Grozny. The two C-130 transport planes, each carrying 524-count boxes of E's, We'll fly from Andrews Air Force Base across the Atlantic and airdrop the letters over the cities. The citizens of Grozny and Zvudzhuzits eagerly await the arrival of the vote. My God, I don't think we can last another day, said Zvrajkizko. Said Churashki. I have 6 children, and none of them has a name.
None of a vowel among them.
Said Zvudzhuzit resident Grugs. With just a few key letters, I could be George Humphrey. This is my dream. The airdrop represents the largest deployment of any letter to a foreign country since 1984. During the summer of that year, the U.S. shipped 92,000 consonants to Ethiopia, providing cities like Awawu, Ayoliya, and Ao with vital life-giving supplies of L's, S's, and T's.
I'm sure we will hear letters of complaint from the international community. Yes, indeed.
It's great. That's very clever.
Anyway, if you'd like to talk to us, our number is 888-CAR-TALK. That's 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Darlene calling from Orlando, Florida.
Hi, Darlene.
Darlene, how are you?
Oh, I'm good.
You know that the name Darlene was in the running for Donna. I mean, Donna and Darlene were the two of the names considered for the archetypal Camaro driver.
Yeah?
Yes. We have concluded that the majority of young bubbleheads that drive Camaros or Firebirds are named Donna.
Uh-huh.
Bubbleheads.
But bubbleheads. It's a euphemism for bimbos. but Darlene was right in the running.
Oh, my God.
By grace
Darlene,
of God, you escaped.
Come on, Darlene sounds like a wonderful, sweet person. You're insulting her.
I'm not insulting her. I'm just an observation.
Darlene, did he not intimate that you are a bubblehead, as he calls it?
Right. Well, wait till you hear my question. Really good.
I'm on your side. I'm on your side. No matter what you have to say, I agree with you.
Go ahead.
All right. There's 2 male friends of mine, and they're giving me differing advice. So, bubblehead that I am, I called 2 males to see which advice I should follow.
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear the whole story.
So you want 2 males to give advice about the other 2 males.
Right. Okay, first of all, there's a gentleman that I was dating, Dr. Frank. Okay, he's a dentist.
We'll just call him Dr. Frank.
Dr. Frank.
Frank.
Obviously a smart man. He's a dentist, right?
Yes.
He has some very expensive toys. He has like 2 vintage Corvettes, an antique Cadillac. He comes picking me up in the Mercedes convertible, and
has he proposed yet?
No.
All right, well,
no, she dumped him.
Okay, but here's what was strange. When filling up at a self-serve station, and this has happened several times, not just one car or another.
Yeah,
I know the question.
What?
I know that he burps the car.
He bumps it with his hip to remove the
How did
air
you know
bubble,
that?
and he fills it to the brim, so it cannot possibly hold 1 drop more of fuel.
Yeah.
Okay, then there's Bob.
Bob,
Yeah.
okay. What's Bob do?
Not Dr. Bob. Just Bob.
No. Bob is a starving poet.
Oh, yes.
He is a brilliant man. Brilliant.
Yeah. Is he cute?
Oh, they're both cute.
They're both cute.
He owns like an '89 Dodge Caravan, and he takes really pretty good care of it, but he doesn't have any toys or anything.
Yeah.
He told me to stop filling. When the pump clicks off, stop right then. That if you put too much fuel in the gas tank, it puts a strain on the fuel system. And especially living in Florida, you need to allow for gas expansion.
Well,
the heat.
So which one of these 2 do you think is right?
Well, now, my thinking is, just because Dr. Frank has 4 or 5 cars doesn't mean he knows how to take care of them.
Doesn't mean he's got 4 or 5 brains.
But my mechanic has 4 or 5 teeth, and I wouldn't want him doing a root canal.
That's
not to get off the subject.
The dentist has 4 or 5 cars. The mechanics got 4 or 5 teeth.
But teeth are overrated.
Okay, well then I have to question Bob's judgment because he is responsible 2 years ago for forcing me to listen to Car Talk.
You have had a checkered background of real wackos. Darling, what is it about you that attracts these guys?
Well, they're brilliant, so obviously they're
Brilliant.
attracted to me.
Yes,
They're
of
cute.
course.
She goes for cute. You should never go for cute.
Well, I will tell you that Bob is right.
Yes, of course he is.
Bob is right. And Dr. Frank.
Dr. Frank is wacko.
And this wasn't influenced by him forcing me to listen to Car Talk, right?
No, certainly not.
No, well,
although we
not
were
much.
favorably disposed toward Bob from the very beginning here. No, the truth is that, as you know, when things get hot, they expand.
Right.
And so does gasoline. And a lot of times you may have even seen cars, especially in Orlando, where it gets real hot.
Right.
If you fill the car up to the top and park in the sun,
Yeah.
then the gasoline expands and it will leak out of the gas tank.
Oh, I've never noticed.
Yeah, it probably won't leak out of the tank, especially if the cap is on tight. But what it will do
It
is
will
it will
build up the
force
pressure.
gasoline into the charcoal canister, into that part of the emission system, which is designed to capture the vapors.
Oh, that little overflow thing.
But when the gasoline is filled to the tippity top, it'll actually push liquid gas instead of vaporized gas
And foul up the whole canister.
and screw that up. So Bob is right. When the pump says you're done, you're done. As a matter of fact, if you look in most owners' books now, it'll say, don't top off the gas tank. When the thing shuts off, hang the thing. And they didn't have to do this years ago because, well, no, maybe they did.
Well, the truth is...
Self-serve gas stations have become very popular, and people don't want to go to the gas station any more frequently than they have to, so they figure if I can get an extra gallon in, over my whole lifetime, I can make like 3 fewer trips to the gas station.
Yes, and that brings out the issue that Dr. Frank sounds like a real anal retentive kind of guy. He's trying to reduce the total number of gas station trips by 1 out of a lifetime. And in his cars, which don't have this canister, they're all old cars, those tanks will overflow. So Dr. Frank, brains or not, teeth or not, is completely wrong. And Dr. Bob, the starving poet, that's almost redundant, isn't it? Hey, Darlene, you are a sweetheart, and you don't deserve either one of these guys.
Well,
You deserve much better than either of them.
Tell me I'm not a bubblehead.
You're not a
I'll be happy.
bubblehead.
You certainly are not a bubblehead, but Dr. Frank is.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you
Thanks for
very
your
much.
call.
Thanks for calling.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And even though listeners wonder whether they've got some kind of weird 1-hour virus whenever they hear us say it, this is NPR.
Hi, we're back. You're listening to Car Talk with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert brothers, and we're here to talk about cars, car repair, and 30 years of wasting perfectly good hours. Now, this week we've asked you via social media and elsewhere to tell us what moments most stuck with you, or as we put it, were least intolerable. And a number of you asked to hear from a guy who appeared several times over the years, repeatedly evading our call screeners. Somehow, I don't know how he did it, and here he is. 8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
This is Daniel in the Hudson Valley in New York State.
Yes, Daniel, in the Hudson Valley of
This
New
is
York
this
State.
is a familiar sounding Daniel.
Daniel Pinkwater, the famous Daniel Pinkwater of NPR and book fame.
The same.
The one and only.
The one and only.
Now, you may recall, we have spoken previously.
Of course I recall. It was
Yes.
right after you published Fish Whistle.
Once we discussed my theory of displaced misery.
Yeah, I remember that regarding Peugeots.
Proposition that if you own a French car, no further ill luck can befall you.
Right, you are pre-disastered.
Right.
After that, you assisted me ably in the case of the mysterious flashing dashboard in the car I purchased from 5 brothers, all named Mike, in the Mystic East.
Oh, yes, the 5 mics. I remember.
The case of the 5
Yeah, that
mics.
sounds like it should be a Conan Doyle mystery.
Yeah.
So what's the next chapter, Daniel?
I have the next chapter for this is a problem that I've actually solved.
Yeah.
It's well known that I am circumferentially challenged.
Yeah, you told us that.
And it is a cruel fact that even if you've been fat all your life, you still get middle age spread.
On top, to add insult to injury, so to speak.
Additional.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, this resulted in my having difficulty in gracefully entering and exiting my car.
Yeah. I think that Honda Civic was not the right car for you.
It got so I had to run at it.
You have to grease up your body and get a running start.
Oil me up, hon. I've got to go to the store.
Grease me up. I'm either going to swim the English Channel or I'm going to go get a quart of milk.
That wasn't the worst. Getting out in a parking lot, I would draw a crowd.
Yeah, you can't get a running start getting out.
No.
Yeah.
So I decided I had to find something that was rotund accessible, all right?
Yeah.
So I began checking out various vehicles.
Yeah.
And my experiences were, well, they were painful in many cases.
I can imagine.
I can report, for example, that the Nissan Altima is not for the diametrically disadvantaged. There was a tense moment in the showroom where it looked like I might have to be kept in there for a while. So I found a 1985 BMW 735i.
Aye.
This is about as big as BMWs get. Doors like a church.
That is the car for you,
So
Dan.
I'm looking at the car. Along comes a man, a Mr. Moriarty.
Yeah. Professor Moriarty.
Salesman.
Yeah.
And says, we can get you in this car with no trouble. And I said, that's what I hope, obviously. So we did some trial entrances. I was able to gracefully enter and seat myself. So now I wanted the car very much. Bought it. This car has got a seat memory.
Yes.
Press the button, and the electric seat will adjust itself to the position it remembers, in the case of this car, from its first owner.
Yeah.
Who was a guy, I'd recognize him if I saw him. He's got a 19-inch inseam and arms like a gorilla. So I had plenty of time to read my owner's manual.
Yeah.
I have it before me. On page 3-07A,
yes.
heading Ski Rack, Technical Modifications, and Keeping Fit. And I read from the manual. Stop the car at intervals and try a few of the gymnastic exercises we have outlined for you on the following pages.
This is so on your way to the slopes. You stop occasionally and you do the exercises.
On pages 3-08 slant B, Keeping Fit, we have a dozen diagrams, which include 1, swinging the arms. 2,
swinging. I like that.
Bending forward. 3, the hula hoop movement. Repeat 10 times. Bending over sideways is number 4. Number 5 is raising one arm up, which we won't go into that one. Then we have others, the windmill, the deep knee bends, the 15 jumping jacks.
So have you tried all these?
Of course.
Of course.
And on page 3-10 stroke C.
Yeah.
An important contribution to journey fitness is made by correct nutrition.
I mean, this is an owner's manual, huh?
That you stay fit. You will not eat the greasy cheeseburger and the French fries. You will eat the fresh fruit and the rye crisp. Well, in the time I've had the car, I've actually lost a lot of weight.
And now you don't need this car anymore.
Now I don't need it.
You can trade it in for a nice Saturn.
Exactly.
Gee, my owner's manual's never had this level of detail.
Now, I got a hold of a owner's manual for a 5 Series BMW, already a pretty classy car.
But not a patch to this.
There is nothing about calisthenics. There is nothing about the rye crisp and the fresh vegetables. This is only for the elite.
Well, you know why? I mean, they make so much money on these cars. They want to make sure that you live long enough to buy many of them.
Yes.
Or at least to finish the payments on the one that you bought.
Daniel, you are an incorrigible wise guy.
Me?
Me?
Hey, why don't you come to Boston sometime and have a cup of cappuccino with us?
I will motor up in my sports touring sedan.
Yeah. Daniel, always a pleasure talking to you.
Nice talking to you, Daniel. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot for calling. Bye. 1-888-CAR-TALK or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Arup Gupta calling from Phoenix, Arizona.
Ooh, you have to spell your first name.
It's spelled A-R-O-O-P. R as in Robert, U as in umbrella, P as in Peter.
Yeah.
Arup.
Arup Gupta.
Right.
So, where are you calling from?
From Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah.
Enjoying the wonderful Arizona winter now.
Yeah. Good for you.
Yeah, it's nice and mild there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's why you called us, to just make
Talk
us
about
feel
the weather?
bad?
Actually, I have a kind of a seasonal problem in my Nissan Maxima.
Okay.
And the problem is that immediately after the summer, I hate to say during the monsoon season because we have so little rainfall in Phoenix.
Right.
But that would be monsoon in India.
Uh-huh.
And at that time, especially when I'm taking a left turn, I have a kind of waterfall from just underneath my glove compartment on the right-hand side of my car.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that is. I mean, I have checked the fluid that comes out. It's clear, odorless. It's non-viscous.
Right. In fact,
However, I haven't tasted it.
it's just like water, I bet.
Just like water.
And you know why? Because it is water.
Uh-huh.
The water is coming from your air conditioner, in all likelihood. And what happens is when you run the air conditioner, which you certainly ran during the monsoon season because it was hot and sticky, right?
Right.
The air conditioner's responsibility is to remove moisture from the inside air, from the air inside your car. That's what keeps you nice and comfortable.
Right.
And in doing so, it must eject that moisture out of the car somehow, and it drips from the evaporator onto the ground. In fact, if you look at not your car because yours doesn't work, but if you look at other cars whose air conditioning is functioning properly, you'll notice that water is dripping out from the car, and that water is the moisture that the air conditioner is removing from the passenger compartment.
You may even remember that before you had this problem, if you parked the car after driving for a while with the air conditioner on, you'd see a little puddle somewhere very close to that side of the car where the leak now is.
Right.
So the evaporator is condensing the vapor, and it's supposed to leave the car, but it isn't because the drain is plugged up. You need to have your evaporator drain roto-rootered.
Roto-rootered?
No, I mean,
It's simple, a coat hanger.
Well, your mechanic will go in there. We have a big, long nozzle with compressed air, and we blow compressed air in there. There's probably leaves or junk or dead rodents or, anything could be stuck
There aren't any
in
leaves in Phoenix, are there?
Yeah. I don't know. Whatever is, cactus needles or something.
Yeah. This is relatively simple, Arup. You're a very fortunate man. This is simple and inexpensive.
Really simple? So I can just take a coat hanger and...
No, I would let my mechanic do it.
Okay.
It's not easy to find.
Yeah, well...
Actually, my car is still under extended warranty, and I wanted to find out before the next monsoon season when my warranty also would run out.
No, this is not covered by your extended warranty.
Okay, as long as it's a simple problem and it doesn't cost me a bundle of money.
No, it shouldn't cost more than a few bucks, $20 or $30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and if they say it's going to be a lot more involved than that, then take it someplace else because it shouldn't be.
Okay, I'll quote you on that.
Quote us on that.
All right.
Good luck, Arup.
Thanks a lot.
Nice talking to you. Bye-bye.
Nice talking to you too. Bye-bye.
1-800.
Don't you love Indian names?
Yes.
I mean, I could say Arup Gupta all day, and it would make me happy.
Go ahead.
It's sort of like
a mantra.
Like a mantra. Instead of Om, I just say Arup Gupta. Say it again.
Arup Gupta.
Isn't it great?
Arup Gupta.
I love it.
Arup.
Arup Gupta.
All right, is it time to take a short break?
Must be time for my memory exercises.
Why are you doing memory exercises?
I can't remember why I started doing.
We'll be back in a minute. 1-888-CAR-TALK or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, it's Christy.
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 From
Wait.
where? Don't tell us.
No, she's going to tell us where she's from. We're going to tell her how to spell it.
I'm from Chicago.
From Chicago. Oh, so it's just CHRISTIE.
Right, T-Y.
T-Y.
Right, that's what he meant. T-Y.
That's what I meant. See, if you had been like from
some other place,
like from L.A.
KRYSTE.
No, E.
E-E.
Not the way a cheerleader spells it.
Right, that's a cheerleader spelling.
Yeah.
You got it.
So what's going on, Christy?
I want to ask you guys about a car problem that happened about 15 years ago to my dad's old Citation that I was driving. I've been feeling bad about it for a while, and I just kind of like to find out exactly what happened.
You want closure. They call this closure.
Yes, it is, closure.
This is something that's been plaguing you for 15 years. causing you nightmares.
Is it something he's been blaming you for 15 years?
Well, no, he doesn't really know. I mean, it's, you know.
But there is still reference to it after all these years?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, there's, you know, the car died, and I think he was kind of surprised.
Lay it on us.
Okay. I was about 16 years old, and I was driving from South Bend, Indiana.
Oh, it was your fault.
Well, shut up. Okay, I'm driving. It's I think it was about a 1982 Chevy Citation.
And what year would this have been? This would have been like 1982.
This was in 83. I think the car was maybe a year old.
Yeah. So you're driving from South Bend to where?
I'm trying to get down to the Indiana University down in Bloomington, Indiana. It's about a 4.5-hour drive.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, I drive for about like half an hour, and the temperature light starts kind of coming on. I mean, it's kind of coming on, it's going off, it's coming on. It's not doing it in any kind of consistent way. You know, it'll blink on for a while. And so anyway, I was just like, okay, this is an electrical problem, so forget
So it's like, this is a glitch.
Yeah, right. Because we've had some glitchy cars before. We've had some real lemons, so I'm like, this is just another weirdo car thing.
Yeah.
So I go into the glove compartment, get out a piece of tape, put it over the light, because I just don't want to be dealing with this.
Were you listening to our show at that time?
No, I didn't know you guys were. Were you guys on the air that
Well,
long
yeah,
ago?
we used to sell the special tape, in fact.
Yeah, we still have it. Yeah, so you put the tape over the light.
I put the tape over the light.
Keep driving.
I keep driving. Well, I start losing acceleration, but that doesn't really stop me. I keep going until the car actually just stops. I mean, I can't actually go any further.
Yeah.
And now I'm kind of like in southern Indiana, and I get towed down to this little mechanic shop.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
They put a new thermostat in the car, but they told me to go back to South Bend. They're like, this is, you know, they said this is like a Band-Aid, but, you know, go back to South Bend. And, of course, I didn't. I drove another 3 hours, went down to Indiana, you know, Bloomington, drove back the next day, 4.5 hours.
You drove down to Bloomington because your boyfriend was there, right?
I had a party to go to down there. I was young. So
you turn around, you drive 4 hours back.
Yeah, and you know, the car was fine. I
The
don't
light
remember
is not
having
on.
Oh, no.
Tape's off and the light's out.
Light's not blinking anymore.
Good.
Problem solved.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I get back to South Bend, and, you know, I thought everything was fine. Those mechanics just fixed it, you know, thermostat problem, whatever. And my dad then got in the car to go to work. He works about 10 minutes from our house, and the car just blows up. It just stopped.
Oh.
The engine block was almost melted together. It was a major problem. And my dad was just utterly confused. And, of course, he came home and asked me if anything happened, and I said, I know, gosh, you know.
Ooh, yeah. Car ran like a dream all the way down and all the way back.
So what I'm trying to figure out is why did just putting a thermostat in do, and did I really ruin his car, I guess? Or was this just a random thing that
Random, my foot. You wish it. You overheated the engine.
Because the thermostat was malfunctioning, and when the light started to come on, it was telling you the engine was running hot. You ignored it.
Stay on.
Huh?
Why didn't the light just stay on? Why was it going on and off?
Well, it was probably staying on after you put the black tape over it, but you couldn't see it.
Yeah.
So the light was staying on enough to let you know that the thing was overheating, and the engine got hotter and hotter, and you began to melt the pistons and melt the rings and deform the crankshaft and stretch out the connecting rods. And then when they put the thermostat in, the new thermostat, you must have just averted a meltdown by seconds.
Oh, you think? Oh,
I think so.
How you made it back, how you did another 6 hours of driving is somewhat miraculous, actually.
Oh.
And you are right in thinking that you had nothing to do with it, but you're wrong.
And it can only be attributed to the fine engineering of this Chevrolet engine.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Really? I always thought that was a crappy car, but maybe not. Huh?
And
well, it was after you got a hold of it.
You know, when people say that the engine melted, typically what happens is you throw a rod. It's very common. And you did that. You are absolutely responsible for this engine.
Yeah, when the thing gets really hot, what happens is the bearing material will melt, the connecting rod bearings and the main bearings. And then you'll have low oil pressure, and the bearing will start, because the bearing is melted, the connecting rod will start slapping against the crankshaft, and next thing you know, the thing breaks because the bolts can't hold it, and the engine is toast.
Oh, okay.
Everyone knows that when that temperature light comes on, you stop.
No, not everyone.
Because
not everyone knows that.
Because driving with the temperature light on is the kiss of death.
Is Dad still alive, or did this kill him?
No, he's still alive.
Well, how do you feel now? I mean, now that we've told you that absolutely,
well,
almost without a doubt, you were responsible for the demise, the very early demise of this wonderful car that Dad had.
I feel bad because he really never knew what happened, and he just thought it was just another bad car.
What if we told him? Would that be bad? Would it be cathartic for you?
Now, Christy, I think you need to resolve this. I mean, just your knowing is not enough.
You don't think so?
We need Dad's number.
But you know.
We need his number.
Is he home?
Okay.
Go ahead.
He's at work.
We'll take the number off the air, but we're calling Dad at work.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. And what's his name?
Is Richard.
Richard.
Right. How old is Richard?
He's 60. He just had a birthday. He's 61.
61. He probably would be retired now if he were still making car payments. They offered him that early retirement, but he said, "No, I got to pay off this Buick that I'm driving."
We're going to try to get him. Can you stay on the line,
Sure.
Christy? I mean, you don't mind confronting him about this?
He's got a real bad phone manner. I'm just warning you.
Oh, don't worry. So do we.
Okay.
Okay, we're dialing him now.
Okay.
Christy, do you know if Daddy-O knows us?
Yeah, he does. Mm-hmm.
He does?
Yeah, our whole family likes the show.
Cool.
In that case, he's likely to hang up on us or not.
Dick Conklin.
Hey, Richard.
Yes.
This is Tom and Ray Magliozzi from Car Talk.
Ah, I'm blessed.
Well, not necessarily.
Not necessarily?
No.
We were just talking to your daughter, Christy.
You're right.
Yeah. Well, she called to cleanse her soul.
Okay.
She called to describe to us a little incident that occurred in 1982 with your Chevy Citation.
You may not remember this. You may have tried
sure.
You may have tried to block this out.
Yeah, seared, I think, is a proper verb.
Yeah, she said it like through a rod.
You threw a rod.
Through a rod.
And you have no idea why this happened. Have you had your suspicions all these years?
Lack of oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you know anything else about it?
No.
You don't know all the dirty details.
There's some things that Pater Familias doesn't want to know.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to tell you all the details. She was driving the thing to Bloomington. You knew that.
Yes, I knew that.
And along the way, the temperature light began flashing. You didn't know that.
No.
No, you didn't know that.
She's never told you this.
And it was annoying.
She kept driving without any water in the radiator?
Well, worse than that. She put black tape over the light because the light was
At least you can laugh about it, Richard.
And she finally coasted into a gas station with the engine glowing. and the two guys that were there told her that she'd probably had fried it, but they would put a new thermostat in and send her back home.
Oh, wonderful.
She didn't go home.
She didn't go home.
She didn't take their advice because the light went out. She went to the party down in Bloomington, then drove all the way back to South Bend the next day.
Ooh.
And gave you the car, making you think that everything was just hunky-dory. And she's been living a life of sin,
deception,
crime, and deception.
Well,
now I think you would ask if she recounted the story to us correctly. You would ask her if anything unusual had happened on her trip, and she denied it.
Yeah.
She said, no, fine, no problems.
Well, she can't live with this lie anymore.
She's with us right now, Dick.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Christy?
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Dad. Sure.
Hi, Chrissy. Chrissy, you didn't tell them about the broken axle on the 1966 Buick.
I didn't break that axle.
Come on, Christy, come clean.
About the new radiator on the 1984 Nova.
No, Dad, you bought me that broken axle car for $500 and sent me, on my merry way. That's why that axle broke. That thing was a lemon.
Yeah, sure.
Tom and Ray, you've got to realize that my daughter is to cars what Alban Berg is to melody, the expressionist conductor.
Yes.
Well,
whatever.
Oh,
look,
boy.
The country ought to be thankful that she's now in a city with decent public transportation and doesn't need to own a car.
So You don't hold it against her that she withheld this crucial information all these years.
Well, not in this public forum, you won't.
I love my daughter. That's
you
my
love
only
your daughter.
comment.
Isn't it something?
Thanks, Dad.
Is Christy your only child?
She's my only daughter.
She's
She's
your
my
only
only
daughter.
limits tester.
Well, Christy, I mean, do you want to make like a formal public apology to Daddy-O, both for wrecking his car and for living this life of deception for 15 years?
But I've suffered for this.
Well, so is Dad.
You have suffered.
You didn't suffer any more than my pocketbook at the time.
Did it cost a lot? I can't remember.
Fred and Jim's garage bought a boat in the
for each of them.
Right.
It was terminal. It had to be reconstructed from scratch.
Oh yeah, no, it's terminal.
Oh really?
Yeah, I think this warrants a full scale apology.
Oh, come on, you guys.
Come on, Christy. And some groveling and maybe a few tears. Like, Dad, I'm sorry.
It's 15 years ago. Water under the bridge.
There is no statute of limitations on deception to your father.
Oh, my God.
And there's no statute of limitations on forgiveness either. Chris.
Oh, God
what?
bless you,
See?
Richard.
Isn't he nice? Okay, I'm sorry, Dad.
Boy, that sounded real heartfelt. Sorry, Dad.
Sorry.
Hey, that's as much as you're going to get out of it.
It sounds that way. Well, she's your daughter, not ours. Good luck.
Thank God.
Okay, John.
Hey, Richard, you're a wonderful guy.
Oh, thanks much.
Have a nice day.
Okay, you too.
See you.
See you later.
See you, Christy.
Bye,
Okay,
Christy.
bye-bye, guys.
Try to be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris. See
See
you
ya.
at Ski Park.
Yeah, we'll leave you two to chat. Bye-bye. Oh, don't I love solving these little familial conflicts? Oh, boy, oh, boy. Well, look, it's happened again. You've wasted another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk. Hello and welcome to Car Talk from National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers, and we're broadcasting from the 1,568 perfectly good hours wasted department here at Car Talk Plaza. You know, I know it seems like we just started anew on you yesterday, but this month we're actually celebrating 30 years of Car Talk on NPR. And yes, I do use the term celebrating loosely. This month, we're revisiting some of our best laughs over the years, and we'll start today with one of my brother's favorite stories. And we're broadcasting this week from the Brotherly Love Department here at Car Talk Plaza. What's this about? I don't trust you.
And you shouldn't.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to tell a little story.
Okay.
As most people know, we've had an absolutely terrible winter here in our fair city.
Yes.
I mean, we've complained about it enough. It was long, it was cold, it was snowy, and it was endless, relentless, every day.
Oh, yeah, no.
Stinko.
It certainly was.
So we get really sick of it. And the entire staff of Car Talk planned a trip to South Beach for a few days.
Yes.
You remember?
Yeah, I remember.
We were all looking forward to the sun. We were going to just go down, to sit on the beach, you know, chill out, so to speak, in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
So the day before we're due to leave, my poor brother Raymond takes ill.
I was at death's door.
At death's door. He's confined to his bed, and his doctor says he can't go to South Beach. Dougie says to me, well, I guess the trip is off, huh? Your brother, poor guy, I mean, he's deathly ill. And I answer in the immortal words of Don Amici, if you saw the movie Trading Places, screw him.
Those weren't exactly the words, but close enough.
Close enough. So we all go. I mean, everybody, the entire Car Talk staff, including my brother's own son, Andrew, who says the same thing. I said, but your father, he's at death's door. Screw him. So my brother says, I understand you guys have to go, but I have one request.
Well, I said, I was choking back the tears at the time.
No, I could see that.
Yeah.
You were choking back the tears.
I mean, leave me here alone.
Leave me here alone. But I guess he was trying to be brave. And he says, just do me one favor. Think of me while you're there. Think of me in my sick bed watching it snow, rain, sleet outside while I'm looking out through my convalescing window.
Yes.
So, on the way to the airport, we forgot all about him. Didn't even know who he was. Your brother. Who's got a brother? Oh, my brother, yeah. Anyway, we get to South Beach. We're sitting in the sun. We're drinking pina coladas. We're living it up like Wayne Newton. I mean, life is good. After a couple of days, we realized that we really hadn't thought of my brother at all. We were too busy watching the beautiful girls walk by. So we went to our favorite spot, the News Cafe. The News Cafe is the place. I mean,
that's our...
as you well know.
Yeah.
And we say, we have to do something so that my brother knows that we were thinking of him while we're here.
Yeah.
And after many hours of contemplation, it may have taken us all day. I mean, I remember sitting there with Bugsy, thinking about this all day.
And you could sit all day with
one
Bugsy.
Cappuccino after another.
Plotting and scheming.
The idea finally hits us. Here is a way that Raymond will know that his buddies were actually thinking of him while we're living it up in South Beach. Because, I mean, just to tell him we were thinking about him wouldn't prove that we were thinking about him. So I have here in my pocket a little something that will absolutely prove to you that we were thinking of you. I mean, we sat there for days eating, drinking, and running up this tab.
This is a credit card receipt from the News Cafe with my signature on it. I don't know how that is. It says Frank Rizzo. And it is for an you guys were very generous with the tip. I see.
Well,
since when do you give a 45% tip?
Don't forget there were a lot of us. And these
it doesn't make any difference.
The waiters had been
45%.
They had been very, very good to us. You know, they saved us our table.
So you got this credit card from my son. My son was in on this.
Here's what happened, actually.
I don't think I want to know.
Your son and a friend of his, Noah, came with us, right? And at the end of this grueling 3 or 4 days during which we were trying to think of a way to think of you, to prove to you that we were thinking of you, we were having dinner at the News Cafe, but the place was mobbed.
This is your writing, too. This is my brother's writing. I recognize your hand. Me own brother.
I'll tell you what happened. When Drew and Noah showed up, we had already been seated for quite some time, and they had to take a separate little table for two. So when everything was over, the bills came, and I said to Drew, give us the bill. Drew, we'll pay for it. He says, I already paid for it for hours, him and Noah.
Yeah.
And I said, what do you mean you already paid for it? He said, I have my father's credit card. And we almost fell off the chairs. You have your father's credit card? Get out. I said, Drew, let me just borrow it for a while. He says, oh, no, it's my father. Okay, here.
My brother and my son. Jeez, I guess
45% isn't bad.
There's a lesson to be learned here. Don't get sick. Stay healthy. Jeez. Well, I'm glad you all had a good time.
Well, we had a rollicking good time, and we're having a good time right now, too.
And I'm still paying off that credit card bill. Now, while my brother and I would always try to cause trouble for each other, the real purpose of the show is to solve problems for other people. And granted, we didn't always know exactly how to go about it.
Hello, this is Maureen. I'm calling from Los Angeles.
Hi, Maureen. What's up?
I've got a 1964 Volkswagen Bug that I have an unholy attachment to. It's my first car. And it went on fire about a week ago, and my concern is how could I avoid this happening again?
Sell it. You back up a few feet, and it won't come out of reverse.
That's right.
Unless you shut the engine off.
You see, Thomas doesn't understand what I'm trying to do here.
Oh,
I have no answer for this problem. I am trying to get Peter to alter the question through a very intricate process of mind control. And if I can get him to change the question,
you've got the answer. That's very good.
But you've undermined my efforts, obviously.
I apologize. So what color is this?
Hi, this is Steve in Chicago, formerly of East Arlington, Massachusetts.
We can tell by your accent, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So what's up, Steve? And how did you get to Chicago? And do you like it there? And why did you leave Arlington?
Oh, man.
All those questions. Come on.
You never actually want to get to... So is this like a special 3 or 4 hour show?
Yeah, they're all the same.
Yeah.
I got to Chicago... for a career and a girl. I lost the girl, and I've given up on the career. So I'll come home now. Hey, the caller that I feel the most for was that 18-year-old girl or something who was totally depressed.
What, you want us to give her your number?
You made me spit my coffee all over the table. Buy the proper fluid, which is power steering fluid.
You don't think I could do this?
I think you could, sure, absolutely.
I'm going to give it a try.
I think you should.
Okay, now where should I stick it?
I don't know.
Red on the shelf, but
Well, I mean, you're not going to be able to do it if you don't know where to put this stuff.
When you open the hood, there will be a little reservoir with a cap on it that says power steering. You unscrew that cap, and that's where you pour the stuff.
okay, I do have one other tiny little problem. How do I open the hood?
And that's why you should have downshifted, and that's why it's recommended on
All right, he knows that. You don't have to berate the guy. He even told you I didn't downshift.
I'm telling
he
everyone.
knows he should have downshifted. Cut the guy some slack. His car is on fire here.
When you turn the car on and put on either the vent with the air or the AC, it's like urine air. It's horrible, and I need you to.
So you think they had like a peeing contest in the car? Go ahead, you first. No, you first. Ma's gonna kill us. No, Ma's away. She won't know.
And
Dad likes it. Dad won't care.
Dad can't smell anything. It always happens at the same RPM
Because it's a sympathetic vibration.
Okay.
And what it is,
It's saying, Tim, I can sympathize
we're
with
sorry
you.
you had to move to Cincinnati. If you would like to call us, our number is, as always, 888-CAR Talk. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi, this is Becky, and I'm calling from Northfield, Minnesota.
Hi, Becky.
Becky!
It sounds like there are geese in the studio, I think.
I have a 97 Geo Prism, and ever since I've gotten it, there's been this weird kind of film that forms on the inside of the windshield.
Yeah.
See, now, if you smoked cigars...
You wouldn't notice this.
Another goose just landed.
Yeah.
So I should start smoking cigars.
If you smoke cigars, you wouldn't notice this, and you would have... Wait a minute, Becky.
We're having a little technical difficulty in the studio. Oh, he's got the remote.
You may I don't know if you listen every week, Becky, but a few weeks ago we were commenting on how women. All right, already. How women don't engage in practical jokes to the extent that men do, and we were then flooded with a bunch of practical joke items. One of which I'm holding in my hand, and this is a remote fart machine.
Hi, this is Heidi from D.C.
Hi, Heidi.
Heidi.
Hi.
Heidi ho. What's up?
Well, I have a Peugeot station wagon, 505. I know.
Well, try to start it. Go ahead.
Okay.
All right.
No, huh?
All right. He's got one hell of a battery, doesn't he?
Actually, since I've been diagnosing this problem, I've went through 3 batteries. I'm just going to put a little more gas in the carburetor.
Sure. In fact, while you're at it, pour some on the seats. Pour some on the seats, too.
Sometimes when I turn the windshield wipers on and off, it turns the radio off. And sometimes when I put the blinker on, it turns the car off. And sometimes when I put it in reverse, it turns the car off.
Oh, picky. Come on, you're driving a sled here. What do you expect? 1972.
You're going to move to Alaska.
Well, it just so happens that I grew up across the street from your esteemed senior producer, Doug Berman.
No.
And I used to babysit for him and his sisters when they were kids.
He's saying, oh, it's fate. The light bulb just went on.
He got it.
How old was he when you babysat?
Oh, 9, 10.
Oh, he must have been a hellion.
I will tell you what he did to get me in trouble once.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, I love it.
Well, one
This
night...
is just between you and us, of
yeah,
course.
just between you and us. One night, he and his sister decided that it was tortured babysitter night.
Yeah.
So the two of them just decided they were going to break every rule and give me every kind of trouble they could, raise all sorts of hell. And the final straw was when I was trying to get them into bed, and they decided to run out of the house half naked and scream all around the neighborhood.
He still does that!
Hi, this is Kathy from Oakland, California.
Oh, Kathy with a C.
You're right.
This is Kathy from Washington Crossing, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, so it's Kathy with a K.
No.
Oh, darn.
Hi, this is Kathy. I'm from Phoenix.
From Phoenix, and that's with a K, absolutely.
That's it.
I've never been wrong on the Kathy front here.
Hi, I'm Kathy calling from Connecticut.
Hi, Kathy.
Kathy with a K?
Kathy with a C. Hello, this is Kathy from Old Lyme, Connecticut.
Hi, Kathy from
Kathy
Old
with
Lyme.
a C.
No.
Hi, this is Kathy from Montevallo, Alabama.
Alabama?
Uh-huh.
Well, there's no question then in my mind.
What is it?
That starts with a C.
It's a K.
Where'd you move from?
Philadelphia.
See that?
Hi, I'm Kathy from Centerville, Virginia.
Don't tell me now.
Okay.
Because I've already made my decision. What do you think?
I already wrote it with a K.
So did I.
You're both wrong.
Oh, I knew I should have swapped.
Well, maybe we'll get the
Monty Hall would have made me swap.
You know, for most of the last 30 years, it was just me and my brother sitting here in this small studio, mostly trying to break wind for an hour. But every once in a while, we'd have a guest. And a couple of times on Mother's Day, we were graced by the presence of our revered mother, the late Elizabeth Magliozzi. And she offered her unique take on parenting and demonstrated pretty unequivocally, I think, where our sense of broadcast professionalism came from.
Happy Mother's Day, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are you a mother?
Yes, I have 2 children. I have a boy who's 8 and a little girl who's 10.
Oh, you have a long way to go, sweetheart.
Oh.
Jesus, it sounds like it's some kind of a prison sentence. I mean, where's the joyousness? You have a long way to go, sweetheart. Maybe if you're lucky, they'll run away and join the circus. Come on, Lizzie. Lighten up. Was it that bad?
You have children, Linda?
No.
No, Linda doesn't have children.
Fortunately.
Yeah, Linda's lucky.
Did you really say fortunately?
She did.
I did.
She did, sure.
Well, you know, in this day and age, that's a good answer. With all the drugs.
I'm glad to see she has a sense of humor like you do.
I think we just lost Thomas. Linda, get him to putty up those doors. You'll be all right. Don't have kids. Thanks for your call, Linda.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. You all right?
Well, although you should be showering your mother with affection, you are instead listening to NPR's Car Talk with Click and Clack, the Tappet Brothers, known to their mother, that's me, as Tom and Ray Magliozzi. We have more of your calls coming right up, so don't touch that dial, because if you do, the end of your lipstick will fall off.
Not lipstick. Dipstick.
That was a misprint.
Would this be an appropriate time to read some mail that I got regarding puzzlers? Could I do that? I have a piece of mail here that you're going to love, man. Here's an email. Remember the puzzler about the mango tree?
Yeah.
You said quite convincingly.
There's no other solution.
That there's no other solution except two.
Infinite.
Edward Holmes, I think it's Sherlock.
I think I said I had no other solution.
In fact, what you said was...
You can't do it unless the number is 2. Oh.
That's what you said. You can't do it. Edward Holmes says, au contraire, piston puss.
I was afraid of that.
The briber of the guards would have to leave the palace with exactly 130 mangoes to get back out of the 7 fences. He goes away with 3 mangoes and the entry guard gets 1. If he could carry 386, he could go home with 5.
My analysis only went up to 120.
And then you got tired. Now, what did he say again? Let me hear that again.
You can't do it unless the number is 2. Boy, it sounds so... what does it sound so...
convincing.
Ethereal. Yeah.
Well, this little note was actually slipped to me before the show.
Really?
By an unnamed member of the staff.
Soon to be unemployed, I might add.
Unless
the number is Two. All right.
Okay, that's it.
All right, well, with that little admonition, I guess we'll have a new puzzler in the third half of today's show, so be sure to stay tuned for that. In the meantime, if you have a question about your car or anything else, the number is
Come on, what's the matter? You can't take a joke.
888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. 130. I think I should have figured that one out, huh? All right. Hello, you're on Car Talk. You know, we had another unfortunate puzzler moment when I thought I was doing the right thing. I mean, I used a puzzler which I attributed and credited to the legendary puzzler editor of Scientific American, Martin Gardner. And I noted he was unlikely to sue us because he was dead. Then we got this call the following week. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi there, this is Jim from Norman, Oklahoma.
Norman
from Jim, Oklahoma.
That is correct.
What's up, man?
Well, you know, I was going to call in with a car problem, but I really have a car talk problem.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
you and a lot of other people.
Yeah, I know, and I listen on KGOU, the University of Oklahoma station, and last week you introduced the puzzler, and I guess it was a Martin Gardner puzzler, and you said, I think last week that he was a dad and he couldn't sue, and I was kind of a bit taken back and literally shocked. I am a big fan and admirer of Martin Gardner. And I thought I would have known before you guys. So
see that?
Well, I decided. I called my dad because he's fairly up on this information, and after we talked for a while, I was thankfully 100% convinced that he was still alive.
Who's your dad?
Well, my dad's Martin Gardner, you dummy.
I was about to say that I think we received an email from his son.
That's right.
That would be you, huh?
I can say that he is both alive and still in the puzzle business.
I apologize for that faux pas. We are both big fans of your father's mathematical puzzles for many years.
Boy, my hero. My hero is Martin Gardner.
Yeah, he's my hero, too.
Well, tell Dad that we're glad he's alive and well.
Yeah,
I've made this mistake many times in the past. When I discovered that Lawrence Welk had died, it was apparently, in my estimation, for the second time. Okay, look, let's take a break from embarrassing me and embarrass a few listeners instead. A lot of calls over the years involve someone's car making a noise, and we would often ask the caller to make the noise for us. It was purely for diagnostic reasons, of course.
It drops and builds with the RPM.
Right,
so it goes
When I pull in and turn it off, it goes and then it just fades.
They all do that.
Is there like a cymbal crash at the end? You want to make the noise?
Hold on a second. I'm going to make the noise.
All right.
Put the dog out in the yard.
Can you make the noise?
Like a ting ting. I don't know.
It has gone back to make a noise, kind of a sort of a type of deal.
That's good.
The car makes a sound that kind of goes. Don't you think that's weird?
Go. Could you do that again?
If you don't get emotionally involved.
No, I won't. I promise I won't. But I'm going to record it this time.
When I turn the steering wheel.
Either way, left or right.
Left or right.
You're sitting stopped.
I'm stopped or going.
Or moving.
Or moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
It makes this noise and it kind of goes.
Yeah, sort of like.
You're interested in selling this car? Sounds like my brother when he wakes up in the morning.
It does what I call the Elvis idle.
Shake, rattle, and roll?
It goes. The best way I can describe it is a scene from a Three Stooges movie where the three of them are sleeping in the same bed. I don't know if you remember that. But Moe goes, and Larry goes, woo, and Curly goes, woo, 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 woo.
Remember it?
You remember that?
We got that picture hanging right on the wall here.
All right. My car is Larry.
Now, lots of calls didn't involve noises, and some even ventured into areas of automotive engineering about which we know absolutely nothing. Of course, that didn't stop us.
Hello, this is Paul from Bartow, Pennsylvania.
Hi, Paul. From where, Pennsylvania?
Bartow.
Bartow.
It's a large rural route about 15 miles south of Allentown, 45 miles northwest of Philadelphia.
Got it.
A lot of loving and gentle people in the rural route.
And you're among them.
Yes, very
you
much.
You sound like a loving and gentle person.
Is it possible that I would have driven through Bartow if I was going to York, Pennsylvania?
You might have, yes. It's Allentown to Pottstown.
Sort of around there, eh? Right. I think I did drive through Bartow one time.
You may have even bumped into Paul.
I may have.
Could well be.
Are you about 5'10"?
No,
brownish hair.
6 foot even.
Yeah, no, it's a different Paul. Okay. So what's in your mind, Paul?
Well, I know you fellows are experts on cars, but are you as good on trucks and cattle trailers?
Cattle trailers, yes. Trucks, no.
Cattle trailers is one of our specialties.
Okay.
I just finished a seminar, as a matter of fact, on cattle trailers, so I'm right up on...
Right, cattle trailers you know and love. So we're ready. Shoot.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a cattle trailer that holds about 7 or 8 cows, and it has electric brakes, and we pull it with a pickup. And one of the problems, or repeated problems with the brakes, is that sometimes they grab, other times they don't connect. We've taken it to the garage several times, and they fix it, but yet they don't fix it.
Yeah.
These brakes are operated by a servo that's attached to your brake pedal.
Right, it's electric attached to the brake pedal.
Right.
And the latest problem is when you put on the four-way flashers. The brakes engage every time the light flashes.
Excellent.
And that becomes a real problem when you're going up a hill and have to put on the flashers at 40 miles an hour. It seems to slow you down a good bit when you're climbing the hill.
Right, because the brakes are grabbing, releasing.
Correct.
I'm sure that we can help you with this if you answer just one small question for me.
Okay, great.
How do electric brakes work?
My impression is that our garage doesn't know either.
Well, I can honestly say, and you know me, I'm an honest guy, I have never seen electric brakes in my life.
I don't know how electric brakes work either in actuality.
But let's guess. That's how we do with the other stuff.
We know that they have to work like regular brakes, and they must push a shoe against a drum of some kind. And they're operated by a motor of some kind.
Is the motor like in the wheel?
Yeah.
I mean, it could also operate...
Motor in the trailer or in the truck?
No, in the trailer.
In the trailer.
I don't know how they work.
They're hydraulic?
No, they're not hydraulic. They're electromechanical.
So what's in the wheel instead of a cylinder? A little electric motor?
A screw.
A screw.
It's irrelevant how they work.
It doesn't matter. Excellent. We're going to give them an answer without knowing how they work.
Right.
Okay, Paul, this is going to be good. Get a pencil.
I got it.
I can hardly wait to
I'll
hear
pass
this.
it on to our friendly garage.
Well, no, I mean, the key issue here is that the emergency flashes are turning on the brakes.
Correct.
Somehow or another, current is getting fed to those brakes when the flashes are on, so it seems pretty clear that you've got a wire crossed. And
that's funny. I thought you had a wire crossed.
And the other problem, and I think where the problem is perhaps is in the brake lights, because in addition to this thing operating the brakes, it also has to turn on the brake lights, which are turned on by your brake lights. Isn't there a wiring harness that's hanging out from the back of your truck?
Surely.
That you plug into?
Right. That's the way it works.
So the problem's in. He's giving me that look. He's giving me that look. It's pretty clear that we don't know what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, well, I want to say, though, Paul, it's been awfully nice talking
and
to you.
You sound like a wonderful, caring individual. Why can't these cows walk to their destination? I mean, well, I think it's fair to say we failed miserably at figuring out electric brakes. But the call wasn't a total loss because, unbeknownst to us, we inspired a listener to pen his very own masterpiece. Talk on National Public Radio with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers, and we're here to discuss, well, at least we're trying to, cars, car repair, and the answer to an important philosophical question.
You're going to love this.
I'm sure I will.
This is from Andy Reichman from Marlborough, Vermont, 05344. Dear Click and Clack, I'm writing to offer profound thanks to you for resolving an important philosophical question that has been heatedly debated for the last 20 years.
Really?
Get this now. The rumination began on a construction site one summer in the early 70s as my best friend Jamie and I were working our way through college. The question we raised and have agonized over lo these many years is one that I have never read about in any philosophical treatise, and yet I have found it as applied to countless situations and conversations, overheard in bars, repair shops, sporting events, political debates, etc., etc. Posit the question. Do two people who don't know what they're talking about know more or less than one person who doesn't know what he's talking about?
Wow. Let me think about this for a minute. What's your opinion?
I'll get this. I believe that you have definitively answered this query and have put the debate to rest in your recent conversation regarding electric brakes on a cattle carrier. Remember that call?
Oh, I do.
Amazingly enough, you proved that even in a case where one person might know nothing about a subject, it is possible for two people
to know less than nothing. Well, I think we prefaced our answer with the fact that we know nothing.
He says that. He says one person will only go out so far on a limb.
Unless he has someone to egg him on.
His construction of deeply hypothetical structures, and will often end with a shrug or raising of hands to indicate the dismissibility of his particular take on the subject. With two people, the intricacies, the gives and takes, the wherefores and why nots can become a veritable pas de deux of breathtaking speculation. This is a great letter. Interwoven in such a way that apologies or gestures of doubt are rendered unnecessary. I had always suspected this was the case, but no argument I could have built from my years of observation would have so satisfyingly closed the door on the subject as your performance on the cattle carrier call. To begin your comments by saying, we'll answer your question if you tell us how electric brakes work, and we've never heard...
That was a tip-off.
We've never heard of electric brakes. I remember saying that. And then indulge in lengthy theoretical postulations on the whys and wherefores of the caller's problem allowed me to observe that you were finally putting this gnarly question to rest. I am forever indebted to you for the great service you have performed. I'm truly impressed that it took so many years of listening to your show to finally have this matter resolved. Andy Reichman. Boy, this guy had to be an English major at UVM.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, they don't... That's good writing, man.
That is a good letter.
See, now, I want the rest of the
I want to know how electric brakes do work.
I never heard of electric brakes. I just want to point out that this letter is the paradigm to which all our other listeners should aspire. I've been asking for good mail for weeks now. Andy, boy, oh boy, you are going to be...
And this is the benchmark letter.
This is it. This is the benchmark.
We will rate all letters. We'll give them an Andy 1 to 10.
Ah, okay. We'll rate them on the Andy scale.
Right.
Yeah, like an Emmy, an Oscar, and an Andy.
An Andy.
I will save Andy Reichman's letter. Wow.
Yeah, his letter's actually an 8. I mean, so there's room for improvement.
There's room for improvement. With two people, the intricacies, the gives and takes, the wherefores and why nots
can become
of breathtaking speculation interwoven in such a way that apologies or gestures of doubt are rendered unnecessary. So two people can know less than one person.
Oh, yeah. No.
We knew that. If he had just asked us the question, we could have answered that.
We're back. You're listening to Car Talk with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert Brothers, and we're here to discuss cars, car repair, and 30 years of wasting perfectly good hours here at NPR. And over the years, we found a lot of different ways to make those hours a complete waste. One was to stall for time with a difficult caller by telling a story. Another was for my brother to share news about some incredible discovery. And we're here to talk about cars, car repair, and France.
France. Now, here's an interesting little snippet.
I'm ready.
Sheila Schultz sent us this.
From France?
Where is she? Where are you from, Sheila? St. Louis. New York. Newsday reported in April that a 46-year-old Worcester, Massachusetts man inexplicably began speaking with a French accent immediately after he was involved in an automobile accident last year.
It must have dislodged.
Wait a minute, there's more. Dr. Mahis Muniz told the annual meeting of the American Academy of Neurology that about 24 cases
of spontaneous French occur every year. Come on, snap out of it, will you? You're on National Public Radio. Get a hold of yourself, boy.
It's too good. I can't see anymore.
Come on, you can do it. Come on, you started it. You finish it.
24 cases of foreign accent syndrome. I love it. I can't see. Foreign accent syndrome have been reported in this century, caused by a change in the brain circuit involved with motor control that affects the vocal cords. You have foreign accent syndrome ever since you went to France. Can you believe the guy gets hit by a car and all of a sudden he starts to talk like this?
What
does he do? Jump out of the car and say, "You stupid fool, why did you bump my car?" Foreign accent syndrome.
Great stuff, huh?
Sheila, thank you. That was the best laugh I've had all week. See, I went into the United States Army.
Kicking and screaming.
You know, people don't realize that there are ranks below private. People think that private is nothing.
Right.
I was 2 ranks below private.
Sub-private.
I mean, because there's an E1, an E2, and then E3 is a private first class. And I was a private first class for one day. And I actually went out and bought 2 of those little stripes and sewed them on my shirt.
Only to have your sergeant rip them off that night.
Sergeant ripped them off the next morning.
Oh, well.
So I can't.
Was it the firing range?
There was an incident. As you might imagine, the Army and I did not get along.
No.
I mean, you would think that the Army would know in a minute that I didn't belong there. Why would they try to encourage a relationship? I mean, the minute they met me, they knew I didn't belong there. Why didn't they just say,
well, you know why?
Why don't you just go home and save us all a lot of trouble?
They think they can make a soldier out of anybody.
But
I know why you didn't like it. It's remarkably similar to work. Yeah.
No, it was my mouth that got me in trouble. I mean,
really?
And they didn't like it when I laughed. Because, I mean, I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
When Sergeant McNeely used to walk into that barracks on Saturday at noontime, and he said, "Everybody will go on pass this weekend, except Private Mag." And I would laugh my butt off, and he was so ticked that I laughed. I was looking forward every week to him saying that. I had this huge barracks to myself for a day and a half.
Oh, boy.
Everybody will go on pass this weekend except Private Maglio.
All right, I've got to tell this story because this was one of the meanest things my brother has ever done to me. Aside from breaking my nose when I was a little boy.
That was an accident.
That's what you say. You had that fiendish look on your face.
No, it was an accident. I was trying out my curveball.
No, you're told me to put my hands behind my back. And I listened.
You did. You were a dumb little kid.
Many years ago, I took my family on a trip to Montreal, Canada.
Yeah.
Back when
I remember this.
Back when they still spoke a little bit of English there, but not very much.
Yeah.
And we had spent a couple of days at this wonderful hotel whose name I don't remember. And one night I was sitting in our room, and the phone rang. And I picked it up, and the voice said, "Monsieur Magliosi?" I said, "Yes." This is Henri, the concierge. I said, yes. Did you used to own a late model Ford LTD? And I said, pardon me, used to own? Monsieur.
There has been an unfortunate accident.
There has been a terrible fire in the garage of the hotel. And your car is burnt to a crisp.
Totally demolished.
Mon Dieu. And as he was explaining this with this beautiful French-English accent, my mind was racing, trying to figure out how I was going to get the family back to Boston without a car.
And the contraband
and the 500 Cuban cigars that I had bought. Exactly. And it was only after many minutes of my agonizing and asking Henri what I could do, where I could rent a car. And, of course, every question I asked, it was, no, monsieur, that is impossible. We don't rent cars in Canada, et cetera, et cetera. And as I got more and more despondent, finally, Henri began to laugh. And I realized it was my brother. So I just want everyone to know what a mean streak he has in him.
That was, I have to say, I had a rollicking good time.
I did call Dougie once and pretend to be an Internal Revenue agent.
There, I rest my case.
Well, I had a good teacher, I guess. Okay, we're almost at the end of the hour. You know, when we were producing this month's 30th anniversary shows, we all got together as a staff and asked for nominations for which call that we should end with. And predictably, everyone had a different suggestion, so we put them all in a hat, and I reached in, and here's the one that came out. 1-888-Car Talk, that's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
This is Richard in Dogtown, California.
Dogtown?
Dogtown, California, yes.
Why is it called Dogtown?
It's kind of an old-fashioned term for a junky area outside of a mining camp or a lumber camp.
No kidding.
Where there were cheap booze and hookers, and it all fell apart when the mine ran.
Are you having a lot of fun?
So what's cooking?
Well, let's see. I raise goats.
Mm-hmm.
As you may know, goats like to jump up on things.
Yes.
And they get up on my car, and they've pretty well trashed it over the last few years. And when friends come to visit, I have to put the hoods up on their cars and the trunk lids up to keep the goats from getting on their cars.
Ah.
So what I want to do is hook up a fence charger to my car and give the goats a small shock so they won't jump up on the car. And I'm wondering if that's going to mess with the car's electrical system in any way.
Yeah, it will mess with the car's electrical system. On modern cars, I think that you would void the warranty.
Well. Wait a minute. I'm working on it.
I think you're inviting disaster.
Yeah, I could do it either with a fence charger that runs on 110 volts or one that runs off 12 volts and then kind of install one permanently in my car.
Yeah, but it's not coursing. In other words, you want it such that if a goat were to touch any part of the body,
yes,
he'd get a shock.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, see,
That ain't gonna be
I don't
easy
think
to
you're going to be able to do that.
Well, how do those things work?
Well, a fence charger has one output wire.
Yeah.
You just hook that terminal to an ungrounded
goat.
Ungrounded goat. I mean, you could put it in the city, and then people, when you park your car, no one's going to steal it either. But it just attaches to a wire that runs along the top of a fence for miles.
Yeah.
And anybody that touches that gets a light shock and stops touching it.
Oh, so they don't really jump up onto the car. They
usually put their front feet up
They
first.
put their front feet up, and that's when they would get zapped.
Yeah.
Does anyone actually come and visit you?
Not anymore.
Well, fewer and fewer.
He's
as
lonely.
years go on.
That's why he's trying to do. I'm so lonely.
I mean, can't you put the goats in a pen?
Well, I can, but they run free.
How about you make a pen for the cars? Right? So that the goats can't get in there.
But I like Richard's idea of conditioning the goats. How many goats have you got?
Well, right now, just 3. We had 20 of them.
Oh,
I mean, is this goat thing a hobby or what? Is this a business?
It's a hobby.
It's a hobby.
Is it animal husbandry? No, I mean, here's what I'm thinking. I agree with my brother. You go throwing 110 volts on the body of the car, that's going to raise...
Oh, no, ultimately thousands.
Ultimately,
no,
that's
no,
right.
no, no.
That's going to raise havoc, as we say.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that you couldn't build yourself just a little thing. You know, when you walk into the movie theater and they got those little stands there with the little velvety rope that you...
yeah, I'm sure the goats will observe that.
What you do is you put a few of those around the car, and you run the wire around those things. Now the goat, in order to get to the car, they're going to get zapped. And it's not going to take very many days before they associate the car and the zapping. And I think once we condition them, hopefully they'll remember that if a blue car comes in, that it's going to be like a red car. And they won't be able to distinguish it. They'll say, oh, no, the other one was red.
This one's fine.
We can jump on this one.
This is Richard's car.
Oh, this is good. That's not Richard's car. That's no good rat.
Shock us, will you? Yeah, I don't know.
See, that's what I like. But on the other hand, if it's only 3 goats...
Well, you should see. You can imagine what a goat... Doris's car, which is an old Alfa Romeo with the soft tops, got...
Yeah.
Goats get up there, get on the top of her car, and just put their foot right through it. So
sure. And Doris doesn't come back anymore, does she? And you're lonely, aren't you?
That's the real reason I want to do
this. Maybe you can meet Doris at like Motel 6.
Oh, Richard. No, I mean, I'm thinking, why can't you just like put a collar on them like a dog and just tie them up?
They don't like to be tied up.
No, I want to let them... We've got lots of animals running free around here, and I like it that way.
And you don't mind hitting them with 140,000 volts as much as you love them. It's like shock therapy.
It is.
It is.
Yeah, no.
I think you're doing the right thing.
Well, I think the simplest solution would be a pen that you could drive the car into, that the goats wouldn't jump the fence of.
I was trying to avoid this.
I know, but
I'm trying to avoid.
I know, and you're trying
He's dying to zap him with 120,000 volts. That's what he really wants to do. Hey, Richard, I wish you the best.
Thank you.
But I would try that. I think you can do it if you put something around the car and you just let him get zapped a couple of times. And I mean, if you had to, you could put this same thing around Doris's car.
You want to give us Doris's number? Maybe we can call her. Richard, I don't know if we've helped you at all, but it's been a hell of a lot of fun talking to you.
Okay.
Thanks for calling.
Hey, build a pen and call Doris and apologize. See you later.
Bye-bye.
I keep thinking about the Don Rickles bit where he's a French general and he's going around kissing the 2 cheeks, and he turns around and he says, "I gotta get a broad."
Well, it's happened again. You've squandered an otherwise perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk. Hello and welcome to Car Talk with us, Click and Clack, the Tappet Brothers, and we're broadcasting this week from the Center for Remedial Chemistry Studies here at Car Talk Plaza. Now, nobody would know what that means, except we have opened up a new wing here because our estimable and quite incapable producer, Doug Berman, has embarked on a new career. He figures
radio is not his life.
Radio is not for him.
Radio is not his life. So he has started his PhD program
in chemistry.
Chemistry, of all things.
Yeah, last night we had to tutor him in algebra. And it's going to be a long road, Dougie. Anyway, we're burning the midnight oil. We'll be tutoring Doug every night. We're trying to get him...
He's going to pass the GMATs, and then he's going to... I'm telling you, I can see it now.
What is that?
Dr. Dougie.
Dr.
We can add him to the credits.
Right.
PhD in chemistry. What would we name him?
I don't know, but I'm sure
polyunsaturated.
I'm sure one of our listeners will come up with something good. Talking about something good, I know you don't have any good
I do.
mail,
I have
so
a
we'll
couple.
go right.
I have a couple of just
Did I
quick
interrupt?
little items. By the way, I've got a lot of mail from people who took umbrage at your little comment a few weeks ago about doctor. Regarding, for example, regarding your call from Donna, I thought I heard you disparage the use of doctor by a PhD.
Yes.
Boom.
Yeah, I did.
Several
and
lines
I
like
will.
that.
I will take the heat for it.
All right, this one is from a real doctor, MD.
There we go.
Jack Stevens. As a physician and an avid listener of your show, I've often wondered if there was not a medical explanation for your unique personalities. I was delighted to find the answer the other day in Dorland's Medical Dictionary, 14th edition. I have to figure out how to pronounce this. Witzelsucht, he says. Witzelsucht. 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 Definition: a mental condition characteristic of frontal lobe lesions and marked by the making of poor jokes and puns and the telling of pointless stories at which the patient himself is intensely amused. Eureka, I thought to myself. The diagnosis cannot be in doubt. You both suffer from a particularly virulent form of Witzelsucht. I doubt there is any effective treatment, but I thought that your families might derive some solace in knowing precisely what your affliction
What
was.
it is we have.
Perhaps there is a Witzelsucht support group out there you could join. If you're lucky, you might even be able to worm your way into a work-related disability pension. Ooh, don't I love those words? I'd get Dewey Cheatham and Howe on that right away.
Good work.
Good work, Jack.
Dr. Jack.
Witzelsucht.
Witzelsucht, huh?
Witzelsucht.
Yeah, Witzelsucht.
That's
yeah.
what you've got. I often wondered what you had.
Me? If you want to talk to us, our number is 888-CAR-TALK. That's 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
This is Nancy Clinton.
Hi, Nancy.
No last names.
Oh, all right.
Where are you from, Nancy?
Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Kalamazoo. You know,
Yeah.
I got a gal in Kalamazoo.
Zoo,
Really?
zoo, zoo, zoo. Anyway, Nancy, what's up?
Well, I have a problem that's both automotive and mother-daughter.
Mother-daughter. Boy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in my opinion, the mother-daughter relationship is one of the most complex relationships in the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter, I guess, must be 17 years old.
Actually, she's 27.
Oh, and you still haven't figured it out.
No, I
Well,
haven't.
let's hear all the gory details.
Okay, go.
All right. Well, she has a Civic. And she waited 2 years before she decided that she should, A, take it in for any warranty work, and B, have tires rotated.
Yeah.
After she had her tires rotated, her car jiggled, rattled, vibrated. It's like your teeth were going to fall out.
Yeah.
And so I suggested that perhaps she had waited too long to have her tires rotated.
During those 2 years, did she drive like 30, 40,000 miles?
Well, like 25,000.
25, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think what happened is with radial tires, in
Yes.
the old days, it was recommended that when you rotate radial tires, you always leave them on the same side of the car so that they are rotating in the same direction.
Okay.
So you would take the one from the right front and put it in the right rear, and the left front and put it in the left rear, put it on the
Yeah, we got the
left
picture.
front,
I think
left-
everyone
oh,
just
you
figured it
get
out
that,
already.
right?
Yeah. Okay.
However, they don't recommend that anymore. Now they recommend that you rotate them the old-fashioned way. Take the one from the right front, put it on the left rear. Take the one from the left rear, put it on the right rear, left front.
Put the
all that
spare in the
stuff.
glove box.
The spare in the glove box. But they admonish us that if we do rotate them that way, we must do it every 7,000 miles.
Okay.
Or thereabouts.
And if you don't do it, you're in danger of having tread separation, which is what I believe she has.
Okay.
So she needs to buy some new tires.
Okay.
But on the larger issue
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, go
is,
ahead. Go ahead.
Should it be any of your business?
Oh, that's my question
Oh.
exactly. What the heck are you doing interfering with the rotation of your tires on your daughter's car?
And if you're interfering in this area,
Whoa.
God knows what else you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm feeling quite chagrined.
Well,
I mean, what about her boyfriends?
Tell us about them.
Tell us about that.
How many of those have you gotten rid of?
Well, Well, suffice it to say, she does not live in Kalamazoo with me. She lives in Minneapolis.
Well, of course, and she will just keep moving further and further away.
You'll be getting postcards from Tibet pretty soon.
That's right.
So, if I'm hearing you correctly, then your suggestion is that I keep my nose that was jiggling in the car.
You have to just cut the cord. You have to realize that it's time to let her make her mistakes, whatever they may be. And you may be surprised that they aren't as bad as you think they're going to be. And maybe there aren't going to be any mistakes.
Well, that's true. This is a less is more type thing. Huh?
You didn't buy the car for her or anything like that.
No, actually, her grandmother did.
Well, Nancy, butt out.
All right. I will take your advice. I won't say anything more about the car. I'll just let her listen
Let her listen to the show.
Let her listen to the show, and maybe she'll recognize this is her.
Okay.
Maybe, huh?
Maybe.
See you later.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Nancy.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Now, on the other hand, when was the last time your mother told you what to do?
Every day.
Every day.
My mother calls me up, I would say on average, I wouldn't say every day.
No.
But on average, 3 times a week.
Yeah. Those are the days that she doesn't call me up.
Tells me to stop smoking cigars.
Yeah.
She tells me to make sure I wear a T-shirt in the winter, otherwise I'll get a terrible raffreddore. She tells me never to listen to my brother.
That's what she tells me. All the same things.
Oh.
Yeah. Interesting.
What did she tell Lucille? Jeez, I'm going to change my number. 1-888-CAR-TALK or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk. She'll be calling us here.
She has.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh,
jeez. Come on. Dougie, don't you screen these calls. I told you never to put her through again.
And for those of you that don't recognize this voice, it's the voice of our darling mother, Elizabeth.
Who wants you to live a little longer.
A little longer than what?
I don't know. To give me aggravation.
All right. I can tell you that I got my T-shirt on today. See?
All right.
You got my brother's got his. Yeah, he's got one on too.
We're wearing our
Okay.
T-shirts.
What about the cigars?
We're not smoking any cigars. They won't let us smoke in the studio. We haven't smoked a cigar for 2 years now.
I don't believe
And what was
you.
the third thing?
Even my little elves are
Cigars.
doing their job.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah. She has our kids destroying our cigars.
You know, you don't have to take care of us anymore.
What do you mean I don't have to take care of you? You're doing
We're
the same
adults
thing
now.
as
We're adults. We can handle it now.
We're responsible citizens.
smoking cigars,
Well,
Yeah, what's wrong
going
with
without
that?
an undershirt,
oh,
catching
well, you're right
cold.
about the undershirt thing.
You're giving me aggravation.
Well,
I
you
know, but we don't mean to. We love you dearly.
No, you don't. If you love me, you wouldn't smoke those stinky cigars.
All right, forget about the cigars. We had a call that you probably didn't hear from
What
a
call?
woman who the problem was her relationship with her daughter. And I said that I thought the mother-daughter relationship was one of the most complex relationships in the world. And I have only a vague recollection of your relationship with my dear sister.
Oh, we get along fine.
Well, you do now.
We always did.
Oh, no, I don't remember
Come on, you threw her clothes out in the street. You call that getting along fine? my sister.
That was only
She's
one.
a wonderful person, my sister, but she had this habit.
She was a slob.
She was a slob. She would put on an outfit and say, no, I don't feel like wearing this. She would take it off and take the clothes, which my mother had spent hours washing and ironing, and she would throw them under her bed and take out a new outfit.
When she was in college.
So she would take, every morning, she'd have to try on 2 or 3 outfits. My mother one day is dusting, and she looks under the bed and finds all these
Her entire
clothes,
wardrobe,
which she had spent hours washing and drying and ironing.
And starch.
and
At the
starching
river with the
at
stones,
The
you know?
river with the stones. And there they were all crumpled up under the bed. Well, Mom had what we should call a nervy.
a nutty.
Oh, she went nuts, screamed and yelled at my sister, took all the clothes,
Of course, Lucille wasn't home at this time.
opened the window, and threw them out onto the street.
No, on the lawn. backyard.
What lawn? We didn't have any lawn.
Yes, we did.
All right,
in
the bricks.
I was there. You call that getting along?
So you're washing our linen on the air?
Hey,
You're
well,
washing
I mean,
our laundry on the air?
and even
Well, the truth must be known. We're firm believers in telling the truth, all
truth,
the family
the
secrets.
What about you two?
We told everyone about your drinking problem and your incarceration and everything else. I mean, after all.
Go bother Dad for a while, will you?
He's fixing the window here.
Yeah.
He is? All right.
Well, go bother
saying,
him.
where are my
Ask him
sons?
if he likes
Ask him
those
if-
cigars we got for him.
Ask him if he's
Don't
wearing his
forget to-
T-shirt.
No more cigars.
No more cigars, no.
Absolutely not. They're out.
You're going to hear from me until I die.
All right,
unless
all
you get
right.
rid of those cigars.
Okay already.
Okay.
Like a broken record. Can't take it anymore.
And screen these calls, will you please?
This should do it. This should do it.
Jeez.
And if you don't get rid of those cigars, I will keep
All
calling
right
you.
with the cigars already. Bye.
I'll call you another time.
Oh, yeah, we know.
Yeah, sure. You better disguise your voice because you're not getting through it any longer.
I'm putting voice recognition on my phone.
Just be good boys.
Okay, we will.
Okay.
The light.
After that.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Anyone want to buy a box of cigars?
Bought a box of T-shirts.
I'm emotionally drained. I don't think I can go on. See what it does to me? It just wears you down.
It does. Oh.
She calls me on the phone, and I just sink deeper and deeper in my chair. By the time she's had her way with me, I'm done for.
Yeah, no, she will not give up. You talk about
Oh,
perseverance.
it's like a pebble in your shoe.
Oh, God.
All right, I think it's time for us
Yeah,
to...
I know. Take a little break.
Wow, you're actually getting the hang of this timing thing, and it's been only like 25 years.
Well,
That's
not,
good.
Not really. I mean, I saw our producer, Dougie, make that sign. You know, that spiral motion with his hand. That means wrap it up, right?
No. Not when he does it next to his head like that. That means your brother's really whacked out today.
No, that can't be right. I see him do that every week.
Yeah, well, think about that. We'll be right back with more of your calls in just a minute, so don't go anywhere.
I won't.
Hi, we're back. You're listening to Car Talk with us, Click and Clack, the Tappert brothers, and we're here to talk about what? Cars, car repair, and ABS. Aberrant Behavior Syndrome.
This is aberrant behavior. It's from G. Lee Burnett in Stokesdale, North Carolina. Dear Tom and Ray, I have a problem that perplexes me, and I hope you all can help me. My wife, Teresa, is an avid listener of your show. She refuses to miss even an hour of Car Talk and rearranges her weekend to hear it. She is a lovely and intelligent, but as you can tell, an easily entertained woman. I've always been proud of the fact that my wife's language skills are quite above average. However, and this is where the problem is revealed, the minute your show comes on, the trash that comes out of her mouth after she hears you speak would make a sailor blush. I don't even want to think what it would do to her mother. Here is just a sampling of some of her expletives. Those boneheads. What in the blank are those knuckleheads talking about? What kind of a moron would take that advice? What in the blankety blank does he know about haircuts and cream rinse? And then a couple of things which it means something nasty in Polish. You can see why I'm worried. Teresa's language drops to a sub-intelligible level, but she returns to her old self after a few hours of recovery.
Really?
She loves you both, and God forbid someone should slander you besides herself. Please advise me on what to do. Wow.
Jeez,
Worried husband in Stokesdale.
You have a street address?
Yes, I do. But I'm not going to... You want a phone number?
Well, no, I don't think... I think this
Yeah.
this is a... what do they call it? Kind of a catharsis.
Ah, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
Sure, she needs to do this. It's like having nightmares about your wife pushing you off the cliff in the wheelchair. You have those all the time, don't you? She gives you 4 or 5 dope slaps. Adios, sucker. And you wake up clutching the bed sheets.
Waves the insurance policy at you as you're going over.
Yippee! I think she needs to do this to maintain her sanity.
Because actually, we may be doing her a great service because it may well be that these are thoughts and feelings that she would otherwise vent on her poor husband, Teresa.
That's why we will continue to give incorrect answers and advice.
Because it will allow people to
as
vent.
long as we can prevail.
Exactly. We are saving the world.
We are dedicated. Humanitarians that we are. All right.
Wait a minute. It's time to start a church. Then everything could be tax deductible.
All right, it's time for the...
Actually, everything's tax deductible now. You don't pay, do you?
No, not... No.
You don't, have you filed in the last 5 or 6 years?
What's that?
Filed your nails. Do you file your toenails?
No, I just cut them and throw them away.
Okay, well, that's the end of it. You've listened to another hour.
It just seemed like a half hour.
But hey, by the way, do you know what's coming up in the third half of today's show? I can see the excitement on your face. I see it.
It's that obvious, huh?
Coming up in the third half of the show, my brother, my very own brother and co-host, is going to personally kick off the brand new Puzzler season. It's like a football season, except better. Because the only one who gets knocked around is you.
I feel an inauspicious wind blowing. Well, stay tuned for the new Puzzler. And if you have a question about your car, you can call us at 888-CAR-TALK. That's 888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Well, hello.
Oh, geez, what is this? Family Day here?
Well, as the middle child, I thought it might be good to speak up.
Before we let this maniac continue, this is none other than our darling sister.
Yeah, the evil
adorable,
the evil sister Cruella,
who was responsible for making our mother so mean to us. But go ahead.
Now wait a minute.
No. You were there the day she threw your clothes in the street, right?
Well, I wasn't there, but when I came home, I noticed that my room was clean. Reason my room
how did that happen?
was that she had what? Thrown my clothes out the window.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, this is nice. My room is clean, so I never even went down to pick them up.
Sure. What do you care? You didn't have to buy the clothes. You didn't have to wash them. You didn't have to iron them and starch them. Sure.
That's right.
You were an ingrate.
I was oblivious, but I have since turned into a wonderful person.
When?
In case you didn't notice.
When did that happen?
In case you didn't notice.
When was your epiphany? I mean, when did you stop being a slob? Was it when she untied you?
No, when I discovered that I had piles. You should excuse the expression. I had piles of this and piles of that and piles of everything.
Yeah.
But this wasn't until just about 4 or 5 years ago.
Really?
But you know what the truth really is? I had more fun when I was a slob.
You were more fun then.
Yeah, I was.
You're kind of a stiff now. Quite honestly, we really don't enjoy having you at family gatherings anymore.
Okay, so I will turn over a new leaflet.
Yeah.
And I will now become what I once was.
Your mother claims now to have a wonderful relationship with you. Would you care to comment on that statement?
Well,
I mean, would you like to verify that statement? Do you believe that it's true?
Only because once she saw me shake out a rug, and my whole life she would say, "Your cousin upstairs, look at her. She's shaking out the rugs.
Oh.
Why don't you shake out the rugs?"
And you were the loser. And all you did was go around singing all the time.
That's right. I sang all the time.
Yeah.
But one day she saw me, maybe 15 years ago, shaking out a rug, and everything turned around like magic.
Well, you never can know what is going to make your parent proud of you.
That's true. That's
very strange. It's interesting.
But now it's all turned around, and I'm a neat,
boring person.
Yeah,
so we want you to go back to being a slob.
Okay.
You were a lot more fun then.
I will turn over a new leaflet, and I will just throw all the papers around and all the music around. And
all right, we can't wait.
I'll work on that
because you've been. We didn't know how to tell it to you delicately.
You've been a stiff,
and we've chosen this private moment to tell you.
I've been too neat for too long.
Too neat for too long. Yeah.
And that's it. I'm now going to be my real self.
There's a song in there. Start working on it.
I'm sure she's going to.
See you, Luba.
Okay, nice talking Okay,
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys.
real nice. Yes, sure. All right, hang up.
Bye.
So long, Luba.
1-888-CAR-TALK. That's 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Yes, hello. My name is Michael. I'm calling from Bloomington, Indiana.
Yes.
Hi, Michael.
Beautiful downtown Bloomington, Indiana.
Now I know my brother is going to ask you, so I'll jump in ahead. Where are you from originally?
I'm originally from Germany.
Oh, sure, we knew that. Yeah, would I ask such a simple question?
Well, he could have been from Austria.
No, he couldn't. Not with that accent.
Brazil?
Brazil, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Michael, what's up?
Well, I have sort of a philosophical question.
Good.
I was wondering whether you can push start a car with an automatic transmission. You know, like you can push start a car with a manual transmission. You know, you put the ignition off.
Wait a minute.
Things like that.
Wait, Michael, we need your help.
Okay.
Have you heard this word before? Maybe you can translate it for us. Witzelsucht.
What?
Witzel.
Well, you spell it for him.
I'll spell it. You want the English spelling or the German spelling? Witzelsucht. How is my pronunciation? Witzelsucht.
Beats me.
Beats me.
You, huh? Are you a doctor?
No.
Well, that's why, this is a medical term. A mental
but
condition.
all German words are all made up of shorter German words.
Yeah, do these pieces of this word mean anything? What does sucht mean, for example?
Sucht is to search.
To search.
And the first word again?
Witzel.
Like Witzel.
I don't know.
No, huh?
Witzel.
We'll have to go into the etymology of this first chance we get.
First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to study German for 3 years. I'll be back as soon as I've mastered it. All right, you've been no help on that, Michael.
Okay, so this is a philosophical question. Can you push start a car that has an automatic transmission? And the answer is absolutely yes.
Oh, good.
However, you got to have one hell of a bumper in the back.
Well, actually, it happened to me the other day that my starter broke down and somebody gave me a push with his car.
Yeah, nothing happened.
Well, things happen, but I didn't know whether I was supposed to do that or not.
Yeah.
So
well, you can do it, but it doesn't work.
The transmission is going to explode.
No, it's important if you're going to push start. Most automatics cannot be push started. Some can be push started if you get the thing going fast enough. It's most important to get a good running start.
Okay.
The car that's going to do the pushing has to really back up quite a bit.
See, the trouble is when you have a manual transmission, you pop the clutch, right? Because you put it in gear. And what makes it start is that being in gear, the wheels now turn the engine.
Right.
Instead of the engine turning the wheels.
Right.
But when you have an automatic transmission, that can't happen because the linkage between the engine and the transmission is not a firm, solid piece of stuff, but it's fluid. And so in order for it to work, the car's got to be going really, really fast.
Like how fast?
Like 50 miles an hour.
Oh, that's pretty fast.
Yeah, pretty scary.
So,
theoretically, it's possible. Let's say we're on an empty, in a deserted country road.
or at the top of Mount Everest. And the car doesn't start, you just throw it in gear.
I couldn't say authoritatively if it's possible with every transmission. There were some transmissions years ago that used to have a rear pump in which it was possible. Okay, very, very easily possible. Most transmissions don't these days, but it's possible to start a lot of them if you get the speed up high enough. But I wouldn't recommend it.
And, which gear should I put it in? Just in drive or in
reverse?
That's a good one.
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It probably doesn't matter.
Probably doesn't matter, but I would go in the lowest gear I had if I had the choice.
Yeah, okay.
That was it?
Yes.
And you don't know what Witzelsucht means, huh?
Oh, now I know. Geez. Witzelsucht is somebody who has to kid all the time.
Who has to what?
To kid somebody else. Kidding, like kidding.
Ah, Joker. A Joker.
A Joker.
Yes.
Exactly.
Well, we have a letter from a doctor who claims that it is a mental condition characteristic of frontal lobe lesions and marked by the making of poor jokes and puns and pointless stories.
Sounds good to me.
Michael, it's a pleasure to talk to you. And don't try to jump start the car because
push start. Don't try to push start.
Jump start is okay, but don't try to push start it.
Okay, I will.
Bye-bye.
No,
Thanks
I won't. You're supposed to say I won't.
1-888-CAR-TALK or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car Talk.
Hi. My
Hi.
name's Ronnie Sue.
Ronnie Sue.
Ronnie Sue, yeah.
All right, that's an interesting one. You tell us where you're from, and I'll tell you how to spell Ronnie.
We don't. We want to guess where she's from.
Just because... Oh, don't tell us.
I'm going to guess you're from Tennessee.
No.
Wait, don't tell us. Ronnie Sue is from Georgia.
No, you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah, New York City,
Brooklyn, right? Where?
Oregon.
Oregon. I thought you couldn't have two names in Oregon. I thought you had to be from below the Mason-Dixon line to have two names.
I'm in hiding. No.
Do you have parents that were from below the Mason-Dixon line?
No, my parents...
Oh, you have to explain your name.
Embarrassing. My mom's name is Sue, and my dad's name is Ron. And I don't know, they got desperate at the last minute.
So it isn't Veronica Sue?
No, it's Ronnie Sue. It's all one word.
That's an interesting name.
So what's up?
Okay, well, I drive this 79 Datsun 510.
No kidding.
Yeah, and I love it. I'm in love with it. I bought it for $200. It's my first car. And but I've never paid much attention to how it runs or making sure that it does keep running. But I have this little MacGyver story that I'd like to share with you.
Yeah,
by all means.
Yeah.
Well, I was on my way up to my folks' house in Portland. It's a couple hours north, and every time I take my car up there, I have something strange happen. And this last time, I had to. Well, my car was cutting out on me. And it was, I don't know, it was just slowing down quite a bit and stuff. And eventually I couldn't even go past like 50 miles per hour without it really cutting out on me. So when I got there, my dad said I needed a new fuel filter.
Good.
Yeah, good. So I took
Evidently
it in,
not.
and they wanted to charge me a whole bunch of money to put this fuel filter in.
And your father said, no,
I've never even like lifted the hood of my car before.
So
I was kind of mad at how much they wanted to charge.
How much could they have charged you? I mean, the filter costs like $4.
Yeah, something like 30 to put it in.
Well, we charge 50. Yeah, no, it takes like 5 minutes to put in.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said, "Oh, we can have this done for you in 5 minutes."
Right.
Just as they're telling me the price.
Well, I guess they charge $60 an hour then. That tells us that.
Something like that.
Yeah, okay.
So I went down to the parts store and asked the guy there, and he said I could put it in myself. And so I did.
Good.
And it was the first time I'd ever even touched my engine.
Yeah.
Didn't you feel a certain kind of communion?
Yeah, it was a real bonding moment.
Yes, an experience.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
A bondo moment.
So the way my brother feels every time he opens the hood on his dart.
Yeah, so then, I've got this new fuel filter in, and I think my imagination was working overtime, because on the way home, I was feeling like my car has run better than it's ever run in my whole life.
Yes, It was like floating, right?
Right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Flying away, just going so fast you couldn't believe it, right?
Right.
Excellent.
So then, all of a sudden, it's like steam's pouring out of the hood and stuff.
Uh-oh.
And I just happened to have had another problem, which is that what I thought was the radiator hose, because I really didn't know anything about my engine except for where the fuel filter was.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was the radiator hose, but it turned out to be the heater hose, as I found out later.
Yes.
Had a hole in it, and
Uh-huh.
it was letting all my steam out.
Yeah.
So, I'm checking for leaks and stuff to see if there's anything draining out of my radiator, and the radiator seemed fine. But I couldn't get home. I had an hour's left of driving. It was the middle of the night. I'm off to the side of the freeway.
Oh.
Big trucks are blowing me over and stuff. And so I thought, what am I going to do? And I couldn't even get to a phone to call AAA. So I had a bunch of is it okay to say underwear on the radio?
Underwear?
No, not really.
No, jockey shorts is okay. Bloomers is all right.
A bunch of feminine shorts in my laundry basket because I'd taken my laundry to my folks' house.
Of course.
I tore a pair of one of those up, and they had I had a pair of wideband elastic ones with me, and I just took the elastic off of those and wrapped it around that hose. And
Yeah.
it worked perfect. It was great. I was so excited. I just...
Not only did you do routine maintenance, but you did trauma.
Right.
Oh, you triage.
It was great.
Well, Ronnie, I can tell. I don't know what your profession is,
No.
or even if you have one, but whatever
Yes, I
it
do,
is,
but it's nothing like this.
you have to
not a
give it up.
nurse.
You have to give it up. You are destined to be an auto mechanic. You are. It's now in your blood. You have an intuitive feel. You do.
You do. You have it. You have whatever you do now. My brother is absolutely correct. Quit your job. Don't go in tomorrow. Go immediately. to ITT Technical Institute.
You guys are making me feel great.
No, I mean, the fact that you were able to diagnose the problem and so cleverly and creatively use the whatever small resources at your disposal, your jockey shorts. I mean,
what jockeys?
They were.
Oh
See,
God,
I knew. Exactly. That's great.
Thank you.
Well, no.
So did you just call to get praise, or did you have a problem?
No. But, that does feel good.
This was the MacGyver story. Okay.
Yeah.
What it called for is that this thing has got to be replaced.
Yeah, you have to go to the dealer.
Yeah.
These are special hoses.
Well, I took it into this gas station,
Yeah.
and they said, no, you can't do this yourself. But I've got this feeling like I can do anything, So I want to do this really bad, but I'm afraid of ruining my car.
Here's what you do.
You can do it.
Go to the Datsun dealer. I don't think they call them Datsuns anymore, but...
Yeah. Look around for the small print might say Datsun. The big print will say Nissan.
And actually, a car this age, you should probably replace all the hoses, there are like 5 hoses. Ask them to sell you every cooling system hose that they have in the chart.
Okay.
And then you'll figure out immediately where they go, and you'll have to buy a bunch of new clamps. And you can spend a Saturday afternoon at your leisure doing this, and then you'll have to fill up the cooling system with, fresh antifreeze. And you have to run it until it circulates and all that. But you don't even need the explanation. We know you're going to figure out how to do it.
Of course you'll do it. I mean, how long have you been...
I have to go into the dash of my car for the heater hose, and that scares me.
I don't believe so. I think the heater hoses are accessible
from under the
hood on this car.
Yeah.
But it looks like it goes right up into the...
It goes right to the firewall and stops right there.
Right.
And if it does go into the dash, you're going to crawl under there. It's easy. It's easy. And then, seriously, once you've put all these hoses on, you will have drained almost the entire cooling system.
Okay.
You then have to fill up the radiator, and you're going to run the engine with the radiator cap off, and you're going to continue running it and adding coolant to it.
As the level goes down, you'll see the level go down, and you add more, and the level goes down some more, you add a little more.
And you're going to continue to do that until you see steam coming out of the radiator, and the coolant is filled to the tippity top.
Uh-huh.
At that point, you put the radiator cap on, and
run like hell.
No, and you are done.
No kidding.
No, you're done.
Okay, good.
Hey, the best of luck to you.
We're very proud of you.
We are.
Great. You're my heroes.
Keep up the good work.
You're my hero, Ronnie Sue. Good God.
See you later.
Oh, thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well,
man.
It happened again. You have squandered another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk. Our esteemed producer is Doug, the subway fugitive, not a slave to fashion, bongo boy, Pumpkin Lips, Frogman, soon-to-be Surfer Boy Berman. Our associate producers are David, the Calves of Belleville Green, and Catherine Frau Blucher Fenolosa. Our web lackey is Doug, the Old Gray Mare, assisted by Connie Bridgeford. Our theme music is by David Dog Grisman, and our technical, spiritual, and menu advisor, just back from his crowd-pleasing cakewalk at the Côte d'Azur, Coco Van, and Cocoa Puffs Cotillion, John Pugsy Lawler. Our public opinion pollster is Paul Murky of Murky Research, assisted by statistician Margin O'Vera. Our customer care representative is Haywood Jabuzzoff. Our director of roadway resurfacing is Sylvia Potholy. Our staff errand boy is Hugo Fermi. And our solicitor of new ideas is Obi Quiet. Our sexual harassment investigator is Hank Pankey. Our meteorologist from the New Delhi office is Luke Autovindo. Our eBay specialist is Selma Junkoff. Our head of covert operations is Dinah Tell. And our Russian chauffeur is Peekoff and Dropoff. Our curator of Dionne Warwick studies is Isaiah Littleprayer. And our seat cushion tester is Mike Easter. Our chief counsel from the law firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe is Hugh Lewis Dewey, known to the not-yet-discovered percussion prodigies banging pots and pans in Harvard Square as Huey Louie Dewey. Thanks so much for listening. We're Click and Clack, the Tappet Brothers, and don't drive like my brother.
Don't drive like my brother either.
We'll be back next week. We hope. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Cheryl in San Jose, California.
Okay, hold it. Cheryl in San Jose, and I would bet $100 if I had it that's with an S.
No.
I'd lose it. I said I would if I had it. So, look, it's with a C, huh?
That's right.
Or maybe with a PH. Cheryl, with a
From
C.
where, San Jose?
San Jose, California.
What's up, Cheryl?
I have an awesome 1970 Dodge Challenger SE.
Awesome, huh?
It's a beautiful car. It runs great. I had a problem. I was driving on the freeway, and all of a sudden this powerhouse just lost it. Didn't have any power. Just just about stalled on the freeway. But I was getting off, so I got off the freeway, off the off-ramp, and when I got to the stop sign, it did stall. And
Must
I
be
thought,
the computer,
oh my God,
I think.
and it felt like...
No, it's the catalytic converter.
I looked at the temperature gauge, and it was getting hot, and so I got out of the car, and I opened up the hood, and it looked like there was chocolate pudding everywhere, all over the engine.
You were attacked by Willy Wonka. What do you mean chocolate pudding?
It looked like chocolate pudding. That's what it looked like. And so I had to have the car towed. And the mechanic, after taking my engine apart and cleaning out gallons of this pudding out of there, tells me that a hole was etched into the timing gear cover and the antifreeze mixed with the oil, and that's what made the chocolate pudding.
Oh.
That's what he told me.
Oh, not chocolate. I'll tell you, it's probably more...
Mocha.
More like mocha.
Mocha, I would call it.
Yeah.
Isn't it more like mocha?
More like coffee-colored, right?
Right.
And not chocolate.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
And they told me that's what was wrong with it, and they fixed it, and it runs great.
They fixed it. What do they charge you for that? $600.
No.
No, I don't know what it cost.
You don't know? You don't want to divulge it. Okay, you don't want
No, I
anyone to
really
know how
don't
much you
know.
spent on this heap.
I don't
huh?
know because my husband's my mechanic.
Ah, what a guy.
Yeah. I wouldn't let anybody else touch the car. But the problem is, ever since then, I have this noise, and it's very embarrassing. And it comes from the front of the car and just kind of fades into the wind. Do you want me to tell you what the noise is?
Yeah, of course. We love noises.
The noise starts with a bloop, 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 bloop. And then it whines and it goes... Now, you guys are the most creative automotive diagnosticians I've ever heard.
I'm glad you said that because we have no idea. Wait,
Now,
stop. Don't forget the
increase.
If you can help me solve
We're going to. Be patient.
if you can, I'll send you a picture of Sonia Henning.
So how does it end? Now, when this noise begins to build...
When it builds and it goes up in pitch, are you increasing the RPM of the engine?
No, the car is off. It's when I turn it off or I come to a stop.
So the car is not moving and the engine either is running or is not running.
Either way.
Either way, and then you hear this noise with the engine with the car not moving.
Right.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Yes.
And then what happens? It stops?
And then it just kind of fades off into the wind and it stops.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Are you losing any antifreeze?
No.
Have you checked?
Yes.
Of course she's checked.
I know what it is.
What is it?
When your husband put everything together,
Yeah.
he didn't
Wait a minute.
Wait.
I will preface his statement by saying, here comes something harebrained.
No,
Go ahead.
And I will predict that when I say this, my brother will say, gee, that's right.
Well, let's see.
Huh? When your husband put everything together, he did not sufficiently tighten a hose clamp.
You're kidding.
And what's your...
Gee, that could be what you're hearing. You could be... Wait a minute. Mark this day on the calendar. This is a significant event.
You know,
right,
I became
Cheryl,
one.
I want you to know, Cheryl, that is she our 1 minute listener? You are witnessing a rare
Well,
occurrence.
my brother is agreeing with me, and I just want you to know that the way I know this is, as she made that noise, I went into a quasi-automotive trance condition, and I became one.
Can we do something about that lump?
With that noise. Yes, master. and I could
Can you do it
just,
again?
and I became one with that noise, and I could see the little vapor squeaking by the hose going...
Right. What you're hearing first is the coolant boiling a little bit because you've reduced the pressure. There's not sufficient pressure in the cooling system to elevate the boiling point. And then you're hearing the steam escape, and it must be one of the top hoses. It's the top radiator hose, or it's the neck with a hose connects to the radiator, which your husband probably removed in a fit of rage when he had to do this job on this old junk box. That's what it is. He twisted that thing, and he loosened the neck, and you're hearing that.
And next time it happens, have your husband just be there, open the hood, and he will stick his ear in there and he'll say, my God, it's this one right here. He'll tighten it with maybe a half a turn of the screwdriver, and it will never happen again.
You're kidding.
Cheryl.
I want a picture of Sonia Henney.
My father-in-law was Sonia Henning's skating partner.
What?
Yes.
Really?
So you have a sort of a personal picture of Sonia Henney?
Oh, absolutely.
With your father-in-law?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding.
What was your father-in-law's name?
His name is Buff McCusker.
Buff.
Buff.
Did he skate?
In the buff?
Oh, I mean, was he buck naked?
He was in movies with her.
No kidding.
No kidding. And, yeah, he was her skating partner and went on tour with her, and she chose him, actually, to be her skating partner.
Wow.
Because
Sonia Henny's tutu. Isn't this, Cheryl, not only
you've made our day.
Have you made our day, but I trust we've made yours too with this simple-minded answer to your difficult question.
And it takes a simple mind
It does
to come
indeed.
up with a simple-minded answer.
You know, scientists say that we really only use about 10% of our brains. And when my brother answers a question, it's never more evident than what he does, right?
Hey, good luck, Cheryl. And I want the picture.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
All right.
Thanks for calling.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
1-888-CAR-TALK or 1-888-227-8255. Hello, you're on Car.
This is Amy Johnson, and I live in Keller, Texas. I've got an interesting problem with my Isuzu Rodeo, or actually two Isuzus. If I drive down a particular street, I lose complete power.
You or the rodeo?
Well, I guess the rodeo does.
Okay.
There's a huge weather ball, or it looks like a huge golf ball that is on the side of the road. It's got a fence around it, and it's on top of this little building, and it's got FAA markings.
Oh, man.
If I drive on the side of the street that ball is, my car completely dies.
I love it.
And if you just coast on through, and it'll finally, you have to steer your way off the road. You can finally start it again and keep going.
But you must restart it. It won't start up by itself.
Oh, no, yeah, you
That's
have
my
to
question
restart
exactly. That would have been interesting.
That would have been
really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I tell you what, it's not just my car either.
Is there a sign there that says
Area 51?
Where the heck is Keller, Texas?
It's kind of a suburb of Dallas-Fort Worth.
So you started to say your car is not the only car that exhibits this strange phenomenon?
No, because the first time it happened, it completely died, and I pulled in next to there's a fire station right next to it. And I pulled into it, and I called my girlfriend. She drives an Isuzu Trooper.
Yes.
She came to get me, and she said, well, why don't you try it again? So mine started, and I started driving away, and I looked in the rearview mirror, and she wasn't behind me.
Oh.
So I called her on her cell phone, and she said, well, mine just died. Hold on. And she started again, and it started, and I had started to turn around and go get her, and she's like, no, go back, go back.
This is a classic case of RFI.
What does that stand for?
I don't know, but sounded radio frequency interference, electromagnetic waves coming out of this thing. Was there a guy standing in front of this saying "Gort Klaatu Barada Nikto"?
No.
Did you ever see that movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still?
No.
She's too young.
Oh,
She's
Amy,
too
go
young.
to the video store and buy it.
Yeah.
Buy it.
Well, I mean, I'm curious to know if this happens to other vehicles as well.
Well, I tell you what, when we moved there, we wrote the city just to, find out a few things, and they answered us right back and, told us, that we were welcome and all that good stuff.
But don't drive on this street.
And stay off. What's the name of the street?
It's Keller Smithfield.
Keller Smithfield Street.
All right, here's what I want you to do, Amy. You've got to do an experiment, and you're going to love this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what did the city tell you? Go ahead.
Well, they won't answer my email back on the weather ball question, so we're a little worried about what the heck that thing is.
I mean, you're calling it a weather ball.
Yeah.
God knows what it is. Is there any signage?
When you drive by, you can see that it has some FAA, little...
FAA. And at night, they change letters to CIA. Here's what you got to do. I know in Texas, when I used to live in Texas, we had a lot of Army surplus stores.
Okay.
And you could go there. You can go there, for example, and buy yourself a complete camouflage outfit. And then,
I love it.
And
hey, Amy, count me in.
Me too. I'm getting a plane ticket right now. And what you've got to do is late at night, maybe like 3 o'clock in the morning, you got to put this camouflage outfit on. Don't tell your husband or the kids or anything. And put this thing on, and you got to paint your face black and the whole bit. And you got to go on your belly, underneath the barbed wire. And you got to do a little recon on this thing, because this ain't no stinking weather station.
Weather my foot.
But here's what I was going to recommend. Buy yourself a roll of aluminum foil.
Ooh.
Okay? And here's the experiment I think I want you to
Wrap
do.
it around the distributor.
No, I want you to cover one fender of your car. When you're driving down the street, does it matter which direction you're going, whether or not the thing conks out?
Well, if I'm on the side that's closest, it always dies. Sometimes if I'm on the other side, the lights flicker.
All right, okay, great.
Lights flicker.
Oh, I love it. Here's what you do. You want to cover the right front fender, that is the passenger side fender, with the aluminum foil.
Yeah.
Okay, and you don't have to tape it on with some masking tape or something, but I'm willing to bet if you do that, the car won't die. Because what you're doing is you're shielding the car's electronics from the radiation coming. Oh, did we mention it was radiation?
Radiation, good.
Don't get nervous. But we want to shield the delicate electron. We're not worried about you. But we want to shield the delicate electronics from this electromagnetic radiation. And I bet you if you do this thing with the tinfoil, you'll be able to drive through without a problem.
You weren't planning to have kids, were you?
Well, she loves to go down that road.
You got kids already? Well, good.
Yeah, don't take your kids.
Don't let the kids get on the road.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
it would be nice if you did this experiment.
So every Monday when I drive down that road, I should decorate my car.
Well, at least once, and find out if, in fact, our theory works. Because if it does work, it's going to tell you that you need to have your computer shielded against electromagnetic interference, which is what's coming out of this spaceship.
And if it says FAA, that would make sense.
Is it hurting the computer in the car every time it happens?
It may.
Well, I see other people driving down it, so I'm just wondering if I need to get a new car.
Well, I mean, a new car would obviously solve it, but it wouldn't satisfy the scientific mind.
Well, I will try that. That'll be a fun little science experiment.
Send us a picture.
Well, I mean, how old is your kid?
She's 9.
Oh, she's gonna love
a
it.
Science experiment?
Yeah.
This is it. Start writing it up now. She can take pictures of the truck with the aluminum foil on it. She's got her science project all finished.
There you go. She'll love it.
Yeah, she's guaranteed to make it to 10th grade.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
See you later.
And
All right,
to
thank
K-Pax.
Good luck, Amy.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Well, it's happened again. You've wasted another perfectly good hour listening to Car Talk. Joe, those hours go by fast,
They
don't they?
certainly do.